Post it there, post it there. That can now go away. Don't need this.
We have.
And also their pronouns.
Oh, I didn't check their pronouns like quickly. So, table 17, we have Bucket Hat Ben on NEH.
Which one's which? Okay, NEH is who?
Bucket Hat Ben, he, him.
Oh, yes. Is it capitalised each one?
Bucket Hat Ben, all capitalised, no spaces. Yep. He, him.
Oh, I did the wrong side.
Yep.
Cool.
And on the other side, table 17, we have Alex / Vinegar Mink.
Where? Oh, Vinegar Mink.
Yep. Also he, him.
Cool.
Yep. There we go.
In which case, I believe that is everything ready to start going.
Nice.
Let's just double check. It's the first round, so you know everyone should chill about it. Cool. Good. We are good to get going. Welcome everyone to the Reading Regionals, which I believe is the second biggest regional tournament happening.
Yeah, one's smaller than London.
You know, I'm happy about that because I'm from London myself, but you are from the local Met.
I'm Reading. I'm obviously devastated.
And here we have Buckingham Ben, who also, if this is the right Ben, I think it is also in the London group.
Nice.
I played against this NEH just this Tuesday, and it was miserable.
Very nice. What kind of thing is it? Is it kill? Is it just fast advance?
What was it? It has bladderwort in it, and I don't think it's trying to kill you, but it's just trying to really like grind you down.
Is it like the Nats R+ ones?
I think so. It's just there's just a lot of misery, and like, so it plays pad campaign because it costs 4 to trash.
Yeah.
So you're less interested in doing showing the cards there.
Very nice.
It's got bladderwort in there, so that's going to just grind you away, and like you have to go deal with it. But also it's too expensive, and if you do, you turn on Oppo, and there we see the Oppo already. Like it's just a miserable time. But we're going to see what happens here.
Yeah, we've
let me just make this
got
a little
loading
bit
fairly standard, and we've just got your NEH opening.
Yep, just install. Hopefully trying to do that every single turn.
Oh,
there's a spin
running a
doctor to
spin.
give us some extra cards so that we can do another turn just install. There is also federal fundraising, which is going to let us stack the deck, keep it safe.
Yeah.
So we can play, I believe there is ice in here. There's Mest and Chestfoes and things like that, because Mest and Chestfoe gets to a point where
we're not saving raindrops for it though, we're just running now because it's not likely to get too much value very quickly.
It's very good, yeah. Hashiko going to be very happy accessing a card every turn.
Yes, although not good for the credits.
Yes, that's true. What kind of stuff were you thinking to see in Hashiko that might help here with all these assets and just the amount of credits required?
So hopefully they've packed their bones. If they haven't, then probably having a rough time.
Yeah.
If they've got a turtle, then that should hopefully have enough counters anytime they're running anything with ice.
Is it usual for Hashiko to play Hana? Because Hana is, when you see Hana come down as an asset spam player, you're like, well, there's my whole edge gone.
Yeah, I always like to include Hana. Whether or not you do, it tends to be based on the person, so it could go either way.
But yes, definitely lacking Miss Bones would be a real struggle here.
Yes. Seeing them maybe makes me think.
It's kind of wild though, because Miss Bones, it just says have 10 credits.
Think for 10.
Yeah, I guess that is. If it was printed on a card, people would have it. So.
Indeed.
So we see NH here, they've rezzed their pad campaign just to get some drip income coming.
Yep.
The other options they had there, of course, what am I thinking of? A cheap income asset. Do you choose pad campaign or you choose something else?
What's the one that you first time the runner makes a run, you gain credit?
Oh, yes. No, I was thinking more...
Oh, we're seeing an Oppo.
There comes the Oppo. Just a small one this time, of course.
Yep.
With no threat at the moment.
You know.
We've iced up R&D.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm wondering why there, because...
I've seen a degree mean in hand, so it's just saying if I don't ice it, you're less likely to run it, which is a bold strategy.
Possibly. I'm wondering, because also, you have federal fundraising in there, which is a pretty instant trash on site target.
Yeah. Maybe that's it, you just don't believe that your federals is going to stay.
That's true.
One's gone already, which did turn on the Oppo, but still probably worth it.
And so Hashiko here taking...
Name credit, play something, fire bans.
Very nice.
Seems good.
Assuming here we're going to be using the gain 4 for trashing here, because especially with the corp on just 2 credits.
If this was me, I would be gaining 4 and I'd be removing a tag.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Seems like as good a value as you can get from a single card against NEH.
Definitely. So here running, taking out the pad campaign, especially as well, like you don't want to run an unknown. It might be a spin doctor, you might... I mean, that would be the worst case scenario for sure.
It's always dreadful when you run a spin doctor with a run event and you just lose all the value.
Yeah, and seeing a 4 to trash asset on the table just feels like Biobands was just made just for that.
Yeah, the pad campaign hasn't made its money back yet, so...
Yeah, that's the risk with pad campaign. I still can't remember how have I forgotten all Netrunner cards. There is another income card that you could play, and it's always a choice of do you play pad campaign or do you play this other card. And I feel like it's like
buying in a Marilyn.
Yes, Marilyn campaign. I think that's the one.
Yeah,
I think this deck also has those in.
I wouldn't be surprised.
It's very nice because not only is it good income with no cost to you up front, like pad campaign where the first turn you're poorer, but also it's technically an extra like 4 cards in your deck that aren't agendas, because they shuffle back in and then they come back up again.
And if the runner keeps trashing them, then they keep coming back anyway.
Now I'm confident in there. That looks like a wage workers to me. That would there we have a wage workers, which is going to help a lot.
Another expensive 4 trash.
We had a mention of NASX. I remember NASX. No, not quite NASX, but yes, that's your classic 4th pad campaign there.
Indeed. 3 more installs.
Just so you know, we do have we can pull up any card we want. So when we're thinking about things, although this should be in the background, we can just pull up any card we want. So let's bring up probably the most important cards in this matchup, which is Oppo here, which is just going to be a constant threat. You know that also the Spin Doctor just wants to put those back, put back federal fundraising.
We're going to see what we're getting back.
Put back the Oppo.
2 face downs, I think.
No, I think they were turned already. I think there's just a federal fundraising left in there.
Okay, so the Oppo did go back then.
Yeah, I think that would make sense. It's just there's so much power in Oppo.
If you can shuffle back in Oppo, you always feel happy doing it.
Although it's the more I think about it, it's kind of weird because Oppo isn't that good in terms of numbers, right? Because you're paying 7 and they're paying 8.
I mean,
you're paying 1 click, they're paying 4, which is true, and it does mean you can do, particularly with NEH, you can do install, one of which draws you a card to keep your hand still padded out in case they're going to run your hands, and then you have that finisher. So
I think it costs you a lot, but forcing the runners to spend an entire turn dealing with it or face the consequences, it can win you the game sometimes.
Yeah.
And if it doesn't, it's still a lot of tempo.
See, we've also got Omani Snite. Yes, this is on Omani Snite and Crypto Crash in there.
Ooh, weird.
Which, if one of those gets scored, and that's why the Wage Workers is so good, because it gives us that click for that.
There comes the bladder what?
I'm not sure what other options are available to this NEH deck for getting 4 advancements down.
It might have a shipment, but that requires you to already float in 2 tags.
Yeah, I'm wondering if there's maybe a one-off seamless or something.
I would love a seamless in a deck like this.
Oh my gosh, we're on Daily Business Show and Federal Fundraising.
We're really just saying I control completely what's in my hand and what's on the deck, and we're just
maximising for as many assets with as many credit trash costs as possible on them. And the Wage Workers is just really brilliant in here. It's super flexible.
Yeah.
Particularly what's great is if a Wage Workers is up and the runner's like, okay, I won't go to it yet, and then they run the board and they see another Wage Workers, that's an immediate sign for the runner to just completely give up on any hopes of getting rid of it.
Yeah.
They
you
should.
also can't do that.
Yeah.
You can't just leave it on the table.
But the flexibility too, if the runner's trashing all your economy, well, you get a Wage Workers down, you click for 3, gaining a click to still be able to install that turn and trigger NEH. You're having a great time there. And then of course the 4 install turn.
Yeah.
Or in this case, 3 install turn and then a big Oppo.
Well,
that's 3 cards that the runner just cannot touch, cannot take a look at, because they have to be too worried about what other punishment is in front of them.
Unless you've got a wheels, like you mentioned earlier, that would give you basically the only way that you can deal with that.
Yeah.
Which, we'll see if it's in
there. So, Hashiko, it's very hard to know what this Hashiko deck is doing here. Yep. We've got a Mystic Mayumi.
Yep.
And we've got Hashiko flips, drawing cards. And that's pretty much exactly what you want.
Yeah. We're going to probably stay flip for most of the game. Hard to flip back against NEH.
Definitely.
Yeah.
I guess we're going to be hoping just to kind of be playing events to give us money.
Yep.
And most of our money coming from events, Fermenter and Miss Bones, hoping there is one in there.
Second buyer bans, once again. Only 3 because we're running the Bladderwatt here.
Yeah.
But still nice to get rid of some of that.
Thought about resing it? No? Okay. So taking down the Bladderwatt, which stops some of the income.
Yep.
But we do know that there is... And then is that a liberated account?
Well, that'll fix the money.
Yeah, that will certainly help. I feel like liberated accounts isn't seen too often.
No, it's big and difficult to put on the table, but once you do, 15 credits is a lot of money on one card.
Yeah, but all of these cards, they're always the equivalent of a click for 2 credits. And the thing about liberated accounts that always makes me feel so bad is that you always click for a credit to end up playing. You almost always click for a credit first to end up playing it, and then it kind of defeats the point of it all. But
yeah, I'm always a big believer in telework, but of course that's influence here.
But yeah, that's net 8 credits on that card. It takes some clicks to get off, but that's going to help a bunch.
Yeah. Checking a bit more board. There's the DBS. Do we trash it?
Which it's difficult to work out what the corporation is thinking right now. We've got 5 in hand. By this point, we're expecting to see a few agendas have come up. Maybe some. I don't think we've got any face down discards there.
No.
So maybe there's
we could have
a
face down agenda on the table.
That's true as well.
Don't know how comfortable I'd feel doing that against a Hashiko who's clearly happy to check a lot of the board.
Yeah. And I'm a little surprised that we haven't seen the Wage Workers come up just to gain 3 credits and have it resident active for future turns, because then it can be a pad campaign if it really needs to be.
Yeah.
You're gonna do 3 installs as NEH, and then you've got your last one. to gain a credit.
Oh, looks like they've just got their nice prizes. Yeah, maybe you're just scared that if you res it, then the runner immediately crashes it, so you want to get an agenda with it.
Yeah, we've got a lot of operations in hand. I think we've got, it looks like a few different options of tag punishment there.
I saw the shipment. Was there something else?
So there we've got on the virus. Probably not going to do much here.
No, I like to have it in this meta. Like,
yeah, it's definitely a safe include.
If you see a
pretty
big
much in
order,
every
it's
deck.
just,
yeah. Almost every runner deck should have a pinhole, and almost every corp deck should have a Mavarus.
Yeah.
It's just the safest way to play.
Yep. There we go. It finally shows up.
Yeah.
We're on
So
no
we've done
money
the
at all.
federal. Now, are we going to? Yeah, there's click for 3. We're triggering the wage workers to give us 1 extra click for an install, which gives us a draw. A draw
Nice.
which is you don't have a choice in that draw.
I think you know what it is because you had the federal. Like,
yes, but as in you also, like, if you're forced to overdraw,
yes,
you have no choice in the matter if you create a new remote.
that is true. Yeah. One downside of NEH.
There is a Marilyn, so obviously hoping that sticks around to get some money. But
Yep.
if you see a Marilyn, you have spent a click running it, but you can just run it next turn. The corp hasn't gained any credits.
Yes.
You've spent an extra click to do it all.
Yes.
But sometimes that's
If
worth
you wait
it.
till it's been res though, it feels quite bad because it just shuffled back.
Yeah, that's true. And the turn that they res it,
Yeah.
they get their net zero. So
Yeah.
so we took out the wage workers there, which makes sense. That does
Yeah.
feel like, as much as we say federal is a trash on site, it does feel like wage workers is the real thing to trash.
Yeah. Federal will give them the kind of control, but wage workers is how they're going to win.
Yeah, and federal. Let's just bring up federal a second. I believe federal is the top 3 cards, right?
Yeah, it's top 3.
So with NEH, what we're looking at is
You get a free draw
so you're going to draw 1 for turn. You're going to get a free 1.
from the federal.
So if you have 1 agenda, you can keep burying it. Then it will just be on the top.
You'd have to decline to use your free draw from the federal.
Yes.
If you're NEH, you're drawing all 3 of these cards. You just get to choose which order you draw them.
Yeah.
Although with the DBS, you can choose to put one of them to the bottom.
Yes, and you can do that after. Oh gosh, that's
Yeah.
So you filter the top 3 to choose the agenda, which you then federal fundraising. You could draw a federal fundraising or another draw trigger. Use DBS to then choose the agenda and put it on the bottom. Just stall the game.
Basically
out
out
that
of
way.
the game.
Yeah. And then it just occasionally comes back up again when you shuffle with a spin doctor, and with a Marilyn.
Yes.
But it means that you can ensure that the points aren't, as you
They're
do
not
it
in
over a
hand.
few turns. Yeah.
Trying to work out where to put all
Yes.
the servers.
Yeah, that is the one difficulty here. What's your preference of lining up your servers? Do you like a little snake line or?
I'm a big believer in just keep on going off the off the table until it kind of starts interfering with the table next to me.
I did think of buying an extra wide playmat just to come along and play asses, so just outrageously
it's a power
overlap
play.
half the next person's thing. So we're making a run here, we see a pad campaign.
Yeah.
Now we're getting to the point where there's so many economic assets on NEH's side.
It's hard to trash them at this
Yeah.
point.
There's so many economic assets. The cost for you to trash them is so much more than it is for them. And on top of that, there's more important things to trash, like the fact that they can perfectly filter the board. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
We have just received those cards they were showing off earlier. There are some wonderful class acts we've got here.
Yep.
Very nice. Yeah, we can go way closer. There we go. That is a alt art, full art, the class acts.
Yes. Very snazzy.
So yeah, it just gets to the point where you just can't beat this deck with money, and
No.
I don't know what the strategy is to try and beat this deck really.
Well, hopefully you find a twinning or a conduit or something, and you can just hammer the top of the deck and steal some agendas before the corp can get them. Because if the corp is drawing all 3 with their just all of their draw, that means the federal isn't protecting the top of R&D, and you can just steal them there.
But yeah, definitely. If your plan is to just focus on the remotes when you come up against the corp, you're going to really struggle here because it's just you don't need breakers, you don't need cool tech, you just
There's not
need
enough click, there's
pure
not enough
economy.
credits.
I guess Imp here would be amazing, and obviously if Nobkuru was still unbanned, Imp Nobkuru would be absolutely incredible tech into this. Or just being Lou would help a lot.
Being Lou is always nice.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, if you're playing, I guess Criminal just takes a Miss Bones and hopes that 10 money is enough to take down a couple of pad campaigns in a Marilyn.
Yeah. If you're playing Shaper, would you ever DJ Lou?
It's an option. I guess I wonder if DJing just for Steve to get the money back is better.
Yeah.
Depends on what your event distribution and stuff is like. But you're definitely going to be having your Parisha down.
Sadly, not an option here, even if you want to. But like.
Yeah. There's also right now, like we've got a piece of ice on R&D. It could be a ping for 2 credits, but we're not expecting any like surprise money appears. So it could just be you can just run through there.
Yeah, for 2 credits, you can just say the worst that is a tag, and I can just pay to clear the tag.
And you get them down to 0 credits then, which means they're not going to be raising anything on the next turn.
Yep.
But there we go. Now back up to 4 credits, so that changes that plan again, unless it is a Meston Chespo, in which case
I
think not going to do much there.
At 4 you can res a Serevna, and that's a nasty one to hit if you've got no way to break any of its subs.
Yeah. Now is this a this is
a price.
Yes.
Very nice. So trash 4, we saw losing a gamble here is rough. Oh no, this is labour rights.
Oh, I see. Okay, yes, I was like playing the price and then looking through the entire discard pile and rearranging it. That's very suspicious.
Yeah,
and could be a game loss.
No.
So there we go. Yes, labour rights is
a
down.
card even stronger than the price.
Putting back buyer bans. Is buyer bans just simply the best cards in this deck right now?
No,
it's possible.
It's definitely a commitment that just we're running the remote.
Because you're gaining 2 credits. You're getting a run and you're clearing a tag, which is kind of 2 credits and a click. So it's like a clickless check a server and trash up a 4-cost asset for free.
Yeah,
and
hopefully
also
you're paying for it with Mamie.
Yeah, so it definitely seems like an option here.
Yeah.
And right now, we do have credits in the pool. I was going to say maybe we're at the point where we just have credits on Mamie. That's all we do, and we just draw a card every turn with no cost.
Yeah, certainly. Difficult to kind of keep the econ for events down with the Mamie.
Yeah. Welcome to everyone who's watching and joining the stream. We have 9 people watching right now, which is pretty great. That's more than we had for early games of London. I hope you're all enjoying it.
Welcome to Reading, if not in person, then at least
digitally in Reading, Reading or Reading, whichever one. What are people looking forward to today? And where is everyone joining from? Have we got people in the UK watching from home, or have we got some American people tuning in to check out what's happening over in the UK in our very warped and twisted meta sometimes?
We've not got 4 Mercuries.
Okay.
This time.
Okay.
I don't think.
Yeah, that's definitely. If any of our games early, we'll do a little analysis of the the breakdown of IDs. I'm always fascinated to see how those break down.
Scotland was horrifying.
Yeah, that was a lot of PE going on there. Oh, the arrival of more prizes has just happened.
Very nice.
We now have Charlotte Cassador appearing.
Yeah.
Because now we can play 6 Charlotte Cassador in a single deck, right?
Yeah, one for every old one.
Yeah. Excellent.
It's why everyone has like 500 Seamless Vultures. I assume that's how PD does it.
Okay, so runner's turn. Getting
tread lightly. And we're playing it.
That is a very very unique card to see appear in this deck.
It's been showing up.
Very good though.
Yeah, like every time I see it played, I'm like, actually, this is kind of sick.
There is an immense amount of panic that comes on the corporation's face when they see this rock up.
Yeah.
3 extra credits is an extortionate amount to charge them.
Yeah. In this case, it's only 3, but sometimes it can be as much as 6 or even 9. If you're running a big remote, it can be massive, and even just for 3.
And I feel like against where we're seeing a lot of Asmari, an incredible tech card. If you see that they've got the thing they need in a remote you've probably untouched for most of the game so far. Forcing them to play 3, 6, 9 extra credits is certainly going to make sure they can't score anything, even if you don't get through.
Yeah.
Oh, and now even more prizes. Just prizes galore. Here we have a Mercury.
Very nice.
An ID that I really want to. I want to see Mercury happen. Yeah.
Work.
Somewhere, someone will crack it at some point.
Yes.
And here, Mercury's having a great time.
Looks like we paid 5 for a ping.
Wow.
Which, I I guess if we need to protect that remote, then it's worth it. But like,
and I mean,
it's a lot of money.
But we've got 0 credits now as the corporation. We've got no drip income on the table. So playing this Banhar last click is unless
real threat.
Yeah, unless the corporation can find an extra piece of ice.
It's a Rashida.
Okay, we'll forget all of what we were saying. It's a Rashida. Things are fine.
Can we res anything else for 0?
Possibly a federal fundraiser. Well, I assume we're just going to take the rewards first, because there's no point rearranging the top 3 if you're just going to federal fundraising them. And finally, Hashiko has flipped back, which is going to be 2 credits next turn, which will help out.
Very nice.
So here comes Rashida for 3 cards and 3 credits.
Yep.
Then on top of that, we're going to have federal fundraising fire to look at the top 3 and arrange them as we like. That's, I believe, a Bladderwort, a Tithe, and
a agenda of some kind, I think.
Is that a Better Citizen program?
Might be. That's rude.
Yeah.
It'll certainly make the buy-band feel worse.
Yeah.
Although buy-band is the one card where it's alright, because you can clear the tag.
So a hand full of cards, and taking an extra one, and when we install something, we are going to have to draw.
I think we're going to have to discard on this one.
Yeah, but I think this is a good time for that Spin Doctor to potentially fire.
Absolutely.
And with the runner didn't access anything, which means they definitely didn't trash anything last turn, so the Oppo in hand is not going to be doing anything this turn.
Yeah, it's definitely worth it to get your Rashida, but like sometimes forcing the runner to take an Oppo can be just as worth it.
Yeah. Now, it's so Oppo. A lot of the times, the NEH that I play is a kill NEH, where you're just trying to get the Oppo down, force lead them, and then you've got your end of the lines to solve the problem.
Yeah.
In that one, often I feel like giving away a 3-point agenda just to give me the power of the big Oppo. In this one, definitely think that's not going to be a strategy. You're just going to want to be burying.
Yeah, you can't be feeding agendas if you're not on kill.
Yeah. And the Oppo is just there just to
slow you down
and to let the runner know, like, you want to think about when you're trashing things and make sure you don't. So now we've got 2 pieces of ice, and the outermost is a Tithe, which is excellent because it's going to have 2 net damage subroutines rather than gain a credit doing net damage.
Yeah, we've got a remote that we can't get into for now because there we go, nice Tithe. We have a turtle in hand, so if we really need to, and a crew actually, we can get into that remote if we have to.
Definitely.
But like, do we want to? It's a lot of resources to get in, and there's also 9 other remotes.
Yes, of which how many of these have been unchecked at this point? It's difficult to say. I imagine we're not seeing agendas naked on the table. The corporation's still struggling with money.
Yeah.
There is, we're seeing good pressure from Hashiko to ensure that the corporation has to think about what they're resing. Because if the corporation can get, 3 resed economic assets, a DBS and a federal fundraising, and a wage workers on the table, then that's the point where there's not really a way out for you now.
Yeah, there's just so much tempo for the corp.
All you need to do then is try and find your illegally played copy of Apocalypse and hope that somehow will solve your problem. But
yeah, hope you're not on stream. Looks like the spinner's gone. I think we shuffle back in some face-ups.
Okay.
Don't think I saw what they were.
In hand, it doesn't look like we've got any agendas in hand, so maybe we do have one on the table, and we've got to the point where the runner can't afford to check everything. They're checking this remote.
Yep.
Although maybe the agenda is just in that remote, and we're thinking, hey, we think that they can't get in here now. They've got to find a breaker, install it, and make a run. And in fact, we're
another Bladderwort.
Changing turns. Bladderwort comes down, and again, we're staying very poor, so that's going to work well for us.
Yep. Just keep hitting at the runner and kind of giving yourself a bit more drip and hitting their important cards out of hand, hopefully. Speaking of.
There goes crew, yeah. Now, when I was playing against this deck that Ben has, the fascinating thing about Bladderwort is there was basically never a turn where Bladderwort didn't fire.
Yeah,
because
I've noticed that.
This deck is there a really difficult line where you have to work out specifically when to res economic assets and not to make sure you can keep in that range? Because the threat of Bladderwort just eating away your hand is incredibly painful.
Yeah, I don't know. You've got so many assets you can res though. Like, if you just keep resing assets, then like,
Yeah.
you can keep spending the money almost as fast as you're making it. Don't think there's a regolith in this one.
Yeah, I don't think there is regolith in this list. I think because we just don't want to, because we're playing Bladderwort, we just want to keep our credits low.
Yeah.
We know that if we have 2 Bladderworts and a pad campaign and a single credit left over from the last round, once those 2 Bladderworts are fired off, we then have enough credits to be able to score out a 2-4 with wage workers.
Yeah.
So
Ooh.
okay, so
Looks like we're dealing with Bladderwort again.
Yep. Does make sense here as it's a face-up asset, so we know what we're going for. Not playing good cards. Regolith is a very good card, but Bladderwort is certainly a more annoying card to have running around on the table, especially with so many assets around. Now, how many Laborites, and are we expecting an Ashen? We have seen an Ashen Epilogue,
Compilation.
actually. Compilation will definitely help with. I mean, effectively, it's what you pay a credit to access a card and host it on it.
I mean, if you're spending 2 credits, 1 credit to install, 1 to trash a card, sort of.
Yeah.
That's the same 2 credits you'd pay for an imp.
And if we get to enough turns where the Corp has only been using Federal Fundraising and no DBS, that means that we know that some agendas are going to come up.
And we can sweep HQ and hopefully just win the game.
Yeah.
Losing Eye for an Eye.
Now, Eye for an Eye is a card that I haven't played much of, so let me remind myself what that one does. Eye for an Eye.
It's an interesting one.
Play only if you're not tagged. Run HQ. If successful, take a tag, access additional card. So with Cupulation, that can be a...
You can see 4.
Yeah. That's pretty huge. And it lets you trash a card from your hand to trash a card.
Which, if you've got a Steel Skin, a Strike Fund, you can easily get.
So we do have a seamless launch in there.
Very nice.
And we're immediately... So this is on the runner's turn. They've got 1 click left, so they obviously ran the Spin Doctor.
Yeah.
Looks like 2 Bladderworts are about to be shuffled back
We're
in.
thinking.
Yeah, it's just... A deck with 8 Bladderworts is a nasty deck indeed.
Very much.
So those will be going back in.
Yeah.
And then when it comes over to the corporation's turn, they'll be able to filter draw again, but now they've got potentially some new agendas bubbling up. Thank you very much, Axu, for pointing out. Yeah, I've been redoing the stream layout.
It's a very snazzy one.
Yeah. In future, there might be some more fancy technical things. Like I thought about putting on some. Oh, hey Dan, welcome along. It does really feel there is a real grinder element, and it's amazing how with just 3 Bladderworts in the deck, you can grind away a runner.
Yeah, it's just enough that it really feels like it hurts.
Yeah. Now we've got 7 cards in hand. We're just working out, of all these cards, we've got 3 credits. Which are the things that we want to res? Oh no, sorry, wait, this is still the runner's turn, because they have 1 click left.
Yeah.
Oh, no, it's not. We're now on Federal Fundraising.
Yeah. Oh, that's Crypto Crash, I think.
And is that a... Oh, is that a re-education?
Might be.
I mean, it's
unlikely.
It's a tempo hit of a card, but...
I've never
really
seen
better than
play...
Degree Mill? I'm surprised. I'm very surprised
I feel
by
like that can't be right. We're thinking of resing wage workers.
Okay. So we don't...
Clicking for 3.
And over-installing... Oh, so I believe it was a virus in there.
Ah, snazzy. And the Crypto Crash goes in.
Yeah.
Discarding something.
I'm sorry, the deep dive is coming.
Yeah, that's true if you're...
Yeah, I mean, Sam would have been 2 credits so far. I think we've seen a mess in Chespo, so you could get 5, but it's not feeling like it's a good include as an agenda.
But ping can also cost 5 to res, so
that is true. That was
could be the tech card we need here.
Stealing that.
That seems like a very good target to steal, especially as one to make sure that they can't run it, shuffle it back in. Wage Workers, how many influences Wage Workers? Is it 2 or is it 3?
I believe it's 2. Just 2 influence for
2
each
influence.
of those.
So certainly on 2 of them, possibly on 3 of them.
Yeah. Feels like
and with NEH's 2 extra influence, it really goes a long way.
I always forget NEH is 17.
It's like just to make a good ID
it just
even
wasn't
better.
good enough. We're working out if we can get in. Looks like we can.
So running into Tive, paying to yep. Okay, cool.
Yep,
Just paying
very
to get
nice.
through.
Stealing that crypto crash.
Flipping as well, which will gain 2 credits at the end of the turn.
Yeah, certainly better than leaving it there and losing 7.
Yeah. Now it looks like maybe we're not using these click trackers. Is what's going on.
That makes sense.
And maybe at one point we were using them and now we're not.
It happens.
Oh no, we are. Okay, cool.
As the corp, you've got to feel fairly gutted here. That crypto crash could have done quite a lot to deal with the runner's econ
and also possibly I think we overwrited the Mavirus, which is going to be really annoying here because that's going to it helps a lot to stop them running out server. Although they can always run early.
Yeah.
You pop them a virus, they just run somewhere else and then run back.
Yeah.
The turtle really can hurt this deck.
Yeah, it's such a good breaker. Like, once you've got it on the table against assets, you can't keep it perched for long.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm very interested to see what's going to become of Turtle 2.0 in the Amakua is such a fascinating card for the fact that as soon as you put it on the table, so many corporations now completely reevaluate their strategy to how can I lock them out.
Yes.
And I think that a card that can change the shape of the game so drastically like that is huge.
Yeah, it would certainly be. It's going to be big if it's just gone. Like,
I'm trying to think of what other cards are like that.
I suppose you've got Audrey, which is in many ways similar.
Yeah.
But it's much easier to kind of keep an Audrey down because it requires a trash as well.
I guess there's also Banha. Like when Banha comes down,
you
suddenly have to go, cool, how am I double icing these things I want to protect now? And I think that it's really interesting to have these cards that offer such a need to change your strategy to adapt to it. And not just play the cards in front of you in the way that you know best.
Yes. It's always good to have a card that just makes you reevaluate what you're doing, think about.
So we've got 5 minutes left on the round, and it's in the runner's favour, and I think it's looking like the runner might come away with a win here because they've got running HQ here with raindrops.
We're not. We didn't pop the cup. We just saw one. We're saying we don't think there's agendas here, which
But with 2 points on your side,
the
corporation is going to have to score something from the table. We do see a tomorrow's headline, which is something we can just quite sneakily store.
We've got a Hollow Man, we can score that from hand.
Oh, yes.
Although we need to make a bit more money. You need 6 to res plus 1 to advance, so 7 credits to do that.
Yeah. And the runner has stayed very well on credits here. We've got 8 credits in the pool.
There's been an exponent showing in kind of credit management on the runner side.
Yeah. And possibly fortunately or possibly by great decision has a lot of these cards I feel like we've not seen the other side of.
Yes.
A lot of them are just simply untouched.
Yeah.
Which is fascinating because also the corporation hasn't decided to res them. So potentially it could just be a bunch of agendas that somehow we got flooded and had to install.
That's a
re-education off the top.
Certainly a shock surprise here.
Yep.
I mean, you've got to be scared when you see it.
Yes, definitely.
Like, suddenly you've got to count is there room for a neuro spike.
Re-education just so commonly seen in Asmari and only Asmari now.
Yeah. Seeing it elsewhere, bit of a shock.
And so, definitely in the runner's favour now with 5 minutes left on the round.
We're running back, we're seeing a Bladderwalk, we're leaving it.
Triple Reaper on the board. I don't think so, but that would be very impressive. I don't think it's that the re-education was put on top. I think that it's more likely that... I don't know, maybe it was, yeah.
If you feel like
because it's
with
very...
the cup on the table, it might... Although...
Yeah, you might be worried that they are just going to run HQ, and if you've already got tomorrow's headline in there, putting the re-education in there as well is potentially saying the win is in hand.
And, yeah...
it's very difficult with NEH and federal fundraising to use it to protect the top of the deck properly.
Yes.
So we have tomorrow's headline here, which should give a tag. There we go.
Yep.
And then it's over to the runner. Going to raindrops again. This time, are we going HQ or are we going R&D? We've got the trap inch marking as the Banhar token here to mark HQ. It looks like we're going to try and push for the win here.
Yep.
We used the copulation.
We're stealing away workers.
And let's see what happens.
One
That's a
seamless
launch.
One hollow man.
Holloman, are we going to trash that?
I think you have to.
And then it's a Message Espo.
Ooh, complete miss.
So we haven't got the win
now. There might not be an agenda
now.
in hand anymore.
I believe that would be correct.
Checking archives.
Turtle is up to 4, which means now it can get through Message Espo.
Yep.
Is it worth? Okay, we're just doing a run here. It's an Amani Sanai. A decision was made to not res that when we were scoring the...
Yeah, that's interesting. Might just be that we're feeling too poor to just res that. And the runner
maybe we need the threat of being able to res
we can't really
things.
boost into the trace at all to do any damage.
Although with Banhar on the table, it feels like to res anything, it just never feels great.
Yeah.
Because you're never going to get a second piece of ice down on a lot of these things.
Yeah.
I mean, this deck has probably got 5-6 pieces of ice in the entire deck.
Looks like there's a degree mill in there, which,
Yeah.
I don't think you're excited to see.
Doesn't really have text on it anymore.
Yeah. It's difficult to score, and at this point, it's easy to steal.
Yeah. So there goes down a wage workers.
Yeah.
There's the degree mill. We've got a Bladderwatt as well.
Putting it in the server.
The Oppo is just going to be very expensive to do.
Yeah. I think we're thinking about
Time on the round has been called, which means it's going to be game over here for Bucket Hat Ben.
Yeah.
The runner done an excellent job here, particularly finding the 2 biobands early and then making the decision to shuffle them back has given a lot of extra value, especially with an early Mayumi.
Yes. That Mayumi came out like turn 1 or turn 2.
Yeah.
It's just been a credit turn.
And yeah, I'm very impressed. A very good job of managing all the assets in front of you.
Yeah.
To keep the court poor enough, and if you keep them poor enough, they can't come back from it. So there we have it. It's the last turn for the runner.
Yep. We've got enough turtle counters to break basically anything.
Yeah.
We're going to hit HQ.
Resing a tithe, paying 2 to break. Accessing 1 card. It could be the degree mill. If only there's a snare or something in here. But there we go. Yeah, there's the win.
That's game.
Excellent game. I'm mostly very impressed because I played that deck on Tuesday this week against that NEH deck, and I had such an awful time. I was like, "This is
certainly an excellent
so many credits you need to be able to break through all of this."
Yeah, like knowing what's worth trashing, because we've left that federal, and like I never leave a federal, but like apparently you just can.
Yeah.
If you're confident.
Yeah, I guess with NEH, know that the federal isn't really doing that much.
Yeah.
Because really, the only text that's useful on it is it could draw you an extra card if you really want one.
You've got
whereas
better choice
DBS is Daily Business Show is definitely way more annoying. Well, there we have it. That's round 1.
Yeah.
Gone to time and then won in time by Vinegar Mink here.
Yeah.
giving them 3 points, and Ben with 0 at the moment. And then we'll be going to the next round.
There we go. Wage Workers finds his way back.
Thank you very much for joining us for the first game. Do let me know if there's any kind of audio adjustments you think could be made or anything like that, or if you think we can move things on the screen a little bit around more to give a bit more space to things. And we will see you back for round 2, which will be starting in something like 10 minutes, I imagine.
I believe so.
Cool. See you guys in a bit.
Nice.
Hello everyone, welcome back to Reading Regionals. We're joined in round 2 here. We have ASA Group against LAT with some funky IDs here, but yes, that's ASA Group on the left and then LAT on the right, and I'm joined here by Hemra.
Hi.
Welcome. Tell us, so Hemra finds himself at the stream table because I believe a game loss.
Yeah, my opponent had a deck error problem,
So in that case, here for the stream instead. What are we? I mean, I guess we're expecting to see pretty standard things. Although there's a bit of variation in lats now.
Possibility out of ASA.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Is that something? Okay, that's not something I've come across. I usually see people playing just like the classic. I play this card because then I get to play fully operational, and it's very good. But with lat, we could see a few different things. We might see pawn shop lat, which is pretty fun. People have been trying that out a lot, getting some reasonably good results in the London meta with it. But we could just see a kind of like regular, good old shaper stuff lat as well.
Yeah, I'd be looking for the console. If they play Swift, then they're looking at deep dive.
Yes, yeah. And what do you think of this matchup? Who do you think is like favoured in this matchup here? I guess with lat, you're probably going to be getting your hand size value every turn.
Yeah. Whether they've got the economy to keep up with the board.
Yeah, definitely. So, starting with ASA, we've got, I believe that's a virus in there. We've got a Managam Skunkworks as well, and there's a Tranquility Home Grid. We use our ASA trigger to protect it. Are we going to flip the Tranquility install in it? So we're doing an install first, then drawing, and then installing that, I believe, to be a Wage Workers at the side there.
Right.
So I believe that was just a Tranquility Home Grid, which I'm surprised that we didn't choose to install something on top of it.
When the turn you install the Tranquility, you can't get its trigger.
Oh right, yes.
Because it's the first card.
Yes. Okay. That's why I should learn how to play Netrunner. Yes. So because it would itself have already been the first card.
Yeah. So you need to let it stew for a turn.
Yeah. So now we've got coalescence here. That's giving some signs that we might see a pawn shop.
Yeah.
Version of lat here. There we have a pawn shop.
There we go.
That is ever increasing the chances that we have a pawn shop lat deck here. But maybe the pawn shop lat is just threat, just to make the corporation think they're going to trash something, but then actually they don't. So what do we got over here? It was a Nico campaign, not a Wage Workers, that's been taken down. So we do have the Wage Workers. That's going to help us score out the off-board office that we're hoping to put down somewhere.
And I think the fact that the lat has played the Aesops makes it maybe less likely that they're on deep dive, so leaving centrals open is less of a risk.
Yes, yeah. And here is a crocodile.
I've seen ducks before, but not crocodiles.
Okay, so back to the runner's turn. ASA, just doing ASA things right now. You know, we're getting to the point where we're getting our fully operational is now better than a hedge fund.
Yeah.
So that's nice. And there's not currently a piece of ice in hand, but maybe we'll stretch to it soon. But probably next turn we'll just be scoring out if we can manage to.
Yeah, I think, was that a pinhole threading in the lats?
In
their hand.
Oh, yeah. Looks like it. A very important asset to take out here because that is the way that they were hoping to score that agenda. And we don't seem to see a seamless launch in hand. Now, does anyone in chat know the relevance of this crocodile? Because I've never seen it before. Here comes another coalescence. Just again, even more money. Give us something to sell to the pawn shop each turn.
Yeah, keep that engine rolling.
And a Harmony AR Therapy in hand. That's not a usual card I'd expect to see.
Yeah, I mean that indicates that they think the deck can go long and wants to get cards back.
The Crocodile is the health and safety inspector, I see. So, the corporation's hopes were that we'd be able to just, installing in. Are we going to install additionally? We're going to take our 2 credits from that, and we're installing an ablative barrel on the outside there. Probably putting the Holloman in the adjacent server, so we have it split out. Oh no, we're just going to go for a raw advance, hoping that we can survive the turn and then finish advancing that out. And knowing that if we need to, we can oh no, we wouldn't have the clicks. Would you earn enough? The Holloman would never be worth installing. Yeah, it's not cheaper. No, if you trigger.
No. But if that
it's
that's
you
an
earn
off-board office, you earn enough to cover it, and it will give you a spare click, so they can jam something else in there and get the tranquility value.
Oh yes, that's true. Yeah.
So it's just about keeping that momentum going.
So very much going for the long game here with Lat DJing for Steve, so we can go get back. I imagine it's going to be a coalescence when we run here. Yeah, there we go. Really offering the choice there. Okay, the Crocodile is there to eat up all of Steve's discarded cards. And here we access some virus. No reason not to just trash that.
Yeah.
Just to get a card less in hand.
No, I wouldn't expect ACID to be running any kind of reprisal operations.
Yeah. And then now comes down the Coalescence, probably the one that we got back. Just give him money, and again giving us the thing for next turn to get rid of. It's definitely difficult to keep installing an asset every turn, a card every turn that you want to trash. It's definitely a challenge.
Yeah.
And it does restrict your ability to, be making all the runs that you might need to make against a deck like this. But there we score out the off-board office, which unfortunately for the runner is credit positive here and is helping them out a lot. Up to 11 credits on the corporation side.
Yeah, they've chosen not to use the Hollow Man for that.
Yes. Well, I don't think the Holloman... So they'd be able to install the Holloman, install another upgrade with it, which they could have done if they had the Mavirus. However, if you install the Holloman, you earn 2 credits, which kind of covers the cost of rezzing the Holloman, but then you're still paying 4 to put 2 advancements down as a second click. So if you just advanced twice, it would have been two credits.
But if they use the Hollow Man, they could then keep putting something else in that remote, like that agenda that just came from.
Oh yeah.
So it's about the tempo. But
yes. But that Hollow Man is now gone into the bin. But I'm sure we'll see it spin back later if we need to. And now an Ace Root with no cards in hand. So
yeah.
We might see a turn of just drawing a bunch of cards here because you want to be able to have options for your installs. So yeah, I assume we're going to draw another card first in case we decide to just install both of those. Those can't quite fit in the same server. So we eat our Ace of Trigger for a Spin Doctor. And we've got another install here. What are we going to do with it? It could be a Tranquility Home Grid into the server with the Spin Doctor. But no, just drawing up instead.
There's a fully up in hand.
Yeah, there we go. Now, a card that I've been testing out with for, mostly for Acid Group, but mostly any of these kind of like go wide, fully operational decks is Gaslight is only 1 influence. And often you do have an asset that will just sit on the table, be untouched for a turn because the runner can't run everything. And just having a little bit more consistency, having a 4th fully operational can really help a lot to make sure you get it. Because the hardest part about these decks is if you just don't find a fully operational, you're often broke. Like, you're just struggling the whole game, and you find out when you get to the bottom half of your deck that there's still all 3 are in there somewhere, and there's nothing you can really do to get back from that. So a tiny little bit more consistency just for one influence can go a long way. Okay, we've got, is this
Pressure Spike?
Yes, that's the one. Not one we see too often, and
I think they're hoping to use the Aesop's economy to just fuel that Pressure Spike.
Yeah.
And it plays into Bran reasonably.
Yeah, that's
cheaply.
true. I guess my thought would be that often with Shaper, knowing that you can just go get what you need to, you'd probably just go get a Cleaver, because the numbers are just so good on it. You can afford to play Turbine as well. But maybe this deck's trying to rely a little bit less on things like SMC as a result.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see what they might be using that influence
have we
for.
really... Apparently we've seen a Joyride get drawn. I don't see a Joyride in there. Maybe it is. Oh, no, that's someone skateboarding. Yeah, that middle card there is a Joyride. Wow, that is going to be very powerful here, because also those Centaurs are just wide open right now. So we're fully opting to draw a bunch of cards. You can see 2 agendas in there. So I think that was 2 sets of drawing and then some credits. But with that being first click, we can now do a double install and a single install. We have a piece of ice for a double install.
Yeah.
Probably...
Is that Christian Grid in there as well?
Yeah. I'd assume while there's 2 pieces of ice down, looks like is that a Hagen? And we know the other's an ablative, so maybe we're a bit worried if... Oh, yeah, we've seen the Pressure Spike, so right now the corporation knows that the runner could just get through all of that. In which case, maybe... okay, alright. Cruising Grid on HQ. And icing up page... Oh, as part of Acer install. And then 1 click left. I mean, are we going to put a Rashida in the remote, maybe? Okay, we're going for a Vitruvius. And we do have a Seamless, so we would be able to over-advance it so we can go and get back a fully operational or a Seamless launch, whichever we decide is better for the timing. So we sell off our Coalescence up to, looks like 15 plus 6, 21 credits now. So that Aesop's has really been turning in some value here.
Yeah.
Here comes an SMC. Oh, this Shaper is lap, just so you know. Then we've got Overclock coming down. We've got the Pressure Spike for any barriers. We've got plenty of credits and the 5
and
on
there's an SMC
Overclock.
down as well.
Yeah, so they can get through anything here. And they're running early, so they know that they have the option of spending 2 clicks to for a mana golem if they want. More likely they're going to be spending 5 credits because they want... oh, okay, maybe the oranges are 3s. Yes. So not resing the Ablative Barrier, I guess hoping that we're going to get value from that later. Particularly with the Acer being able to fire from Ablative. So we're just paying to break through, going to save those Overclock credits for either spending...
I think they spend the Overclock credits.
Yeah. Oh yes, yeah, sorry, gosh. Hagen is expensive. There we go, we're through. And then it's just what are we going to trash and what are we not going to trash? Yeah, with the Corp on 8 credits, it feels like taking out the Tranquility isn't really going to change much for you. It's just going to set you back too far to be able to do anything about it. And then playing Diesel, refilling the hand, and then I guess we are looking for something to settle. Have we managed to find that?
Maybe a Muse.
Yeah,
so
we've seen
2 turns of Aesops.
Yeah, we've seen plenty of Coalescence though. Just taking a credit as the last.
Well, they've not played a console yet.
Yeah. And then getting the lat draw at the end there. So back over to the corpse side. They've lost that Retrievus they were hoping. Oh, we also I didn't see that, but the runner has also stolen an off-world office.
Right. Yes, they stole that from HQ.
So really what the corporation is now is, I guess, looking for a Bran. Bran is annoying enough to make running a server a couple of times a lot more taxing, but we're at the point now with the runner on 4 points. There's probably going to be 1 or 2 Iquas in this deck. And if the runner can just find and touch it, like they don't care anymore, they're just going to take that and win. So trying to force the runner to spend credits by like rerunning a server is going to be very difficult. Spending some time thinking here. Yeah, I imagine, is Pressure Spike the best thing for breaking Bran? I guess like a Cleaver Turbine. No, even Cleaver Turbine still have to boost.
Yeah. So it's only one credit more expensive than Cleaver Turbine.
And it
with the threat.
Is it just the same as Corroder though? Corroder just the standard default. Oh, is this a Boomerang? Or a Physarum Entangler? I do not know what that alt art is for. It looks like it's a Physarum Entangler.
Yeah.
And then we're burnering here, hoping to flush some things out. And like if we put something on top of the deck here, we can just go touch it. So
yeah.
Looks like that might be an ablative there. Yeah. Here comes ablative, which is online now, so we can use it to install somewhere. And we know that we have the Chrysium grid on HQ, so this seems like a good time to be firing that.
Yeah.
I don't think we're going to see any more kind of high value HQ success runs in a lat deck.
I think was that the Hollow Man installed back in the remote.
That would make sense. And we're letting it happen. Which maybe we've already put an agenda in there, so we want to. Okay, not finding an agenda yet. Okay, well, I imagine that agenda is going to go on the top.
Yeah. Fully up on the bottom.
Fully up on the bottom, and then leave them with the biotic is probably the safest bet here. Yeah. Now we do have a Spin Doctor, yeah. So choosing to use it preemptively, which is surprising because you can just wait until they make that run on R&D,
yeah,
and then do it, and then potentially you don't have to do it. Unless I'm confused about run timing and actually there isn't like a... No, there's definitely a window,
there
yeah.
is on the commit to access.
Yeah, I think we were just worried that using the Chrysium would get us too low on credits. Does Burner say instead? You don't access anything else, do you? Yeah, instead of breaching. So you also don't see the Chrysium grid there. Oh yeah, and a missed Steve trigger. Yeah, that's very true. The Steve trigger at this point probably would be 2 coalescences. And here we've got a Joyride, a very fun card, which we all wish we'd see more of. But so first we are resolving the if successful, which should be to draw 5 cards. Let's bring up Joyride because I think it's a card that, you know, it's possible that people have never seen it before. So there we go, drawing 5 cards. It doesn't replace any breaching, so you still get to breach. And in that case, it's seeing a fully operational on the top, not the card you want to see on top of the deck. And then finishing with a Creative Commission to get back some credits. Looks like a purple 5 there. Yeah, there should be a little. I agree, Sobek. The joyrides are fun, and I should add a little thing like you know how. Okay, 20 minutes left on the round. Whenever when people subscribe to a Twitch stream, when they have that little sound effect and stuff, we should have one for joyride, and it should be the craziest dance lights.
Oh,
okay, there we go.
In hand.
A bunch of agendas coming in now. And unfortunately, we did sell the SMC, right? Is that really what happened? There was an SMC and now there isn't. So I assume we sold it because we felt like the 3 credits were more valuable. That could present a problem later. Oh, unless we have another one in hand, but that could present a problem later because now the corporation can feel a bit safer about this server with the, knowing that if you put some other type of ice there, that might stop them. We can see a brand in hand as well, which is, it's 6 for you and 5 for them, but that can be very meaningful, especially when you've got mana gone down, and if they also have to spend a click and 2 for an Iqua, when they're only on 9 credits right now, that could be pretty significant.
So is that the Iqua in the remote? Can't see it.
It looks like it. So I assume we're planning to advance 3 times and then seamless on it, which we've had a seamless in hand for a very long time.
There's another Hollow Man in the remote.
Oh yes. So we're doing wage workers, install, and then are we just going to fully opt for ridiculous amounts of money here? We put a Bran on R&D. Yep, so 3 triggers. Firstly taking 2 cards to pad out the hand. Gets to 5 cards. And then I imagine probably taking credits for the rest here because with no clicks left, you will just be discarding. Unless that naked card happens to be a Spin Doctor, in which case maybe you're a little bit more okay with it. Yep, just taking credits for the rest there. Up to 12 credits. Then pawn shopping the Physarum Entangler. Oh yes, the SMC was probably to get the Physarum, yes. Because Physarum you have to pre-install, right?
Yeah.
Yes, it's when you encounter, so you have to pre-install it and hope and pray if it's unres, it's not. Mistbone is going to be very helpful in taking down some of these filled up servers with many upgrades. Here comes a Chrysium Grid. So we're running HQ trying to get Steve to trigger here. I'm probably just having a peek because it could be a win. We see the Seamless. Yeah, that is right. There was a 2 in 5 for getting a 3rd agenda there. Not quite the winning agenda, but and we know that there's a Botic in hand. So from this point out, if Tanzan can manage to score this Iqua, which they have everything on the table, although now that the runner has seen the Seamless in hand, that might remind them. I mean, there is Holloman too, but it might remind them to just double check. Like maybe I should take down this wage workers. I'm not sure. It does mean that if they can score that Iqua, they just need to have enough credits, then they can score from hands, and they can be happy with that. So we've drawn to turn, getting into a Tatibola. Pretty sure, yeah, we just go ahead and score here, choosing not to use the Holloman, which makes sense because it's just simply more expensive.
And also, if it's bluffed as a Managarm, they can score out a Vitruvius from hand.
Yes, yeah. My only thought was that if you do use the Holloman, it does save you a click, which could let you get an install to trigger Acer if that was somehow useful for for pushing you ahead in the game. It could be putting the agenda in there, but with 2 in hand, the runner has to run through, each time breaking the ice, each time taking a 1 in 5. You're feeling reasonably safe.
Yeah, and I don't know if Germ Apple will be prepared for the win next turn.
Yeah. And even then, it's not even a win for them. They will just be getting an extra 2.
But Acer could win next turn.
Yeah, I mean, Germ Apple has seen the Biotic. Although credits are too low at the moment, I believe we do know that's a hologram.
It's exactly enough because of the Tranquility trigger.
Oh, right. Wow, yeah.
Install res for 2, install gain 2, res for 2,
so,
4 for 2 counters, and then the last credit for 1.
In which case, obviously, we know the information of 2 Vitruvius in hand, but for Germ Apple right now, it's you need to find an Iqua, and you need it on this next click, because otherwise, there's just many ways that this final agenda can be scored. Although if you run R&D, no, surely as Acer Group, you would just you trust in the heart of the cards there, and you say the top card is not an Iqua. There's probably only 2 Iqua in the list. 2 Iqua is always a very safe, reassuring amount of Iquas to have. You know that if you've seen one of them, you're like, well, at least there's only 1 more, and I'll just try and score that one.
Oh, yeah. Sobek's right in the chat that the runner that should know it is.
Yes, yeah, it was installed with ablative. So here we've got Muse to go get for Saruman Tangler. And here, I guess we're hoping to take this down because we know there's a Biotic. There's the possibility that they would try and score a off-world office, although we've seen 2 of the off-world offices, so yeah, I think it just got to a pinch point where there wasn't really much you could do apart from just hope that top card was Iqua, and it wasn't. It was an ablative. So now passing to the corpse turn, they draw for turn. Install, gaining 2. Advance, play a Biotic, advance, and then score out, and there we have it. That's the game. A very good game indeed. So it was a pawn shop lap. I'm surprised to see Pressure Spike in there. It feels like it's maybe good for this matchup to have it in there because of Bran.
Yeah. Well, maybe they're not got the memory for running Turbine as well.
Yeah, potentially. I don't think we ever saw a console, so we're not quite sure what console they're on. It could utterly unbelievably be that there is no console, but that would surprise me a lot.
Yeah.
But yeah, a good game. Thank you for joining us for round 2.
Thank you for having me.
And thanks for coming along. Thanks for watching, everyone, and we will see you in round 3 when we get to it. Hello everyone, welcome back. It's now round 3 of Swiss here at the I was going to say London Reading Regionals. No, the Reading Regionals. We've got Built to Last against Sable here. Let's just put one of those up. Now, rumour has it this is a Built to Blast.
I believe so. Unless there's been sudden deck changes, then given that I know who that is, I think she's probably going to be on some sort of Built to Blast. Might not be the exact list that Andrew printed made a while back, but it's something like that.
And then
Sable.
Yes, and then Sable.
I think that's a deep dive Sable.
Okay.
And I'm pretty sure it will be on like 2 deep dives.
Yeah.
Because I think she said that she doesn't like 3.
Okay.
And we shall.
Yes, Sobek. It's just we're muting it when we're on break, so that you don't hear random people talking about how bad the stream was next to the stream table. So yeah, I am not too familiar with Built to Blast. So Built to Blast is a kill deck.
It's a rush deck, but if you try and match pace with it, it will kill you for going too fast.
Just with punitive, or
just with end of the line mostly.
Oh, okay, cool.
So your big threats here are Public Trail.
Yeah.
And might be off though, I don't know.
Okay.
But yeah.
We've got install advance, very standard turn.
Yeah, we're creating a remote. Good for Sable though.
Yep, definitely.
Oh. Okay, I can see the dice is on
yes.
the top side, yeah. Swift turn 1.
Thank you very much, Sobek. It's great to be along streaming and seeing some great players. And when we get to the top cut, there are some very talented players in this room, and I'm very excited to see what they're bringing. Especially, I know some players are bringing decks that I did not expect them to bring, but they have come along with them. So
I don't know.
Hopefully they make it to the cut, and we'll see what happens.
Being surprised.
Okay, so we've already got a Kurapira, we've got a Chesver, which is going to be very nice to have around. We have our Swift down. Is that
looks like Bones?
Yeah. And then we've also got Daily Carson and Inside Job, so we can go touch that card.
Oh, we are using it.
Okay. I mean, if it's a Charlotte, we're very happy to just get rid of it.
Good to get rid of
Charlotte. And if it's an agenda, we're very happy too. So
we're thinking about rezzing anyway? No.
Like an advanced card there.
Yeah.
We just always are just very happy. Yeah, there it is.
It's Charlotte, and she's gone.
Yeah.
Getting some money.
Now, how many Charlottes? Charlotte, let's have a look. I have a copy right in front of me here. It's 2 influence. Are we expecting three surely in this kind of deck?
It's so good in Built to Last. Like, I'd want to put 3 in.
So what? 3 Charlottes and then 3 Spin Doctors, probably.
And then 3 Public Trail, or like 2 Public Trail and an Oppo. It's hard to know exactly how you do.
Maybe some room for a couple of Mester Chespos as well.
Yeah, it's difficult.
That's also. Although, if you're already going to be advancing your Charlotte.
Once you're on Built to Last, it's so difficult to work out what your influence is.
Yeah. So. Again, install in. I missed the first click there, but we have the daily cast down. That's going to give us loads of credits over a few turns.
Yep. We've got lots of ice. We're probably icing a central here, or we might. Yep.
Okay, that's what the third click was.
Yeah.
Protect HQ, which makes sense because
dangerous to leave it open against Grim.
Yeah. We would expect this kind of deck to play Doof, right?
Yeah,
why would you not? It's one of the best economy cards in the game.
Yep. Click for, a swing of 10.
Yeah, and for a runner like Sable who wants to run a lot because their ability says you should run every turn.
Yeah, especially when you've got a Swift on the table and it's not even a double anymore.
That's true.
Running archives just to run archives?
Seems so. What is that new card we've drawn there? I can't quite see it tucked away in the corner there.
I don't know.
But we have got another Inside Job as well. I'm assuming this deck is pretty much just
oh, it's a neutral favour. That might be where we.
Okay.
That explains why we made our run.
Yes. And what are we looking for here? Probably Amakua?
I would guess so. Like, with no face-up ice, so you can't really make any guesses. I'd just put a circle on the table and feel happy about it. There it is.
There it is.
Now you've got to be feeling some pressure to ice up centrals.
Yeah. but unfortunately, Built to Last is definitely going to have enough ice in it to be able to do that comfortably.
If there's one thing Wayland has, it's ice that ends the run.
Yeah. And the good thing there also with Armakua though is, it's hard for them to double ice all of these things. And once you find one, with Sable, you're able to get so much value on a run on a certain server that if you just have a barrier breaker and turtle, then you just use the barrier breaker just to get your turtle up to strength, and then you're good.
Just getting in once can be enough for Sable.
Yeah. And then we have another Charlotte already, so very fortunately drawn into 2 Charlottes very early on in this game.
I mean, they both look to be getting fairly good draws.
Now, are we going to expect to see Ice R&D, Ice Archives, Advanced Charlotte?
I always want to do that when I see a turtle on the table, but it's hard to know.
I guess the only reason not to would be if the ice in front of Charlotte is only 1 strength. But maybe you just have to... Okay, no, we're
looks
protecting.
like we're slightly scared of losing that, and we're just icing one of them and saying, if you get Archives, it's not that bad.
Yeah. But this does give Sable a chance to...
really just farm counters.
And probably a good window for it as well, because then they're not going to be using that Charlotte the next turn.
Yeah. Oh, she's only on like 2 credits though, that's difficult.
That's, There's a nuker, that's going to help with drawing more cards later, but how do we make opportunity of this window? Maybe we don't. I guess we're hoping for a Carpe Diem.
Yeah, like Sable can be on backstitching, which can get you into your central to just get those turtle counters, but feels like
really
you're losing an opportunity to just run.
We might just have to click for a credit here, because it looks like we haven't found anything that we can do with 1 credit.
You know what I think we were doing here? I think we were looking for a Carpe Diem.
Yeah.
And just sometimes you don't find it. We do make the run just because it's free.
Yeah. Oh yeah, of course.
But 1 credit and a lot of cards. Just put a Chevrolet on the table.
Unlikely to be too relevant in this match, I would imagine. I mean Messner Chesvo is there.
Messner Chesvo exists. Afshar's often in Wayland.
Yeah.
But
and is a server that you're generally a little bit more favoured towards running towards.
I suppose if you saw a triple advanced card, you don't want to let a Horton fire.
Yeah. So there pops the Charlotte again, just printing money.
Yeah, just
the Charlotte. Like if you let a Charlotte run for 4 turns, like it's you.
In Built to Last, it's click for 5 and a card draw.
Yeah.
Just, now you've got to be able to turn that money into a win, which hopefully we're doing with some big ice here.
I guess alongside that though, it's like how much do you balance trying to take down the turtle?
Yeah.
Like I wonder, probably it's not the line, but there could be a line of like double advance the Charlotte and just put something on Archives so that next turn you can purge and still get 2 turns of Charlotte value.
Yeah. Looks like we're advancing that card.
Yep.
Don't think I saw what it was, and advancing Charlotte as well.
I'm going to say it was Horton or Mazalus, one of those 2.
Probably Horton then, because Mazalus is rotated.
Oh, then that will be the one.
But yeah, getting that up to strength is good when there's a turtle, because then it's got that AI hate.
So yeah, what are you thinking of the odds for each side from this position? I feel like it's definitely swinging over to the Corp's favour with 2 Charlottes coming up.
If the
and one
Charlotte just
sitting
keeps
on the
ticking,
table.
then it's just so difficult to hurt them.
Yeah. I guess Pinhole is something we would expect to see in Sable. That also would have been a great thing to find as that last card there.
Yeah.
A Pinhole run on Archives to go take down the Charlotte.
Yeah.
Which again might be doing what we're doing here.
Ooh, lots of money, which will help here.
Yeah. Is that a Doof and a Carpe Diem?
I think it's a Bravado.
Okay.
I think I recognise that alt art.
I mean, the number of credits the Corp is on now, that they can res everything.
Yep.
And it's only going to get worse. Now they just need to get credits on top of resing everything to be able to advance their agendas and so on.
Yep. So we're just going to give a quick run and see what we get here. So
face check into R&D, see what happens.
Do we take the run? What's the worst that it could be? I guess a stab cut.
Yeah, program trashing is particularly awful for criminal because they generally have no recursion, especially if you're on 2 or 3 deep dives. Like, you've not got much influence.
You can't really afford it.
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
It does feel like the risk is too great here.
Yeah.
And I feel like most Wayland decks, Staff Crew is just so incredible in how it can
I think you
ruin
could just
some
include
decks.
one and like...
Yeah, it's like you always want to have one.
Yeah.
You even if it's like, okay, I put it innermost on a server, that might be where it is, but if it happens to
it
be...
will still ruin someone's deck.
Yeah. Particularly against any criminals.
Yes. You still don't have, presumably, Carmen.
Yeah. Yeah, it feels like we've had a very wonky draw of...
Time for you to come be a gem.
Well,
Yeah, Fred, I've got to go.
that's all right. We now drop down to one commentator for the rest. The difficulty here is, I think, our criminal player here she's just not found. She's not found money, and that's really forcing her to play awkwardly, like installing this Kurapura when she has no intention of really running and using it, losing all the surprise factor of playing it from hand. And meanwhile, this Charlotte Cassador just keeps ticking up. So what do we got in hand? It looks like, is that a hammer there maybe? Or an anvil? One of those two. And then there is a gens in hand, but both of those are so well protected as it stands. With the runner still on low credits, very, very free to just let this Charlotte tick away. And a new remote on the side there, I would expect that to be a spin doctor, but we'll find out shortly. And just again continuing to draw cards, which hopefully are ice, to build up these servers to a point where there's just going to be no way through for the criminal player here. It will just be way too expensive to run any of these servers, especially when you start adding in tech like Biovolt would be a great card here just to be able to shut off one of these, shut off a run after they've made it all the way through. We're going to have border control because it's a Wayland card. So these servers are going to get very, very expensive indeed, and they're going to cost next to nothing for the corporation to be able to res. Spending some time thinking on Sable's side. Oh no, this is a run on HQ, I believe. Is it a run on? No, I don't think it is a run on HQ. I think we were just checking the ice that's there so that we can have a little bit in mind for what we should do later if they do decide to run it. So the class effect firing, that gives us a falsified credentials, which is good for getting our turtle strength up and giving us some more money. I imagine we're going to see that naming asset on that face down card over there. It is in fact an asset, it is a spin doctor. Now, hopefully the corporation recognizes that it will be a very good idea to res that immediately, because otherwise you might see a back-to-back falsified. Now, are they going to remember that they did expose a card? Because that is a counter. Yes, there we go. So we do get that turtle counter for the expose. Just a very nice card. If you're playing criminal already and the falsified credentials is no influence for you, then it's a great way to be able to bounce back your turtle from a purge, which is something that we might see from the corporation coming soon. So are we going to run our mark here? Yes, yeah, I was very confused for a second there. So working out whether to, I believe, making a run here. Corporation just having a look at what we've got. I believe it was a Mazalus No, sorry, a Horton. That does look like a Horton. And then on the inside, let's bring up Horton, because I do not remember all the text on that. And then on the inside, I'm imagining we have an Afshar. But this is definitely going to become more annoying later. We get 3 counters. They cannot break subroutines on this ice using AI programs, which means then they'll be forced to use Shibboleth. Which Shibboleth, breaking a 4 strength, it will be 5 to break a single subroutine on Horton. So instead that will be 6 credits to break a Horton with Shibboleth if it gets to 3 advancements. And then there is an Afshar on the inside. But we pay our way through, spending an awful lot of credits to get through to there. And then we get our access. Is it the agenda? It's not, it's a border control. It's good to know that they have it in hand, because then you know that that might be one of the next cards coming down, although when you see it, you're just going to feel bad knowing that everything else you paid past it, you're probably going to have to pay it all again. So a very difficult position. We do get an Armakua counter. We did get a click back. We did force the Corp to res, but to what effect, really? Forcing the Corp to res ice is important, but only on the basis that it costs them and that they have less credits. So it's not looking good for the runner right now. That Charlotte Cassador just being allowed to just tick away continuously. So we're bravadoing. I wonder if we haven't, we've already triggered Swift, so I don't think we'll have enough clicks to finish with a deep dive here. So that looks like now it's either hammer or anvil. I'm not too sure on. That is a hammer. So one of these, 2 of these are going to fire. So it looks like we're going to be losing a resource or a piece of hardware and taking a tag here, which is going to be a problem, because if you're planning to float that tag, that means you might just die to an end of the line, which in this deck we expect that there might be some end of the lines in there. Oh yes, sorry, the corporation gets to choose what gets trust, and of course they choose Swift. Then we take our credits from Bravado, because we do manage to get through. It doesn't stop the run, so you are successful in getting through. And then we clear the taggers last. So we're forcing the Corp to res, but now they're down to, well, they're back to 16 credits, which they can just res anything here, which is going to be very difficult. There is an opera in hand, which is going to further put economic pressure on the runner, and now we have the end of the line as well to support it. Is this the time to put something over the Charlotte, or to or is it the time to purge? It's difficult to say. It does feel like a purge is needed, because if you let that Armakua run around, it can now go and trash whatever's in with that Charlotte. Alternatively, you can just put another piece of ice outside and hope that the runner can't quite get the funds together to trash the Charlotte. So we put an upgrade on archives. Oh no, sorry, that's a discard. So then we have an R&D mark this time. Oh yeah, business as usual. That's a good shout. It lets you. Does it let you purge? Yeah. A very nice card to be able to just clear some counters away, and it's infection. So I do wonder if there might be some Mavarus in this deck, because Mavarus is just great in almost every deck, specifically for this reason. But yeah, so the Corp did decide to purge here for the 3 clicks in order to lock the turtle out. Now the turtle can run through archives, but in the process will get trashed. So it doesn't really solve that problem. R&D, there's a piece of ice, they can certainly res it. There is a Spin Doctor, so one option is to run the Spectron to force it. But it's very possible that the discarded card there is an agenda, just on the thought that, hey, we can take our time as Wayland. If we build up a big enough kind of glacier state, then there's no way they're going to be getting through. We've seen backstitching come down here. Let's bring that one up. Backstitching, when your turn begins, identify your mark. It will already be triggered from Sable. Whenever you encounter a piece of ice during a run on your mark, you may trash this to bypass that ice. This is good. It will give a free access through to R&D, which will also get Armakua, hopefully, to 1 strength. And then we have a tree line. 4 strength barrier. Certainly annoying enough for Kurapira to deal with. It's going to be 3 to boost and then 1 to break, the end of the run subroutine. But that does give us a Kurapira counter, which could help if there are any Pharoses later. And then we see an Aket on the top. Stays where it is, gives us an Armakua counter. Didn't need to use the backstitching, which is nice. But again, very, very strapped for cash as a corporation here. And this Armakua is certainly not going to be the long-term strategy here. Hammer on Archives being good, very possibly. I don't know too much about Hammer and where to put it, but I do remember some advice from Soccer from his Worlds win, whichever one that was, of putting border control on Archives as a way to take down any pinhole threats that come in. That was a very good suggestion, and often that's where you might occasionally just drop a spare Nancy, because often if you just want to lock them out against Armakua, then just putting anything sharp on Archives, you can not only leave it there for a good amount of time and then eventually purge, but you can get to the point where they then run it and they think, oh well, surely at worst case it's just like an ice wall or something, and then they get to face 6 net damage from an Nancy. So down comes an Aket, which we're going to advance. Now there's a lot of ice in this deck that could take more advancements, but we haven't seen much tech to put more than just 1 advancement through the ability to click for a credit in the first advancement. So I'm not sure what we're looking at as a way to do that, because most of these ice, of course, only come online, like a Ket for example, really comes into its true form when it has 3 counters on it, which for a Ket, which we've seen on R&D there, is becomes stronger, and also they can only break 1 of it, which is going to fuel even more advancement tokens. So here we're checking backstitching, so possibly we're looking to backstitch through Archives here. The difficulty here is we're putting in a lot of effort here as the runner just to get I mean it's a free click back when we do it, but if we do run Archives with basically just getting a turtle counter, and the problem with that is we're just doing so much for such little rewards when they're just printing money over there with Charlotte Cassador that there's nothing we can do about. Going to run the spin doctor here. Now, from the corporation side, unless you're planning to use the spin doctor for something else, probably is worth rezzing and then popping it just to deny them getting a turtle counter for free there. Oh, okay, no. Just leaving them to access it. And knowing that the corporation couldn't afford to trash it, so there's less cost for doing so. But I wonder if that might end up being a mistake later on, although we've just seen... The question is that there is a line here where we public trail end of the line just as tempo. It could certainly mess a runner up. I don't know if it's a good line, but it could be public trail end of the line advance once, which lets us just keep on turtling around. No, okay, so we're going to take the advancement, which is clicking for a credit, then we're going to pop the Charlotte, which gets us another 3 credits with Charlotte Castador here, and then we're going to install an Atlas in there and then advance it once, which means we'll be able to overscore that Atlas on a future turn. Atlas, of course, being able to let us go get whatever we want from our deck, which could be going to find a kill piece if we need to, but also could be to go and find perhaps an Audacity to score out another Atlas for the win later on. But we'll have to find a way to get to 5 points first, and we haven't seen any 3-point agendas that I've noted yet. Moving back to the runner side, first going to nuke her to give us some more options for the turn. Again, we're down on 1 credit, which is a really difficult position to bounce back from. There is a cupulation, which will help us with some HQ pressure later on. And we got a lot of interesting tricks and tools in this Sable list, but unfortunately just a very difficult matchup for any... oh, okay. We are going for just the counter here and the money. I think we do need that certainty of money. There was an option to choose the thing in the server and guess that it's an agenda, but knowing that it could be a Biovolt upgrade, very unlikely to be a Charlotte Castador, because one was just trashed in order to put this card in. We have a HQ mark here. Are we going to make a runner and get some use out of it? We do have 3 counters, which is almost what we need to be able to actually make a run there. We do also have back stitching, which isn't unique, so there is the option to, install 2 back stitching and just go. Oh, we might be doing it. We're probably just using 1 on the outside because we do have the strength of the Ashar there with our Amakua powered up. But again, we'll be losing 2 credits as part of Ashar firing. Just an incredibly punishing piece of ice. Although it's interesting that we haven't got Winchester in here instead, because Winchester can also be incredibly expensive for many runners to deal with. I believe that's discard for end of turn. Not quite sure what that card was. So, drawing for turn on the corporation side. Probably looking just to score out here. Putting down 2 advancements. And then possibly deciding whether to put 1 more in. That might have been the corner of a CityWorks project that I saw there. Cool, so we're breaking our money down into 5 just so we can place that last advancement. Yeah. And now scoring out that Alice, which will have a counter on it. So the mark this turn is archives. That's pretty helpful. It gives us I'm not sure how much we want to save these backstitchings for that future purge, because right now we might see just a court purge next turn, just to reset all the progress that the runner's made. But maybe that's how we need these backstitchings, is we need a way to get into a server. So if the run is archives, we've seen a pinhole there, that's going to help a lot. Pinhole, Bravado, Dirty Laundry, and a Carmen. So putting the Dirty Laundry to the bottom, it looks like. That's definitely going to help a lot. We found our Carmen now, so we can effectively stop relying on the Amakua and start relying on other breakers instead. Let me just remind myself, Hammer is a Sentry, I believe. Not that Hammer. This Hammer. That is a Sentry, so Carmen is going to help there. We just want to make a successful run first, which we know that we can probably just go touch that Spin Doctor and it might stay around, although we wouldn't want to Dirty Laundry into it. The other thing we have to worry about is we are going to be over Mew if we put down Cupulation and Carmen. So here comes Cupulation. And then we're going to Bravado into archives here. Using a backstitching to bypass through the Hammer, because otherwise we're going to be losing, lots of things and taking a tag. I guess we're hoping to force the Spin Doctor's pop here, but if there's nothing in there, then there's no reason for the corporation to think about it, yeah? So we see a too big to fail, a Oppo research, which is cupulated. I did not know you could do that from archives, so we're all learning something new today. Which is good, prevents the Spin Doctor from spinning it back. Just counting Mew at 5 Mew, which means that Carmen that wants to be installed, perhaps struggling a bit here as she's realised she kind of has to pop this copulation immediately, or kind of just overwrite this Amakua, which unfortunately doing so is taking away from the corp. You're kind of giving them 3 clicks back, because they would have to purge at some point, knowing that you can't just leave an Amakua to run around with 5 counters on it when it gets to 5. I'm not sure why we've ended up with 3 credits on the Chesva here, but that has happened. Okay, maybe a bit of a mix-up here with some things moving around. Okay, so we're using the Chesva to break with Amakua, then we're paying 1 to break on Afshar, and then we lose 2 credits because Afshar has to fire, so we pay 1 and lose 2. And then we can use Cupulation, which costs 1 to fire, so we give that back. We also trigger a successful run, although that doesn't matter at this point. If this is the last click, then unfortunately we're not going to be able to install that Carmen this turn, but I guess we don't mind too much, because we definitely do mind. See 2 cards here, end of the line and border control. And a third card. which is a transport monopoly. There we go. There was a time call just now. Not sure how long it was for, but we have to be careful because things will be ending soon. Transport monopoly stops runs being successful. That is pretty impressive and pretty good. Although it is a 2-4, which is certainly a bit more of a challenge to score it, and I do wonder if the text is the most useful. Here comes down a CityWorks project with 2 advancements. Maybe it's like this. There we go. I mean, that CityWorks is reasonably untouchable here, although with a turtle with 4 counters, because we didn't get a counter when we ran HQ last time because we did steal an agenda, so we did not get a counter there. Inside job's definitely going to be helpful. However, how confident can you feel about getting these accesses? Yeah, there is deep dive in here. Oh yes, yeah, transport monopoly is deep dive tech. Yes, I could see that being a possibility. Although I feel like the worry of deep dive has definitely diminished with the changes to trick shot and it being so prevalent in lat decks. But yes, it does definitely help you against a bunch of different things. You can just choose whenever you need to be. I guess the downside to transport monopoly is if you score 2 of them, the chance of you using all 4 counters is, in particularly meaningful ways, is reasonably unlikely. Although being able to turn off a dirty laundry where they pay 2 for the run might just be worth it. Like they pay 2 to make a run. That sounds awful. That sounds like a lockdown. So we're bravadoing into HQ here. I believe this is so we can get a 5th counter, so we can feel confident about getting into that server with the CityWorks. Because things we have to watch out for, there's obviously Archer, but we're very unlikely to see an Archer here. But then the real problem here is if the runner runs this server, they're going to find themselves in a fork, which is if they do go and steal that CityWorks, with 2 minutes left on the round now, they're going to have next to no cards in hand, and then we're just going to see a public trail end of the line just to finish it all off. But maybe, just maybe, there is a line through here that the runner can make it happen. And with an Atlas counter there on the table as well, we're going to forcify it into the Spin Doctor again. And that will be the last click. So just letting this CityWorks get scored, which with 2 minutes on the round, there's no reason not to. Gets a lot closer to victory, and also with the Atlas counter means that you can go pull the agenda if you need to. That is a naked remote, which has a Spin Doctor in it, which has been it's been falsified 3 times now with a choice not to res it. Now, given it does actually do something when you res it, unlike Rashida, but it's been sticking there and giving opportunities for the turtle to get counters and the runner to get money. Which may be the mistake here, is maybe we should have just taken 2 cards earlier on, even if we might just have to pitch them in order to turn off that income engine for the runner. So the runner really hoping to find an agenda here, but it's unlikely that they're going to find another CityWorks in hand. It's much more likely they're going to find one at the top of the deck at this point. Inside job, it looks like we're trying to cash in on all of these clicks now. Time of the round has been called, which means this has to be a deep dive turn, and we have to find 2 2-point agendas or better in order to secure a win here. I think it's possible. Unfortunately, it's on stream, and everyone knows Deep Dive is the most entertaining card to watch in the game. So we saw something on top. I believe that was in the line. Then we're going to inside job into archives, because at this point that card means absolutely nothing. We get another counter, and then with, is that 3 clicks? Oh, are we double deep diving? Oh my goodness. So here we go. Here's the first deep dive. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's the 3 points. 8. So we can take that 3-pointer. That's very good to have. And then they'll get shuffled back. And then we have another deep dive in which we can access up to 2 cards, but we only need to access 1. So now we're just hoping in the top 8 that there is something we need. Pretty sure we haven't seen 3 deep dives in hand, but technically there is a line where you could triple deep dive here. 3, there we go, that's the game. Very good game indeed. I thought for a long time that the criminal was not going to make it through there, but that double deep dive turn is such a miraculous effort at the end there to finish that. Well, there we have it for round 3. We now go on to lunch, so thank you all for joining, and we'll see you guys back at an amount of time, which is here. 2:40 is when we'll be back. The stream will be live, still up, so you can go skim back, watch some clips from earlier if you want, and we'll join you back later. Thank you all for stopping by and watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. We are back from lunch now. Let me just tweak that a little bit. There we go. We're back from lunch now, and now we have a game of... let me just update these pronouns to make sure they are right for these two players. Chili fide. And then fee on cool. And we are ready. So we're kicking off here. We've got PE against Lat. Oh gosh, I have no idea what that card is. If anyone has an idea, they're very welcome to let me know what that is. But of course we have Personal Evolution here. There's a Bladderwort, and there is also a Cohort. Lots of assets that you really want to trash. So let's hope there's some punishment in for trashing those assets. And then Bladderwort is going to fire, which is going to hit this card here. We lose a Dr. Nuka. Well, we've already got one on the table, so maybe we don't mind so much. Now, Bladderwort is specifically, is it 4 or less? Yes. It's then if you have 4 or less. So by resing the Cohort Guidance program first, then the Bladderwort, you then gain 1, getting you to 4, which is 4 or less. So then you do that net damage. But it's a nice little drip of income, and also is an asset that it's very cheap to res. You know, the first time it's free, rather than really paying 1, and that net damage a turn can be pretty devastating. And there we go, just scored out already with a sting. So turn 1 was install, and then turn 2 is just advance. So here we lose Harmony AR Therapy. And also with the PE damage, was that a Nyusha? I think that card is. Let's just... not Nyusha. I've forgotten the name of it. So if anyone knows, that would be great. But let's have a look at Sting. Sting is when they score it or steal it, do a net damage. 1 plus the number of copies in the other player's score area. So that means now if a Sting is stolen, a Hannah comes down, that's going to help a lot. I assume these are coalescences that we're seeing on the table here, but that Hannah is going to be a huge benefit to Lat here. Very happy to not have lost that if it was one of the cards sitting in hand at the end there. Just taking down all the assets, which makes sense. These are things we want to get rid of. Maybe changing mine there on the trash for that. So yeah, the Sting now, if the runner steals a Sting, they're going to take 1 net damage from Sting plus 1 from Sting, because there's a copy of Sting in the other player's score area, and also 1 from PE, so that's 3 net damage, which is a pretty devastating amount to hit. It means you have to be really careful with multi-access, because if you hit that and a snare, or that and another agenda, it might just be game over before you even had a chance. But if you can take advantage of Lat's draw, you should be doing good. Although the runner, the Corp right now down on 2 cards, is definitely forcing Lat to have to kind of give up hopes on that draw. You know, there are some ways out here, but realistically, yep. So running with Hannah, there's never a punishment for running with Hannah here. You can use this, if you pop the Spin Doctor, it just doesn't do anything. So it doesn't like end the run and make Hannah give you a tag. So and we're going to pop it, I guess, because we're worried about it getting trashed. To put back, by the looks of it, just the 2 assets that we had earlier. Yep, so there's a face down still left in archives, just something that we thought wasn't so useful, and then put 2 cards in there, back in the Bladderwort and the Cohort Guidance program, so that we have all the things we need. And then making another run now. So the first click was free because Hannah is a free run. And then accessing, that looks like a Prana Condenser there. Expensive to trash. And can print a phenomenal amount of money. Although it's always quite relieving as the runner to see Prana Condenser because when it triggers, you get to know, well, I get to just sit back and not take any damage. It almost feels like you want it, you think it's a card for you, but... and then down comes a Simul Chip. So, Simul Chip here, assuming you're on a pawn shop plat, would be great just to be able to go back and get a Coalescence and earn 4 money from the pop. But alternatively could be, if we have a Cupulation, could be very useful to be able to recur a Cupulation later on, so that we can take out a couple of expensive assets if we find a couple of 3 or 4 to trash assets in there. Icing up HQ to keep it a little safer. Means we can shore things up in there for a little while. Which by this point, we've installed 3 cards a few turns now and had a Spin Doctor fire and so on. So we might have seen another agenda yet, especially when we're playing things like Sting, which are 1 points. Then there'll be a few agendas in there. So using the Simul Chip to trash and then recur, and then gaining the 4 off it straight away. It is interesting to think, I haven't seen it happen much, but there is an option with Coalescence that you can intentionally not take the money yet. For the reason of things like Afshar, where you lose credits, you can get past Afshar, losing no credits because you didn't have any in your pool, and then choose to gain the credits from Coalescence so that you have them available to trash cards. Making a run with Hannah here, we see a Sting. That's going to be 3 net damage, a painful amount of net damage, and not much left in the hand after it. So here, 2 is going to stay. I believe 2 is happening first. I believe there should be, yeah, and then, yes, because Sting does all of its net damage as a single value, not one at a time. So we did the Sting damage first, and then we did the PE finish, losing a lot of stuff there, and then just drawing for the last there. And then I believe taking a credit, so we match the hand and get a free draw, so it makes sense to take a credit rather than the card. But it does give us a point, so now it's a point either side, and that Hannah is going to be doing an incredible amount for the runner here. And particularly, it might be that if you can get to enough points that maybe you decide to close out this game by trying to deep dive if that's in your deck. Unlikely if it's a pawn shop plat, but still we haven't found that pawn shop yet, and that pawn shop is going to help a lot because cards are expensive to trash and we're going to need lots of money. That is the difficulty with these asset spam decks. So we're going to res the Regolith that's been sitting there and then use it 3 times. Makes sense. To get it to the point where now that it's got just a couple of uses left, you might as well just have the Corp have it, because you spend a click and 3 credits to deny them, spending 2 clicks to take 6 credits. Yeah, it's difficult to justify once they've used it 3 times. Regolith Mining License is a fascinating card. For the fact that if you install it and then use it twice, it seems absolutely worth trashing. But if it's already installed and they use it 3 times, it suddenly feels completely pointless to trash. So now on the runner side, we've got down our Aesop's pawn shop, and then we're finishing out with Crazy Commission at the end of the turn. That pawn shop is going to start getting some value, so that's going to be 3 money the next turn for a Coalescence, 3 money the turn after for the other Coalescence, and we'll hope to install more assets. And we have those extra clicks because of Hannah to be able to run the servers we need to, so we can keep checking the opponent's board, but also it means that we then have that kind of click back to be able to install something each turn to be able to trash away with our pawn shop. So now what is the options for the Corp here? It does seem like they can just let that Regolith sit there and just take the money when they need it later. We're seeing install and then protecting him with a diviner, which it does do a net damage, so it's pretty good for that. And it's also 3 strength, which is not nothing. It doesn't always end the run, but in this matchup, you kind of don't really care. Often, if they just take enough net damage on the run, they might just die when they actually get to the end and access a card. So, net damage is almost the same as end the run in a lot of these situations, except for when they get to their final point, in which case they will resolve the when scored of I've already won the game now, and the corporation will be sad and find someone else to do their net damage too. So we're going to Hana, installing the Simul chip so that we could, if we want, go back and get that coalescence to get lots of value out of that. And then we're running at the end here. That is a, if I'm not wrong, that is a, I've forgotten the hostile architecture. That's the one. Yes, it looks like that to me. So 2 meat damage. We've got a very grindery PE deck here, trying to just eat away at the runner's hand and cards. Card number 3 and also card number 6. 2 at once, which we're going to lose, which is a Kobe, which is going to be pretty blank, and another card which I didn't quite see. So in hand we do have a propeller, which is going to help because there will be some end the run somewhere in this deck, surely. It is possible that you could just go all in on the damage and hope that that's enough to carry you through, but oh, okay, we are going through and taking out the regolith. We're trying to keep their credits low because they're only on 6, which is not a lot. And then we get a DZMZ down, and it looks like that is our turn, which lets us get that lat draw to draw into. I'm trying to guess what that card could be. Could it be an imp? It looks like it's a virus card because it's Anak, and also it has a kind of whimsical face on it that I can only assume is a virus-related card. So back over to the corp side. Really hoping to just find some kind of money cards in here, really. We don't actually know what's in these servers. Playing a very ASA, fully operational style at the moment, but getting things protected. And I mean, like, Diviner is 2 to res. It's miserable. It does feel like the hostile architecture might have been better if it was protected by ice, because then the runner's more likely to check a card on the table first, then you can res the hostile architecture, and then they will think twice about whether to go and get it. But maybe you paying 5 and doing 2 meat damage, and the runner paying 4 to trash it is worth it. And here we have SMC coming down. To be able to let us get through hopefully anything, although we've got a Phasarum Entangler in hand. We might also have a Propeller by the looks of it. So we're hoping that we run into a sentry here. Okay, there is a House of Knives coming down. That's going to be 1 net damage for scoring an agenda, but also now 3 net damage to do later whenever we feel like just wearing down the runner's hand a little bit. And if we can get 2 or 3 of those scored, then we can get to the... Oh, that is a painful hit to have. We've already seen the Harmony AR therapy go, and now the DJ Fenris is gone as well. One of the difficulties of that is the last card you draw, you get at the end of your go, and you have no choice about it. So it's in your hand, and you didn't have a chance to act on it. So that is going to be pretty rough. Now Fee is going to have to really think about every card being even more valuable as a hit point. I believe we are now back over to... Yep. We're working out whether to use the SMC on the Corpse Go. and or whether to pawn chop anything. I believe we're not pawn chopping. First kick is to draw, finding a burner. Could be very helpful. But what is it we'd be burning away here? We might be able to put an agenda on top of the deck, which could help us. But also we have to be careful now, because anytime we make a run, we might be taking a net damage as part of it. I'm not sure what that resource or hardware is down the bottom there. What could that be? I've no idea what that card installed in the top left corner of the screen is. But we are back over to the corpse side. We can see we've got a couple of gens in hand there. We do have Regenesis, which is a pretty good way to be able to get a lot of points when we need to. Installing some kind of asset in there. Then icing up R&D. Keeping things protected. Really running low on credits here. So hopefully that card they installed was a Rashida or some kind of credit drip income, because they're going to need to keep something like that alive. And I guess right now also, if the run of runs and ends with 0 cards, there could just be a Battlebot on the table and that could be it. Here we see a Coalescence coming down. We are at, it costs 1 cheaper because of the DZMZ, so that's very nice. We are at plenty of Mew. Well, yeah, we have 1 spare Mew. Okay, shuffling a lot of things around here. Yep. something like that. And then what are we going to pawn off? Oh no, sorry, we've installed the Coalescence this turn, so no pawning this turn, but that will certainly be pawned next turn. Drawing for a hit point. Is this a... oh, that's a Botulus? With some very nice crystally glassy chess pieces there to pair them up. Yeah, I assume that's a Botulus, but we'll see. Then making a Hannah run on this server, hoping that whatever is there we can at least break a subroutine to get through. With the Corp only having 3 credits, not much they can do about anything. It's a cohort guidance program. I'm going to take that down because that's a way for them to get money and filter their hand a bit. And what's good now for the corporation is it just leaves that kind of a little bit stranded on that ice. They do have the option of simul chipping it across where they need to, which is a very nice option to have in your back pocket, especially when in a matchup like this you really do have to run close to the line. I've just noticed the round number's wrong. Let's update that. Round 407 now. So, corporation, drawn for their turn, installing, and gaining 2 credits by the look of it to add a little bit more threat of the different kind of things that we could see rest on the corporation side now. Now, I have a feeling that's not a Botulus because it's paired. It's not gaining virus counters, so it's some kind of Anik hostable card. And it's not a chisel either, so I have no idea. So we're going to start with a Hannah run there. Now, it's 5 credits, the amount of credits needed to res this card. We're going to think about, we're going to do ping for a damage. There we go, that goes the Phasarum Entangler. Phasarum Entangler, is that, I think it wants it to not be a barrier, right? Yes, so pretty amazing card in this matchup. Because you're unlike to find a lot of barriers. Oh, there is a Size and Tan. So with this many cards in hand, needs to be able to break at least one of these subroutines, I think. Because otherwise, if the call probably for event is correct and has a hit, then it's looking very bad for Fee here. We do have the eco if we need it. Correct, yes, it is round 4. I just forgot to update it, but that's now in place. So, if we... Are we thinking about getting Echelon? Echelon is awfully expensive. Paying 2, yep, it looks like it will be an Echelon, unless... we're getting a Muse. Muse coming down to go get the eco from the discard pile, which we install. We pay 2 to host it. Let's just bring up the numbers for Ika. Ika is a pretty great breaker, but unfortunately it does host, which can make it a problem. Breaking up to 2 subroutines at once is very nice. And then size and 10. Let's just double check. Size and 10 is 2 strength, right? So then we just pay 2 credits to break all those subroutines there. Feels like the kind of thing where you want... Oh, okay, so... right. Now we can see that's paired on there as well. That might... Oh, it's a Hush. Oh, that's what that Anak card is. It is a Hush. So it was only the risk of 3 net damage, but that's still enough net damage that if this is an agenda the other side, it could be fatal. So we go through and we see a Bladderwort, which the corporation's gone down to 0 credits to go and get this. So if you could kind of leave it for a turn, but it's going to be very tempting to get rid of it now, because otherwise it's just going to be a leak of hit points for you over the next few turns. Either you're going to have to run through and spend even more later, or I definitely agree there. It's like you just kind of have no choice at that point. And that was just the first click. Second draw, and then credit, and then creative commission, and then that leaves us to, I see, get the lat draw as the last there. And then we have it over to the corporation again. So they emptied the runner's credits a lot there. We've seen 2 creative commissions come down, I think, and with no DJ Fenris, that's going to be very difficult to get back from. So with the runner on only 1 point so far, they're going to have to get pretty lucky on finding the agendas wherever they need to, because they have got only so many hit points. And we know that 2 hit points are bound to be gone from House of Knives. And then 1 from each agenda. We've seen Regenesis, so it's likely that we're playing just going to find the card. What am I thinking of? It is an agenda. Fuji Asset Retrieval, that's the one. Likely that we're on Fuji Asset Retrieval, because that is a great Regenesis target. And also, it's just a horrible agenda for the runner to run into. 3 net damage on that when you're PE. So we're running through again. It's another Bladderwort, so that has to come down, because that 1 credit is enough to be able to res it. And then, honestly, we're getting to the point where you're probably just clicking for credits as the runner, because you just have to. And that looks like, is that probably a Stone Ship at the end there? Just to give us a little bit more insurance in case we do come against anything particularly nasty. Stone Ship is a really amazing tech card. It's slightly worse than Dr. Nuka in terms of draw, but the fact that you can use it as damage protection and potentially even charging cards if you need to is a really nice bit of flexibility to have in there, especially with so many decks running around like the Ismari decks. Okay, so a Sting going into the remote there. There's also a Rashida in hand. Are we going to try and install it naked? We are. And then, are we going to click for a credit? Or are we going to protect it with a Tithe? The difficult thing is with this pawn shop on the table, there's a lot of... Okay, we're just taking a credit there. Now Fia's in a position. Do you run this face down? Probably. It feels like you have to. You can't let something like that go unchecked, and here that's just going to be instantly trashed. There's no way you can let the corporation get 3 cards and 3 credits like that. Then we're making a run here. We're going to pay 2 to break all the subroutines. We're going to take a net damage. Using 1 here. That's a burner gone. That's a shame. And then we're going to continue an access, which is going to be a sting. So this time it's going to be... I think it's just 3 again, yeah. So it's going to be 2 damage from sting. 1 for sting, 1 for the one in the corpse score area, and then so 2 at once, and then finally 1 more for PE. And there our cards are massively thinned down again. But we've still 3 clicks left because of the Hanno run. So we're just going to draw, and that is a very small stack there. I think it's just a smushed over pile of cards now because there's not much holding it together. Very few hit points left and only 2 agenda points to show for all of it. It's just 2-2 here. We can see in hand there's a couple of agendas along with some ice. The corporation is very poor, but the runner is running low on life. And of all the agendas to steal, stealing 2 stings after the corp has already scored a sting is just straight up the worst conversion to hit points you can get. And with that House of Knives slowly pinging away. Now that last House of Knives charge hopefully will be held in reserve, because you always want to have it as a threat. As soon as you use it, just for like a value kind of pick away, if you're not going to win with it, you want to hold it back. And especially at this point with the runner on just 2 points, unless the runner is threatening some kind of way that they might be able to get 5 points in a single run, like a deep dive possibility, then there's just no point using it for that purpose. You should keep it as threat for them. Okay, we're overwriting the piece of ice. Off goes the Muse and the Eka. Is there going to be use of... probably no point using the symbol chip yet, because you can probably trash a program every turn with your pawn shop. So we're pawn shopping that away, I believe. And then perhaps thinking whether we're going to use that symbol chip before the end of the round to go back and get an Eka and a Muse is probably the pairing we would expect.
I don't think, not at all. I'm probably a casual player, but not at all. I never really played waves.
So, running this server here.
I might have done it on.
There's a tithe. It's small, it's annoying, and to have to host Eka on it and keep moving Eka around is going to be a pain. But we've already trashed this turn. So we go back, get the Muse for free, which gets us the Eka, which we pair up with some lovely chess pieces, pay 2. To host it on there, because Eka technically installs in front of you and then you pay 2 to host it on it, but that moves it off with Muse, so it's a very nice combo with Muse. Then we continue and we go and access a cohort guidance program and trash it, because we want to keep the corp on these low credits. And right now with 1 credit, the worst that you're going to see from the corp is a tithe. I cannot think of any other piece of ice for 1 credit that's going to be a threat to you, and it's very unlikely that there's going to be any way the corporation can summon some extra credits along when they need to. However, it's just the risk that wherever you run, you might be taking some damage. So running HQ, you might end up taking 3 damage. And we see a Diesel in hand there, but I imagine that Diesel is going to be held back. Only if it's really desperately needed will it be used, because it's more valuable as a hit point than it is for 3 cards on demand when your deck is honestly looking like it's about 3 cards left right now. But maybe that's just the camera angle and it's a few more cards in there. So now with 3 agendas in hand, and we can see a blood in the water in there. That's definitely a threatening card to have around. If the corporation get to the point where they can get you down to 0 cards, then they just have to put that card on the table for a click, and then it's over for you. We've also got Fuji Asset Retrieval there. Possibly we're thinking about if we just plonk that Fuji... No, definitely not. If we put that Fuji down, they will run it, they will get it. And we'll do, 4 overall damage? Oof, we're doing it. That is... It's difficult. It's possible that the runner doesn't account for the amount of damage here, but it does feel like that is... that card is going to be touched, and that's going to become very difficult, because when the runner gets to 5 points, it doesn't really matter the kind of damage you're doing now. So here we do damage. That's a pawn shop gone. We pay to break both subroutines. That just costs a mere 1 with Ika. And I think we're just working out, just checking, do we want to access? Are we safe? Is there anything that can go wrong here? Here comes a prana condenser. And then we continue. Access. So now, how much damage versus how much money are we going to go for? We could do a full 4 here. It looks like we're doing... a full 3. So that was the PE damage. And then we're taking 6 credits from the Prana Condenser. Which if we have... Oh, okay. Yes, so we do have Blood in the Water in hand, which could mean there might be a line to kill here. Let's just bring up the text of Prana Condenser. So Prana Condenser, 2 clicks to do 2 damage. It's not quite enough. Yeah, especially with the running thing. Although we could get to the point where the 1-point agendas on the table can be pretty fatal. Although we really need that Prana just to have... Yeah, it's just not quite enough counters at this point. So we've gone to... Now we've got a breaker for everything. And then clicking for a credit as last. So over to the court. We can see a Regenesis and a Blood in the Water. There's no face down card in archives right now. Anything we put down, the runner is going to touch. So we need to be careful. There's a Reaper function. Unfortunately, we just can't tax them out with this Tithe. But we do have the credits now that if we can install the Reaper function, install a piece of ice that costs up to 4, and paying the 1 cost to install it, then we can get to an interesting position where the runners have to spend a lot of credits. They're going to have to use their 3 credits a turn they're getting from the pawn shop. And then we're installing an upgrade on the Prana Condenser there. We haven't seen much influence from this PE deck, so that could be an Angelique, perhaps? And now it's time to think. We're going for a burner run. A run on HQ. Choosing to use burner here to make the run a little bit more threatening and do a little bit more damage. We come into a Diviner, which we can break with just 2 credits for Unity. And then continuing through, we're going to see 3 of these. In fact, we see all of it. And now we get to decide where these cards go. So if we put the Blood and Water on top of the deck and we run R&D, then the game, yeah, just counting the points there. We got 5 in the score area already. So if we can touch that Blood in the Water, we're good. We could actually just bottom 2 cards, just run back, yeah. Put those 2 on top. Take the Blood and Water back to hand, and then we just run back. We pay 2. We access 1 card. Unless... There we go, that's game. Very well played. That was a very nice burner at the end there. Again, it always feels like the runner is so out of options and the chances are so small for them, but sometimes there's just a fine little line that gets you through and gets you that win at the end there. Well, there we have it. Thank you for watching. We'll take a break now and then we'll be back for the next round. I believe we've got a pretty good amount of time left, so there'll be a little bit more of a break here. And I look forward to seeing you all back. If you have any comments about any changes or tweaks I can make to the stream, let me know, including audio and video and stuff like that, because I want to get things perfect and set up for the top cut, because I'll eventually, it wasn't Angelique, there we go, because then I'll cut up that footage later so that people can watch back the games from these as individual games rather than having to watch the entire stream. Cool, thank you very much, and see you
It happens.
Hello everyone, welcome back. We are into round 5 of 7 now, and here we have, I believe this is, let me just double check, I think this is the second table.
Yeah.
We've got Jonald versus Declan or Dolbob here. Now, what I know about these two is this matchup of Ob versus Steve, specifically these exact decks.
Very nice.
These two have played over 5 times in a row, I believe, in preparation for the London regionals. They met up just to practice. So,
very nice.
We've got 2 players that, the best Netrunner would be 2 players with great decks who know every single card in the game, everything their opponent's deck will have, all the lines they should do and shouldn't do.
Yes.
So we are about to see hopefully some very high quality Netrunner. And now I'm really worried that we might just get like a random game loss or something. But hopefully we don't.
We can hope not. Do you know what these decks are doing?
So I know that this is like Kikai's Steve list with
Very nice.
We've got Banhar. That's basically it, really.
Yep,
That's
Steve.
most of it. I think all the influences: 2 Banhars, 3 Strike Funds, and 3 Steel Skins.
Yeah. So
Just to give some extra value for those trashes. And the Ob, I'm not too sure.
exciting.
So, we've
Like
got
we had a mulligan.
there we go. Little fist bump to get started.
Indeed.
Drawing into a second border control there. And we can see we've got we've already got the key piece for Steve here,
Yes.
which is that Banhar.
Very
Now,
nice.
it should be noted, when you're up against Wayland, just remember, your one resource that's very critical to your deck might get trashed.
It is
So
true.
you have to be careful
There
of
is
that.
a 1 per deck card that
Yeah.
will ruin your day. It's also worth noting that against Ob, sometimes there will be 5 subroutines.
Sometimes there will be what?
5 subroutines on an envelopment.
Oh yes, that is true. Yes, that is potentially fatal.
You want to make sure you don't run into that one.
So yeah, I don't know too much about this Ob list. We've obviously seen some border controls, but that's expected. I'm not too sure what the conversion down we're trying to do here. It might be the kind of Circle of Life where you turn it into a virus, which you then turn into a Regolith mining license or something.
I think there's an Eminent in the remote, although that might have stayed
Yeah,
in hand. I saw one in the opening hand.
So we're going to drop down the Banhar, which brilliantly designed that it doesn't work the turn you play it.
Yes.
It would be...
Oh, imagine. It would be a nightmare. There we see a fancy class act.
Yeah. One of the prizes straight into the deck. People love to do that here. They just oh, here's a prize. It's a card in my deck. I'll put it straight in. But yeah, class act is going to be huge for just being able to filter to get what you need. We're going to drop down a boomerang. There we go.
Nice
Look, wow, that is a very nice boomerang.
Tokens.
And then we're going to class act for the end of turn. Drawing 5 to filter down to 4.
Yeah.
Probably gonna, the career fair going to the bottom because I think we're on.
Probably not too many more resources.
I think we're on Earthrise Hotel
That would make sense.
as a draw card, but
Yeah.
once you've already got a class act down, you're now holding 2 cards in hand just to prepare for that. So But this is I guess we ran into the border control, right? And then now we've put the boomerang down to say we can go stop this when we want.
Yep.
And then we've just installed just a new card there.
Yep. Worst case is probably a speed, although there's not too many high value targets for it yet, but certainly a card
Yes,
that
I think that will definitely be in here. I always get
it's SV, I think. Yeah.
oh yes, Sviatogor excavator. There we go. I always say Svigator.
I don't know.
I just wanted to have a gator in it,
Yes.
Sviatogor excavator is definitely almost certainly in this list. It's just such a great card for Ob to be able to guarantee getting the value from things they might not normally get the value from.
Yeah, just making sure you get your Ob trigger and a whole bunch of money to go with it.
Yeah, and I remember when I was building an Ob deck way back when, you have to carefully assess how many cards cost 5, how many cost 4,
Yeah.
what kind of, it's kind of like the Pokemon tree evolution thing where you're like, well, if I have 4 starters, 4 basic Pokemon, do I have 3 level 1 evolutions or 2, or And then do I have 2 of the level 2 evolution? You have to work out what your tree is looking like.
What 2 costs are worth it? Because like there's so many good ones, but all the good ones are influence.
Yeah.
And it's like, what am I doing with 1 cost, or am I just giving up and putting in a tithe?
So we saw. I'm not sure what that was on the table. I think it might have been a Rashida. And there we score an Eminent.
I assume we're getting an Archer.
Surely.
Like, can't imagine much else. There we go.
I mean, the secret to beating this ob deck is don't let them score Eminent.
Yep.
And unfortunately, we're going to have to come up with another solution now, because that is going to be incredibly difficult for Steve to get any value from.
I believe this
Especially
Steve deck
while
has
it's the
been on
Ultimates.
shutdown before, though.
It does, yes. It does have...
And that's a nasty thing to do to
It has
an Archer.
2 or 3 emergency shutdowns, yeah. So yeah, that's definitely going to be useful. But you do have to get through it once.
Yes.
Which is going to be a challenge. But we're also criminal.
Yep.
So we're pretty good with sentries. I believe we're on 3 guns.
Yep. Very nice.
Which is expensive.
But in Steve, it's about 6 guns.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, he's got loads of guns. And yeah, it's just amazing the value you can get from Steve.
Yeah.
And also, when you're using Banhar, you don't want to have the cards you want in hand. But it's great, because if you lose them, or if they're in your discard pile, you can lose the other cards. Then you hit HQ and you go, well, I'm going to go get the card I want to play after this.
Even though I lost it.
Yeah, so it can even be like deep dive,
Yeah.
where you like run archives, run R&D, final run is HQ, and you're like, well, here's 2 deep dives. Which
Yeah.
one are you going to let me play as my 4th click?
Yep.
So thinking through the options here.
And just looking at the top card and tracking
Yep,
what we
that looks
see.
like a Marilyn there.
And this time it's a Marilyn. Very nice.
And then discarding a...
Axe Cradle.
Yes, by the looks of it.
Dangerous.
Let's
But-
bring up and remind ourselves just how terrifying this Archer is. Although Archer being do 4 net damage almost feels
Yeah.
not so bad.
It's almost playable as a Jinteki Ice.
Yeah. Yeah, at this point, because you have to break that end the run. Like, it's just
Yeah.
a century of end the run and trash programs is
I can't work out what the proxy is, but everything else looks fairly losable in that hand.
yes.
Well, there might be a gun actually that you'd rather just break it with.
The proxy is likely to be a old school kind of criminal card that's it could be Doof.
It could be Doof. You don't want to lose that.
And yeah, with the corp just on 3 credits now.
Yep.
A doof could do a lot, but
Yep.
they have got a piece of ice there, so they would certainly res it on that run. So
Yeah, I think
it's not great right
here
now. Okay, we're immediately shuffling that back in to go and fetch a 1-coster.
Yes, and get to 9, which is nice.
So that's going to be a wall-to-wall by the looks of it,
Yep.
which is very nice while it's our 1 resed asset.
Yep. Just swap 1 asset for another.
Yep. So what it's going to be, draw a card, gain a credit, and then, I don't think the advancement's going to do much here.
You might run an advanceable ice. There's a couple good ones.
Oh,
Autumn's playable.
there's also Ice Wall.
Yeah. Ice Wall is definitely.
Ice Wall is one that you usually... Well, you might turn it into a Rashida.
Yep.
If you get the opportunity to.
Yeah, that's always nice.
So yeah, we're going to probably be taking draw a card, gain your credit, and then probably just stick an advancement counter somewhere.
Stick one on
You
the
can also
Archer.
just do it as threat.
Yep.
Just make people be like, oh, what could that be? It's,
Number of times I've run a face down with an advancement and said that can't be anything, it's got an advancement on it. Like, multiple doesn't care, I can put...
There we go, there's
Archer.
Into a Sandstone, which that's just going to fire. Oh no, sorry, we're Banharing this, so that's going to be
1 net
a
damage.
mere 1 net damage.
Lose a gun.
Not ideal,
No.
but then we're going to continue, and now we have the option to...
Spend the boomerang.
Yep. Which I assume we're going to take, because...
I imagine so.
Yeah.
Yeah, there it goes.
So then they pass, and then I think, that border control is
Away
going to
it
go
goes.
away. Are we going to go and find a Mavirus and stick it on HQ, just so we've got an instant pull for whatever we need, or...
Yeah,
Because what
with
other
the
options...
Akshar, it's not as needed to get something on the remote again immediately.
Yeah, but like a Sandstone on
Sandstone even.
Yeah, Sandstone anywhere is just good, because if you... Oh, yeah.
Just second one there.
Yeah.
I mean, breaker for this is probably tremolo, as I've seen before.
Yes.
And
that's going to take a while to get that
that's
ready.
Be quite expensive.
Yeah. And with the time that you get from that, let's bring up tremolo. Tremolo is not commonly played, but it is in this because it's just about worth it in the long run.
3 for 2. Ow.
Yeah, but it costs 1 less for each cybernetic, so it'll probably be 2 for 2, which then is kind of just a normal breaker.
Yeah.
So I guess that's the main thing.
If you can get it 1 for 2, it's almost cleaver.
Although the
real dream is 0 for 2.
Infinite subroutine breaking, you just have to get to strength. But that's still 4 credits to get to the strength of an OG standstone. So it is expensive.
Still not, even then it's not quite.
So what is that we've run into there? But we've dirty laundried into R&D to trash the top card.
Yep.
There's lots of credits now.
Oh, that's Rashida, I believe. Yeah.
Rashida fires, and then we draw that's into a spin doctor. That's going to help us put back anything we need to make it fire more often.
I think it means that card there isn't a water ball because.
Yes, so it must be something else. It's not Chrysium, is it?
It's a 1 cost of some kind.
Oh, it's a Tranquility Home Grid.
Oh,
that's what it is.
That's a snazzy include.
Yeah, the brilliant thing about Ob is the fact that you can just play one of it.
Yep.
It's 3 influence, is it? No, it's 2 influence.
Only 2.
But you can just play one of it. You can shuffle it back with Spin Doctor, and then you can just
even get it doubling up on your value.
Yep.
Sometimes.
So yeah, it's just super useful.
Yeah, very nice card.
And while this server's so well locked out with 2 sandstones, that also at some point we've purged here, so that must have been from a virus,
probably
in the bin by the looks of it.
Or
maybe that's what we saw on top of the deck.
That might have been it. Yeah.
So this looks like, is that Rashida? Is that what that card is? No, that Spin Doctor?
Don't know.
So we're just checking the table here, just trashing everything.
Yep.
And so we see the emergency shutdown in hand. We just need to find a gun.
Or a sneak door.
Or a sneak door, yes.
That's always rude.
Yes, there is a sneak door in here, and I was listening earlier and people were saying, sometimes I wish there was a second sneak door, because it would make a huge difference.
Yeah.
To be able to have that second sneak door come down, just to increase the chance of it coming up, and also, if you ever lose it, the corporation going, oh, well, clearly you've lost it, so you'll never run archives now, and then you pop down the second one and they go, I can't believe this guy.
Yeah, definitely a nice one to
So we've switched to going reasonably very defensive here. Oh, we were thinking about double icing R&D, but we've changed our mind.
Yeah, it could be a bit expensive if you have forced to res all of it.
Yeah, and we've only got 10 credits as the corporation here.
Yeah.
And we've got an upgrade on HQ that could be...
I'd want a Chrysium.
Yes, Chrysium would be great here.
Mavirus is also possible, I think.
Yep. Other option could be a Holoman that we're protecting so we can move it over.
That's clever.
I'm not too sure if this deck is playing Holoman, but Holoman is a nice, like a 2-to...
Yeah.
Like you can Spigator a Sandstone to go get a Holoman.
Of course, the real thing is, if it's a Mavirus, it's also a Holoman. And
here the fun starts. Out comes the Tremolo. Now, is there a Cybernetic to support it? Otherwise, it's going to be a very expensive run coming up soon.
This is paying a full 3 for each subroutine.
Oh my... for each pair?
Yes.
But yes.
They only got 1 each, so it's...
That... but the first one's Banhar, so the first one
is just
is
damage.
free. Yeah. And having these 2 Sandstones back to back...
Whatever that is.
Yep. Let's assume that's a doof.
Yep.
It looks like it's got 5 pips coloured in there, so...
Yeah, I can believe it's doing.
Perhaps it is.
Then this one is costing...
Yeah, it's costing...
4 to boost, 3 to break, 7?
7.
Ow.
Do we... I think we let it fire? I think we just wanted a safe target, yeah.
Yeah, that's fair.
And this way we knew we could just take 1 on the outermost.
That makes sense.
Whereas if we run R&D, it could be a Stavka or something.
Yes.
Which, definitely. If you haven't Banhard it, it's going to be pretty bad for putting down a Tremolo.
Absolutely.
But yeah, definitely Steve looking for just some kind of cybernetic down to make it a little bit more worth it. And now that they've each got a counter, actually this is what's really good. Yes, that proxy is legal. As long as all of the text of a card is present on a proxy, it is technically legal. It's definitely, obviously,
it's not ideal.
Yeah, it's better if you can print them, because a lot of people know the cards from the visualness, especially if you're a corp. But if you're a runner, you can kind of have worse proxies, because it's just a card on the table.
It's better than just not having the card.
Yeah. So the reason why the Bravado run was really smart here is by running into both those sandstones. Now the next time you run, they'll both be on 4 strength.
And
so your tremolo now, you only have to boost once.
That's really clever, actually. Yeah.
So that's definitely why that was the best server to choose. And also, like, this Banhar on the outside, we don't really care. Like, that can be anything.
Yep.
It could be an archer, and that would be bad, but that would always be bad.
Yeah.
In this case, we know that the things past it, we can break. We just need to get.
And even if it is an archer, forcing the corp to forfeit is often good, even if it's only an element.
Yeah. And with 2 emergency shutdowns in hand and more on the way, there comes a Cat's Cradle. I imagine we've got 2 of each breaker, just so that if they do all end up in the bin, we can Steve them back.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Assuming that we can always do some kind of trick to break the piece of ice that we need the breaker in our bin for, with Boomerang or similar cards.
Yeah, I think Steve's good at having tricks.
Yeah. And then we've got Nerf Rise coming down.
And we score an SDS, so we're about to lose that Cat's Cradle we just put down?
Yep.
Do we just get rid of the Tremolo?
If on HQ we've got an Afshar, then definitely taking out the Cat's Cradle, especially while the Tremolo is showing no value now.
Yeah.
Although it's going for the Tremolo, so we're prioritising defending that server. I mean, we've got 4 points, so it's reasonably easy for us to just kind of push things in there, advance the game ahead, knowing that they're going to have to find a barrier breaker to get through both of those.
Yeah.
They can't Boomerang one and Banhar the other, because the Banhar's on the outermost. So with 3 credits here, down comes a Penny Shaver.
That's interesting.
Yeah, that is an unusual console choice. I think a lot of them are playing Paragon.
Yeah, that always makes more sense, because you get to see the top of the deck, and
it's like half a draw in there.
About as good as Crim gets for draw.
Yeah. But I guess with Asset Spam decks, Penny Shaver providing a bit more value there, because you can check the board, gain lots of credits, and then cash them out.
Yes.
And it lets you maybe play just a single Miss Bones instead.
Definitely.
I mean, I wonder if there's even a decision to play 1 Penny Shaver, 1 Paragon, and just be like, I'll hope the right one comes up when it really matters. Because in those asset matchups, if your odds are feeling pretty low, then having I think there's space somewhere for multi-console decks. I've also wondered about playing like if you're planning to like Ashen Epilogue your deck, you could play Anacam for most of the game, and then you just have like a Maw for, firstly, if you're against asset spam, it's amazing.
I have seen a Nova deck that does that.
I mean, Nova makes sense.
Yeah, I don't know if it's worth doing it outside of Nova.
Yeah,
but like,
and I think if you're in Shaper and you're playing things like modded as well,
that's a good shout.
Then having a few different options, you can flex around the matchup you need. And yeah, if there's ones that are particularly powerful, like more against asset spam is huge.
Yes.
And for those kind of combo tech decks that are trying to kill you, it ruins them so much seeing more come down. But if you're playing more and you're not triggering it much, then it's garbage.
Six to install for a console that's triggering only.
It does give you 2 Mew though.
That is true.
Yeah, I'll be sad to see more rotate.
It's a fun one.
I think it's a little convolutedly worded and mechanically.
The fact it does the weird thing with dice when you run HQ is a pain, but like, it's a fun card. Yeah.
So we did some extracting there to get a bunch of credits, and now flush with credits, pretty much anything we put in that server. While the runner hasn't got a tremolo down, we're pretty safe.
I think so.
But we are at the point.
Doesn't look like we have an agenda to push though.
Yeah, we're also at the point where now we've got so much unres ice that we can't afford to res all of it, I imagine.
Probably not.
We might see another sandstone. One of these could be an archer.
Yeah.
We could have like an ice wall or 2. I don't think we're on envelopment in this deck.
No, that's Fair.
I don't
it's
think
a big expensive one.
Yeah, it's a lot to pay up front, and it just doesn't do as good a job as just what Sandstone does.
That is true.
And Sandstone being able to, the fact that it costs 3. I mean, it's nice to get your border controls back, but your border controls are less good anyway because you kind of just always turn them into something else pretty rapidly.
I always like envelopment, but I do think that it's probably right to cut it.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Oh, here comes the sneak door. Now, this is going to turn things around.
Yep.
Especially if the Corp doesn't have the agendas to push right now. Being able to sneak in there. There's the Chrysium.
Yeah, we don't get Steve this time.
Yes.
But next time.
But we do get the Breach, which is going to let us access 1 card, which is probably not going to be agenda. But we can also... Well, unfortunately, we can't trash it because we do not have the credits.
Yes, that is a bit of a problem.
But we have forced them to spend the 3 to res the Chrysium.
I think we're just talking through the Chrysium interaction here.
Yeah, let's... So it is a successful run.
It's a successful run on Archives, but not on HQ, I believe, is the ruling.
Oh, okay. Oh, not this one. What am I doing?
Sneak Door.
Sneak Door, that's the one.
Yeah.
Well, bring back HQ and R&D interface.
Do we have any nice rules?
Yeah, let's just roll down to the rulings. I'm sorry, you can't see this exactly. If it's... if Chrysium Grid is there, Sneak Door Beta changes the attack server while step 6.9.5a because the expected effects include the trigger condition of the delay conditional ability, which is that the run on Archives would be declared successful. However, once it's changed to HQ, they cannot declare the run successful after all because of Chrysium Grid's ability. The runner still will breach HQ.
Yeah.
But yes, you don't get any kind of Steve benefits from it.
Yes.
I believe that's what the discussion and explanation is here.
I think so.
Which is surprising because the fact that they've played this game like 5 times
Yeah.
in a row, I feel like this should have happened at least once.
Yeah, but every now and then you just find a new weird interaction.
Yeah. Definitely a difficult position for Dolbulb here with 4 points in the Corp score area.
And no good ways into anywhere.
Although I don't think there's any surprise ways to score out an STS. I think we're going to have to... It will be clear when an STS is attempted to being scored.
I think fast advancing an SDS is usually a big trick, and even never advancing it requires something.
Yeah. Yeah, you'd need to advance seamless and then... Oh, yeah. Yeah, well, we can't use emergency shutdown because it wasn't a successful run on HQ, unfortunately. So we're going to have to hard play this strike fund, get some credits, eventually go and trash the Chrysium grids.
Click to get some more credits off the penny shaver.
Yeah, we're just going to have to deal with that next turn. And then now we're going to ice Archives, I imagine.
Probably.
There's a Spin Doctor.
Yeah. You've got to feel like Steve's running out of ways in.
Yeah, but also with only 5 credits on the Corp side, if you do put an ice on Archives, they're now going to have to face a decision.
Yeah.
So this is an upgrade. So that's good. Possibly it's worth popping the Spin Doctor to... Oh no, I don't think... There's no point threatening because the runner knows they can't get into that server easily at all.
Yep.
That they'll just give up on it anyway.
Yeah.
However, you could force them to feel like they have to be a little bit more aggressive and more drastic than they would have.
That can be worth it, but I think that Steve's already going to have to be as aggressive as he can.
Ooh, I see a Cybernetics in hand. Now, we don't have a Tremolo to go with it, but there is a Cybernetics in hand.
Yeah.
And a Bravado. So I imagine we're going to go take down probably Bravado into one of these servers.
Yeah.
Then take down the Chrysium.
Yeah.
In fact, we might just... run twice, we earn a credit each time with Penny Shaver. We take down the Chrysium. Next turn we run again. Which means we get to trigger Steve. We access 1.
We see that's a Stabka.
Oh, okay.
It's the Snazzy World Up.
But then now we can run again. We can trigger Steve. We can then turn on emergency shutdown to turn down the Afshar. Not the Afshar, the Archer, which is going to make it way easier in future to get into there.
Yeah, definitely.
And also force the Corp to consider whether they do need to forfeit that 1 point. And that 1 point is significant because 4 points and 3 points are two entirely different worlds in this game.
Yeah, I don't know the exact agenda suite, but almost always getting to 4 just threatens so much.
So yeah, Emergency Shutdown is just a very good tech card in this against these Eminent Domain decks if they do score that early Eminent.
Yeah, it definitely makes the Archer feel a lot worse.
And right now, see, the runner knows like there's no threat to score an agenda here, and knowing the deck, I imagine there's no threat of scoring out of a hand, and certainly not managing to get 3 points out of nowhere. So
at most, there's an audacity.
Yeah, and definitely with it being odd, you're almost certainly not going to be on hostile.
Yes.
Because you can't afford to give them a bad pub.
Yeah,
a bad pub is a game win for.
And you definitely can't afford 6 1-pointers in all. Like, you're already going to have such a density problem once the game gets to this point.
Yeah.
But
so it feels like the game is swinging back if we're now.
Yeah.
I mean, we did make the second. Actually, I don't know if we did make the second run yet.
Have yet. I think.
I guess we've got so many cards in hand that we're thinking about it. Okay, now we're checking what options there are here.
Yeah.
Is there some useful spice in here that we can grab? There's only one Tremolo at the moment.
There's 2 Bravados, and maybe that's just enough.
Yeah. It looks like we're filtering for Bravado there, yeah.
Yeah.
It's one of the best money cards in the game, so...
Yep.
So this is a follow-up run. Tucking one, then taking one to hand, and then we're going to access here. Oh, now if we want, we can also Bravado on... oh, where is the Banhal? Oh, the Banhal hasn't been assigned.
That's interesting.
So we could then, Emergency Shutdown, we could then follow up with a Bravado. We don't have the credits.
No, that's a shame. But just having it gives you some money for
and
future.
We can be reasonably confident that's a free pass ice.
Yep.
Because the forfeit is too costly.
Yeah, I think so.
Which is an interesting way that Eminent Domain works well with this, is that it it forces the corp to, they're like, oh, I want to play this because it's such good value.
Yeah.
And then as soon as it's deread, it's like, I'm never going to res that card. It's awful.
I mean, yeah.
There's probably a rationale in this matchup to actually consider doing it.
Without
but when the sneak door is
down,
down,
sometimes it can be, but like, it's difficult.
And then we discard the Bravado we picked up. So maybe we should have picked 2 garbage cards.
Yeah, feels like we just RFU'd a Bravado for no reason.
Or maybe we're throwing out our Bravado so that the corp thinks we did that. Because we have one in hand still.
Yeah, that's sneaky. Oh.
And that we think that proxy could be a doof, which there is also one in the discard pile, so that would be great to be able to run that. That's definitely one where you'd think about using the Afshar.
I think so.
Archer.
Yes.
But the Archer is just going to give the runner a bunch of card draw here.
Yeah.
So there is the Holloman, which, why have we erased that?
I don't know. Did we search for it? I don't think so.
No.
Because it was the upgrade that was added later.
Yeah.
Maybe we're advancing an ice? Can you do that?
You can, yes.
Nice.
You can advance any card.
Very nice.
So there were some silly decks that were using Odojua because it's so hard to put advancements on this card that you could then put 3 advancements at once. Yeah, and then you just put all of those on a logjam or a tree line, and then suddenly a 24 strength barrier, it turns out, quite difficult to break.
Yeah, 24 strength barrier, you can't even boomerang. Oh, we've got something. That's got to be scary.
So here we're trying to keep the pressure up here. Now, there's only a few cards on the table to res, so this I think we're thinking about doofing here, which would somewhat force.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, that looks like a doof to me. I think we're effectively forcing the Archer res here. But you would be accepting going bankrupt there. Oh, okay, we're continuing.
Border control. That's...
I can't believe we hadn't thought about that.
Yeah,
but yes.
That's been there since turn 1.
Yeah. So we're going to do 2 net damage. Then we need to reshuffle.
Yep.
And then...
This could be bad if you lose a random card.
There goes a Bravado. And then we pop it to deny that and bring everything back in. And when we get to go and search for something as well. That just Border control
Border
orb
control,
is just
yeah.
just a beautiful thing, especially with great ice like Sandstone around.
Yep.
And then we get a
I assume that's
Afshar,
Afshar?
which now means that Archer is
Safe.
yeah, it's
Can't really
safe
Banmar
yeah. All you can do is boomerang it if in like a last ditch attempt
Yeah.
to win the game, but
It's a difficult one now.
yeah. But it might just be that that Archer just never reses again.
Yep. I think,
But with the cost of Ob being nothing to add a card
yeah,
there, then why not?
you can keep it, and it leaves the threat there, which is
Yeah.
important.
So then we're going to Sneak Door. Now, are we going to see a res here?
Question.
Something like an Ice Wall is probably the best thing you want here, but
Yep.
is that a border control?
I think it might be another border control.
Yeah, so probably not. Well, we don't need to pop it. It can just fire.
Yep.
But lets us turn it into anything we want later.
Yes. And it makes it harder to sneak door, which is good.
Yeah. But yeah, I did wonder if putting ice on archives earlier to stop that.
Yeah, I think if you
That
know that
cheap
there's sneak door
mode
in
in-
the deck, then like
Yeah.
putting one early can be worth it.
And also knowing there's emergency shutdown. Like
Yes.
you know how much absurd value they're getting if they get to ever touch HQ.
Yeah, I think icing archives can be really important when you see Steve across the table. It's just,
Yeah. You can almost leave R&D open
Yeah.
and just go, cool, well, here's an ice on archives, here's an
Yeah.
icon on HQ.
like,
Your go for
yeah,
turn one.
I'm not expecting any multi-access apart from Wake. And
Yeah.
So you still need to get into HQ if you care about
Yeah.
R&D.
But yeah, definitely the Eminent Domain to put it on HQ was definitely the smart move here because
Yeah, definitely.
the criminals always love HQ, but Steve maximally loves HQ.
Steve,
Almost to his faults.
yes.
It almost feels like maybe he should just play a lot of R&D pressure and
That would
just play lots of it to get it
That
back.
would be a good trick.
Yeah. That's always a difficult frustration with deck building for me is it's like, oh, cool, this ID says run the server that you know I'm always going to be running and you're
Yeah.
always going to protect extra and I get to do a cool
Every
thing.
time I try to build a Padma deck and it's just,
Yeah.
this would be so good, except I know you're going to ice R&D. Can I then make it everything about HQ?
Yeah.
And usually no.
Yeah.
Difficult place to be, although Corp is no longer rich enough to score if there is an SDS in the remote.
That is true. But yeah, the Holloman really puts the threat on the table of if I have enough credits and there is a card in here, it could just be game over and you better do something about it.
Yep. Wow. Start of turn we gain 2 credits. Was that just clicking for credit? Yeah, click for 2 credits and just install the card. I think at this point you kind of got to with how much money you're on.
Yeah. And unfortunately with a card already in there, you can't use that Tranquility Home Grid much more now.
Yeah, it's a shame. We
So
see
there comes the Zenith chip.
that's the core damage one, isn't it?
Yeah. Which we're pretty safe about because
We're not expecting any kill here.
yeah, although one less card in hand does mean that everything is a little scarier with your Banhar now.
That is true.
But this is going to really accelerate your draw engine, and also with the Corp only on 4 credits, there's a lot of servers where you can quite easily walk in.
Yep.
And unfortunately, that Afshar being on the outside, it kind of doesn't have text.
Yeah.
It's
just
really
2
weak
net.
there. But it is still 2 net. So
Yes.
there, 2 cards gone. Yep.
Yep.
One at a time, just in case. Always pretend that you have
Always.
steel skin in hand. So we're going to pop the border control, of course, and we're going to go and find something else. Just putting anything there, just locks
Yeah.
Steve out for another turn, except for
Probably
except
wants to be
for
the
R&D.
third sandstone if it's still in the deck, just because like
Yeah, I believe the Sandstone is on R&D, so probably just getting an Ice Wall here.
yeah.
Oh, sorry, it has to be a 3 cost.
Yeah, which is difficult because the other one's probably Afshar, and we've got the cats on the table.
I imagine all the 3 costs are out. So yeah, I think that was a search and fail to find there.
That's a real shame. Draw a card from that. Class like value.
Oh yeah, Zenith Chip with Class Act is a very nice combo together. And we do have Cat's Cradle, so we can get through to HQ.
Yeah.
And we know
Now we just get to choose
Archer
what we're getting
is Fortress?
Archer's 4, I think.
Yeah, so they can res the Archer, which would be actually awfully fatal. However, we can just sneak door in for now.
Yep.
To be able to get that access, which I think is, I believe we're just pre-planning to work out what we would be taking.
Yeah. Be tempted to just get some laundry. Okay.
Just to get more money.
Yep.
It's what we need. So yeah, we're sneak dooring through, accessing 1. That's an Afshar. Okay, so that's probably what we were probably going to put that on archives.
Yes.
I don't hate it.
It's not ideal, but it's better than nothing.
Yeah.
Was that just a naked Rashida on the table?
It was, yeah. Well,
very brave.
By the sounds of it, it's an agenda in that remote.
I think it is.
That's unfortunately just really blocking
I think it's
up.
an SES in that remote.
Yeah. I think we're just waiting to get enough credits and making sure we don't lose in time.
Yeah.
And we have to make sure we're always on the threat of preventing doof.
6 credits is the magic number here.
But if Dolbolb here can draw into a gun.
Yep.
What's it called again?
Revolver.
Revolver. That's the one. That's the kind of gun it is. If Declan can draw into that, then that means that now you don't have that. Oh, okay.
Ooh. We just.
Okay.
Going down to 0.
Yeah, but it's a powers that be, which is going to get back probably
something on a trank.
Yes. Anything on a trank. Probably a Rashida on a trank to give us the credits to get back from this point.
Yes.
And then from there, we just have to score something from hands. Who knows where?
This is the point where kind of you just have to hope they don't have the audacity.
Yeah. And also with the Holloman already on the table, if they just have enough credits, they can install.
That's very true, actually.
In fact, with 5.
Oh, it's a second Eminent.
So is that what's being?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So that's I was thinking this would be an Atlas or something.
Yeah, it looks like we're just getting an Eminent.
So yeah, with Holloman, if you install an Atlas, click it. That's 4 credits for 2 advances. So you need 5 credits.
5
which,
credits.
If you earn 2 from the Tranquility Grid and 3 from the Rashida,
so
you
it's
have
only
the 5
really
credits.
3 credits.
Yes.
That's a scary prospect for the runner.
But yeah, that means a Rashida in there that if it finds an agenda like an Azef that we've seen in there, then it's huge.
Yes.
So I think we're just going to be putting something on archives here.
Yep.
We just need. There's a lot of agendas in there.
Yeah.
That is the deck.
Keep getting non-agendas out of the deck, and so we're just left with a deck full of them.
I think that might be.
Stavkron Archive?
It looked like it had a toucan on it. Toucana? No, that's a different thing.
Yeah, I know.
Anyway.
Something on archives.
Yeah.
But
something that's scary enough.
Yep.
And that's all we need. Like, the runner has no points.
Yes.
So we just need to make sure they don't somehow find all these points in one go.
Yeah.
If that is a Rashida in the remote, then when it fires, we'll have our 5 credits.
We'll have a whole bunch of new cards.
Yeah, we'll have even more credits as well because we already have 2 left over from that Rashida install.
Yep.
So we can afford to pay 2 to res something if we really need to.
I think if I'm the runner here, I really want to draw a pinhole.
Yeah. Yeah, and with the powers that be on the table, that's a nice, easy route into pinhole.
Yep.
And it might be that the route is to Steve for a couple of pinholes here.
Have we seen any hit the bin?
I think we've seen 1 go in there. There might be 2 though.
If we got 2, that seems like a good plan.
And also wherever we run, we get a filter draw of 2 cards, which could be...
That is very true.
Could be what we need. So, I believe we're running HQ, and then we're doing a filter draw. Yeah, Waking Plant probably not going to win you the game here. But then,
Probably
is Sure
too
Gamble
slow.
going to do anything?
I mean, it's faster.
Potentially.
And we look at what card we want.
Are we going for an emergency shutdown? Yep, 2 emergency shutdowns.
Yep. Just
One behind, one to hand. So are we hoping that the outermost ice on that server is unresable?
and just say
Then
that we
emergency shut down a sandstone, run through Banhar for 1
Yeah.
to go through an access.
It's a good line.
Which, if it's an SDS, we'd probably just accept that sneak door has kind of seen its time to shine.
Yeah, it's certainly.
Or depending on what the ice is on archives, there is an option of letting the cat's cradle go because there is another one in the bin.
Yes.
And then forcing the sneak door through if that's a sentry with a revolver, and then picking up a cat's cradle again. But certainly more efficient on cost.
Looks like we're getting in.
Yeah. We're getting through, taking one of these 2. We lose a Carsax.
And we touch.
It's
Azef.
Azef.
Very
So
nice.
it was going to be the win, so
Yep.
it's very good to find it. But time on the round, I don't believe is too much time left, so
Yeah.
going to have to find a way through here. But the Corp is only on 2 credits.
Gotta find a quick way to 5
And also we've...
points.
that is time. That's unfortunate. I feel like there's maybe a line here
Yes.
where the runner could have clawed it back.
I think if you're the runner here, you have to take a last ditch hope.
Yeah, and I think the Corp here, you just get as many credits as possible.
Yeah. Like, if hand is safe, then it's just credit so that you can hopefully res everything.
Yeah, there we see it. 3 credits. If there's an archer right now,
Yeah.
I wonder, if there's an archer, if you know they can't get in, you absolutely forfeit one of these agenda points you don't need. Banhar going on R&D. I believe that's a sandstone there, so...
It's only one.
So
But as
it
the
may
runner, you still
be...
feel like you've got to draw more than one card in hand.
Yeah, it may be you can go through once to access 1 card, and that's it. And we... Is that maybe a Chrysium on HQ, or it could be a Holloman?
I think...
It's definitely nice having both as the option. I always forget that things like Holloman and Mavaris, put them wherever you want. They don't have to be in that server. And often you can just hide behind your centrals and keep it safe, and then you can just sneak it out when you need
and
to.
The fact that they can all be on HQ, it makes it really difficult to read.
Yeah.
Like, really helps you hide what you're doing to your
So
opponent.
we're running HQ, spending, losing 2 credits, which we don't have, which doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Now...
Oh, I like this line.
Yeah.
If you res the archer, you go down to 1, and so you can probably just run R&D.
Yeah, and if you res the Chrysium...
Yeah. 1 minute in the round.
I think we've got no agendas in hand.
Res a Chrysium, I think.
Okay. I'm a little surprised by that.
I think we're scared of a jailbreak or something. Powers. Okay.
Because now, unless there's an ice wall. There's an ice wall in the innermost, but then you Banhar it. But that gets you in once, so... Access 1. That's
Steal an Eminent.
An Eminent.
Run back.
Run again. That is
never
not going to
mind.
be a card that we can get.
I think that's
an
game.
extract, yeah.
Don't think we can do anything.
Technically, you get some credits there.
Yeah.
Also, playing 1 last turn?
I think the stream might have slightly longer.
Yeah. Yes, that's true. Yes. Yeah, they get a little extra time on the stream because...
I still feel like they've got to be racing here.
Yeah, they've got to go set up. It also is just a bit longer to play.
Yeah.
So, there we go.
Time in the round.
Time is called. So it's 6-3 on points.
I think
No,
it's 5
to 3. So there is a risk here, but now we've got 9 credits, which means we can res
anything.
if we want. We can res the Asher on HQ. We can also res the Sandstone on R&D.
I think-
Res the other piece of ice there, which might be a border control or something.
Yeah, I think it's really...
In fact, I think it might be a border control with the Sandstone there. So, maybe that's why our whole thought about the Sandstone didn't matter, because the real OG here is that border control because it eats the Banhar as well.
Yeah. We're just making.
Oh, we are putting in extra ice though.
Saying this is the last turn of the game. We don't like that.
Overwriting something.
Hang on. Passing it back.
So where is... Now there's not much to do on HQ. There's no credits on the runner side. So, but there is...
We've got click for 4. We've got secret draw gamble.
Yeah. I don't know what's on archives, but I'm guessing it's a sentry, and that's why we're not touching that anymore.
Yeah.
But if it is just a
if it doesn't end the run,
if it doesn't end the run,
you can just check it last and see with a spin on table.
Yeah. And there has been a spin, so the Corp has drawn a number of cards. We might see that there's an agenda in there now, maybe there is a way through. There's an ice wall, so that's just going to eat the trigger, and then on the inside we have something else.
Yep. Losing Wake.
Wake that was never doing anything anyway.
Yeah, that's just showed up too late.
Yeah.
Resin Archer.
There is an Archer. Okay.
Oh, wow.
So we drop down to 4 points. We are just saying, yeah, you have no programs now. You can gain those credits, install a tremolo, and you've got 1 credit, which is not enough with the number of cybernetics. So
yeah,
there's just no way back from
I don't think so. You can.
If there was a Cat's Cradle in hand, although wait, if that is a Stavka on archives,
if it doesn't end the run, you've got 1 run onto either archives or HQ.
Oh, but it's not successful, so you don't get to Steve to get your Cat's Cradle.
You don't get to Steve, but you do get to see a card.
Is it?
Find 2 points.
Yes. Yeah. So it was a Sandstone in there. Let's just draw a card.
Yep.
Which is a Career Fair, which isn't doing anything.
Yep.
Filter drawing. Yep. It was just another class act.
Yeah.
And then I believe, if it is Stavka, just... Oh, wait, we don't know how to sneak
We
draw.
don't... Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it got trashed.
Never mind.
Yeah. Okay, we're just...
Wait, I think we've just...
Yeah, I think we just accepted there.
Yeah.
Run into the afshot, lose 2 credits, end the run.
Yeah.
Good game. Very close.
Yeah, that was... Felt like Odd was in control for a lot, but Steve kept on finding a trick to get in.
Yeah, lots of tricks up Steve's sleeves. I think just a few things that, if they were found a bit earlier, could have made a huge difference. We only saw 1 boomerang come up. It might be on just 2 boomerang in the deck, but an early one could have made a lot of difference. And again, like if you manage to get that first eminent before they score it, the game is completely different. Without an Archer on HQ. It's a very different game here. Well, there we have it. That's round 5.
Yeah.
Which I believe that means John Ord has now gone undefeated, and that's Dolbulb's first loss. So 4-1 for Dolbulb and 5-0 for John Ord.
Still very much both in cup contention.
Yeah. So
very possible to get a rematch in the cup.
Yeah, I think if you're over 50%, I think if you're 4-3. Actually, no, it might be 5-2 is the requirement to get to the cup.
So, from what I've heard from people who actually can do maths, which isn't me, then 6-1 is guaranteed, and then 5-2 you've got some chance.
Okay.
I think if you lose 3, you're out. But I
guess it depends on how the bottom tier distribution
having a day
is.
like these 2 are having, I don't think either of them. Wow, you're always a bit worried, but
I mean,
a good chance.
Yeah, if they can go, and also if they're at this position, they're on the 2nd table, so depending on how other people are doing. But yeah, it's definitely the case that if Dolbulb can't find a win in these last 2 rounds, that might not be making it to the cup. But John Ord
almost certainly is.
Yeah. Cool. Well, thank you very much for joining, and we'll see you guys in the next round. Right, welcome back everyone. We are into round 6 and they have just started time. So here we have Ob versus Hashiko. Now there's a lot of Ob going around, so in this case we're doing another Ob game to see some more of it. We did have the option of having the exact same matchup happen again with 2 different players, but instead let's see some Hashiko played instead. Played here by Theo, who is the UK Nats champion for this year, so or rather last year, because that was some months ago. And it will just be me commentating this time because other people are on other duties, including judging. So, Ob getting started. Remote R&D, keeping the hand open. Knowing that, you know, we don't have to worry about criminal here with some pressure on HQ, so we should be alright. Although Hashiko likely to want to make a run on HQ, get some information, possibly steal an agenda, who knows, and also we'll get an access and be able to flip, or in this case switch to a different card. We've got an interesting opening hand here. I assume that Theo maybe mulligans to end up with this, but I guess Cleaver is really what you want early on, because it breaks pretty much every Wayland card there is. And now we see a border control, so that's going to be 1 to break, but then it's going to be popped to go and get probably a sandstone, because it's a 3 cost and the strength is going to be high enough that it's going to be a threat to deal with. There we go, there is the sandstone. Yeah, border control into sandstone, and then what, you can go and get your Marilyn or something similar. And again, the fact that you can go and tutor out that tranquility grid when you need it is very, very good, especially when you can build a remote that has sandstones and border controls, so whatever's in there is very protected. Making a run on HQ as we expected. To access a card, we access and extract. So it could be that is a Marilyn in that server. I'm going to turn it into something, but no, it's a Rashida. So last there we've got a gain R2 and flip, and then we take we installed our fermenter, so that's got a counter on it. So we get our Rashida value, which is going to move the corp ahead very nicely and give them lots of cards. So we're probably going to see a play 3 cards this turn. I think that might be, oh my gosh, is that what I think it is? That is an armed asset protection by the looks of it, which is not what you would expect. So possibly we've got some discard pile tech stuff in here, so we might have spin doctors along with planning to have slash and burn, and maybe cards like that where we can fast advance by having extra copies of cards that let us place 2 advancements, and ones that are in faction as well. And by doing that, we can then obviously shuffle them back with the Spin Doctor, and we can get extra value out of that armed asset protection. And then right now in Archives, we've got a border control and a Rashida, so we're going to be gaining 1, 2, 3 credits with armed asset protection. And if we get an agenda in there, that will go up to 5 credits, which starts to look a little bit more like a YDL kind of value. So, lots to think about on the runners here. Probably going to be playing that strike fund to make sure we get our credits up. It looks like we've got a lot of the things we want to be playing, but unfortunately not enough money and draw engine to work with it all. We draw into a Botulus. So that was gain a credit and then play Lego Paranoia Shelter as the final one there. Protecting HQ, and then also taking some money from the Regolith. Regolith is very good. If you do manage to get one out and take all the money from it, that's often most of the money you'll need for the game. So if you're able to protect one long enough, it can really make a huge difference for the Corp in being able to focus more on more important things rather than just playing cards and clicking for credits and getting more money. So Theo's got a handful of options, but unfortunately not quite the credits to be able to do stuff with, and has to be very careful with with this fermenter because there is probably Threma virus on the other side of the table. Okay, we're going to moshing away an Imp, a Strike Fund, and a Botulus into our discard pile. Getting 5 credits and 3 cards as a result. There is the Audrey, and a cookbook, so we can see we're on some kind of mulch package here. So that was first click, by the looks of it. Are we then going to see Cookbook Audrey run? Okay, no, we're going to run Archives, see the face down, which was a piece of ice. Then we're going to Cookbook. Cool. So we're running so we can get an access so that we can flip and gain the 2 credits as a result and get a free card draw next turn. Also with Paranoia Shelter, if they do end up cashing out that Regolith and installing something in there, we'll be able to get a card out of it. So a card is installed in a remote server, Paranoia Shelter fires, we trash the top card, which is an Audrey, and then take a card to hand, which is the Twinning. That Twinning is going to be nice. Twinning will give us a lot of pressure to be able to put on centrals, which is a good way to help deal with this deck when they are working on their remote and trying to build up and score out of there. And there we go. There comes along. Oh, I forget. Regolith, even better. It costs 2, and then goes down to trashing into a Tranquility Home Grid, which continues to print you even more money. So we lost a credit and then we draw for turn. We do have an Audrey, which let's bring up the numbers on Audrey. Audrey has some interesting numbers on it. It can be very good. So it'll be 2 cards trashed from hand to get up to strength of the Sandstone and then a counter to get through. Then we could go through and trash what's left. We also have a Fermenter with 8 credits on it, which is the kind of time where you want to be popping it, because otherwise it might be popped otherwise by the corpse action. Although, sorry, it's still the corpse turn? No, I think the corpse is now discarded. Yeah, there we go. So trying to do the cookbook maths here. We're going to pop the fermenter, makes sense. Take 8 credits. Which means it was a net 3.5 credits per click on that, which makes it just slightly worse than a Sure Gamble. But it was all in one card, so maybe a little bit better. We cookbook down our Audrey, which gives it a virus counter. Now when we run, we add a virus counter onto it. We trash 2 cards, taking 2 credits from the Strike Fund. And then that lets us get through by using the virus counter on it. Knowing that the other end here, we're going to clean up here, trash that Tucana, then trash the other card. And it's whenever you trash a card, you get a virus counter, so we're feeding the Audrey there. Tucana, I believe, is 1 to trash. It is just 1 to trash. A lot of power on Tucana, but very easy to get rid of. And we can see now in hand, we've got an Azef, and I think that's 2 slash and burn. So if we can find a Spin Doctor, there's a line where we can score out of hand whatever we need to. We're putting a Rashida in there, I guess hoping that we can force the runner to go through it all, just to find a Rashida and get rid of it. And if they don't, then we get a Rashida. So it's a win-win. Unfortunately, it will let them use a virus counter and then gain the virus counter back when they trash the Rashida for a mere 1 credit. But it's 2 cards from hand that maybe the runner isn't quite ready to trash yet. And it looks like Cornelius here is trying to divert the attention away to R&D by icing up over there. Oh, here comes the price. For the price, Fermenter, Labour Rights, and Strike Fund. So it's going to be a Fermenter, and it's going to be 2 credits from the Strike Fund. Not a lot of choice in that one. But probably pretty happy to have the Fermenter, and this time coming with 2 counters because of the cookbook. So it's even closer to becoming a good a good, worthwhile thing to play, thing to pop. Thinking here about the options. So Cornelius has got 16 credits, so plenty of credits to play with here. So anything could be res, but with 2 Audrey counters, you can break 4 subroutines, which could be enough to get through a lot of these cards. You do have to watch out for Stavka Hafren. Could be something that comes up, which would be actually quite devastating, to be honest. Let's just check. I believe Hafren is... I don't know how often people play Stavka Hafren anymore, but it is certainly a nasty thing you have to worry about against ob decks. It's often worth playing a single Hafren and a single Stavka, just so it's a threat that is there. When you resist string and run against the server, you may trash a card from HQ, choose an installed runner card, so in this case you choose Audrey, and that can't break anything. And that would be then Audrey and Cleaver both getting trashed when they run into the Stavka, because you pull the Hafren out at a different timing window when they're already facing the Stavka. And then you don't even need to trash a card with Stavka. Or you can use the Stavka to trash a Sandstone that's on the table to go get the Hafren. So the Rashida does end up firing for 4 cards for the mandatory draw, and then 3 credits. Now, there are options here. We haven't seen a Spin Doctor yet. There's another... Oh gosh, we're looking at possibly a little bit flooded there. So we've got a... Alright, protecting even more on here. I think we're going to end up with a hand that's almost full of agendas here. Is that another Rashida going down? Yes. No, something else. Probably an Azef protocol. And then putting something with it as well. And then discarding. Now, that hand, I think it's got 3 agendas still in it. So, if there is any kind of HQ value here, it's a good time for it. Okay, here's the Mavarus, and we pop it to go and fetch. Is it going to be Tucana? Because a Tucana sitting in that server would be very nice if that is an Azef that we're about to score. Although the problem we're going to have is we're just going to have too many things in hand. There's a Descent. Okay. So yeah, we're hoping to take that Descent back and filter our hand a little bit to clear things up and put those agendas back in the deck. Although with Ob, we're always filtering, always taking out cards that aren't agendas, so we increase the density over time until it becomes a pure block of pure agenda. So the text on Descent here is that you can put it back in your hand if you fancy it when your turn begins, and then you can use it. Reveal and trash from HQ, draw a card, reveal up to 2 agendas, put them into R&D. So yeah, we've got 3 agendas in hand there. And maybe an Extract and something else in there. Possibly an Audacity. Down comes Keiko and Class Act. Class Act, a very expensive card, but it's a lot of value, especially if you're Hashiko and you're drawing once a turn. It makes a big difference. And then finishing our turn, doing the filter draw with Class Act. Looks like the price is going to the bottom, so we feel like we've got everything we need. We just need to make it all happen. Oh, but here comes the Azef protocol. So in this case, we chose not to take the Descent back and fire it. We just wanted another End the Run. We're going to eat the Sandstone. So you go and get a 2-coster as part of the cost of scoring this Azef. Now, What is that card? Two damage amongst all of these. There's a finality. Oof. So the fermenter maybe not. No, the fermenter is pretty important. Our money's pretty low, but we've got one on the table that will be cooking away. But the finality is definitely closing out the option of a gung-ho win at the end there. But after all this time and all this back and forth, we've just got 2 points scored so far on the Corp side. We see another Ace-F in hand. We also see Slash and Burns in hand. I guess knowing that the runner spent 4 and 3 on Class Act and Keiko means we know they're poor enough that they're not going to be able to get through that server anyway, so maybe we change our plan about Descent and instead we focus on just trying to score out these A's-Fs. So it's a 2-cost... Oh, that's a Holloman. That's what that card is. There is a Holloman on R&D, which again, most of the credits here have been from maybe a single extract and cashing out an entire regolith mining license. So, like just 2 cards can give you all the credits you need. There is the Holloman in case anyone needs it. So there is an option for the Corp to just install the A's-F, move the Holloman, install the A's-F, click the Holloman, and place an advancement. So then for 5 credits, you can do 2 damage and trash the Descent to go get something else, or trash the Holloman to go get a Tranquility Home Grid if you think you want a bit more credits. But yeah, with all those agendas in hand, we need to find a thinking through the options here for the runner. Definitely a difficult situation. Unfortunately, the money's run up a bit too dry that it's really hard to bounce back from here. We've used a lot of the strike funds already as well. And everything just feels like it might be a little bit too slow. Although there's only been 1 agenda scored, so maybe we can, taking 3 credits here. And then discarding a Paladin Puemo. Now the Corp moves the Holloman over in preparation. Oh, there comes an Above the Law off the top. Probably going to be better than the A's-F Protocol at this point. So install. Lending the Lego Paranoia Fire. Then paying the 5 to use the Holloman and place an advancement. Technically should just double check for clock, but losing the cookbook there, which is important because that means that Audrey is going to be a lot harder to get online and get it to do something. As once it runs out of counters, it's a lot harder to get them back. So now on 4 points, still needs to find a 3-pointer score, which it's difficult to score. Yeah, to score a 5-3 from hand is very difficult, so probably no advancing it. But with the runner on low credits and with an Audrey that hasn't got any counters on it, definitely possible that you can just put it on the table and see what happens. And even if they do steal it, if they have to trash a program, they're not going to be happy about that either. How are people finding the stream at home today? We've had some really exciting games. We've seen a nice double deep dive finish. We've also seen an excellent forfeit with an archer just to make sure you're still a point ahead at the end of the game. There's been some very good games today. Lots to think about for Theo in this position. Especially as also it's important to remember there is, I believe I saw a hostile takeover in the deck, which I think is a one-off, possibly so that if you get an archer to counters, you can just go find it. Although the more I say it, the more I think I might be doubting whether that is actually the case. Maybe there isn't a hostile. So down comes Buzzsaw. That's going to help get through the descent. And yeah, the cleaver can probably break what's the other side, but if it's another sandstone, there's plenty of credits. If there is a sandstone or a border control, it's a tithe. Okay. So can just get through that, take a damage, and let the corp gain a credit. That's fine. We don't mind that. Lose daily cost. A little bit annoying. I'm sure that would have been a nice final click for this turn. But then we get to trash that Holloman, giving us a counter. And now we're back in the game. Audrey with no counters is completely useless. And Audrey with a single counter suddenly becomes one of the best breakers in the game. It is wild how different that card can change from just a single versus no counter. So now I believe we still have an Azef, so we could no, we're not going to armed. Yeah, we're not going to use the slash and burns because we don't just want to put them in archives and leave them. So install advance. Oh, we are. Okay, we're going to use one of them just to, I guess, because it's just good tempo. We can go get a 0 coster here. It could have been okay to get a spin. Oh yes, of course. Go get a spin doctor so that we can res it, draw to. And then we'll be able to shuffle back that slash and burn back into the deck. And then we still have a slash and burn left in hand so that we can score from hand any other 2-3 we find, which could be an Azef. In fact, yeah, it will be the last Azef is the only option, I think. But it is nice having some spare agendas that you will always have an agenda around if you want to score, and also some of them let you fast advance the other agendas to give you that advantage over the runner. And again, with Ob being able to go fetch what you need is excellent. So then drawing 2, there is the Azef and an Atlas. So this is a critical point for Theo to figure out a solution here. Obviously, he doesn't know what's in that hand. And he's got to be thinking, well, if I'm going to run the deck, maybe I should run archives first, because then there'll be an extra agenda, which will increase the density. But somehow needs to find enough points and flush out the hand. That imp could certainly help. And if we play imp, run HQ, but we haven't really got much multi-access until we get the twinning down. So imp comes down for a credit, and then the paladin credit we gain. I believe we should pay 1 more there. Okay, I feel like we should have paid 1 more, but okay. Running that to force it to pop. Putting back some cards. Makes sense to put back a border control, gives a lot of options. And then I believe we're just going to go in and run HQ and find out what happens. I guess the twinning doesn't make sense because you've already got You've already used the Paladin credit, so you could have just delayed it though. You could install 20 hard, and then use the Paladin credit to install the Imp, to then give you a bonus counter, knowing that you're probably going to use Order to get through. Although in this case, we went with the Buzzsaw because we can pay 1 to break the Afshar, at least as much as we can of the Afshar, and then get through. Now we're going to see 1 card, and we will be able to Imp it if we want to. But we'll probably just take that as a slash and burn. That's the most important one to find. So Theo doesn't know it, but that has really saved him at this moment. Unless there is, of course, an Audacity in hand that I haven't noticed. So running back again, paying the credit, armed asset protection. I believe we just... okay, no. We do go and trash it because we want that Audrey counter to give us the opportunity to threaten and run wherever we need to. So install, advance, and there's the Audacity. Yep, there we have it. There was an Audacity in hand. There's just so much fast advance in that deck. Maybe 2 or 3 Audacities, 3 slash and burns, maybe 2 slash and burns. Yeah, that can do a lot for you. I believe we're just explaining some line. Oh, this was the hand. Yeah, that was the hand that was offered. Theo did see one of the important hits, but needed to hit that Audacity as well. So needed to hit 2, 1 in 5, and then 1 in 4. Yeah, so very limited odds there, but Cornelius manages to come away with it and get 3 points for the round. Thank you all for joining. We'll be back for the next round in a bit after a little break, because I need to get some water, because it turns out talking for about 10 hours in a day, not quite 10 hours yet, but you know, getting close to 7 hours, 6 hours now, talking for that long does get you a bit dehydrated. So you should go get some water too, because water's good for you, and we'll see you back Hello everyone, welcome back. We were just finishing for some announcements there. I am joined by Not Yeti.
Hello!
Who loves the stream so much that he was like, I'm fed up of this Netrunner rubbish, just get me on that stream.
Do you know what the problem is that the London Regionals I just won all the prizes, so I've got no reason to stay in, so I decided...
That's fair. So we are now watching Tanzan back again on the stream, feeling bad and worrying that they got roasted for not using the Crisium grid against the Burner earlier. They are on Acer Group again? Yeah, because it was a Crisium last time,
Tanzan, actually, one of my oldest friends from Chartered. We started playing the game together about 3 years ago, so...
nice.
It'll be nice to...
Have you only been in Netrunner for 3 years?
About that time, yeah.
Wow.
And then on the opposite side of the table, we've got Ish playing Hashiko, which did he tell us what he was playing? I think it might be
I believe so.
Crew type Hashiko.
Might be crew, might be mulch, might be regular.
Do you think there's a best Hashiko at the moment? Do you think there's a good meta call? What do we see a Banha in that opening hand. This looks like a nice.
I feel like crew Hashiko is a little bit warped right now because there are so many asset spammy decks that just don't have enough ice.
Click 1 for Tanzan there is a Rashida behind a piece of ice. We saw that.
Yeah.
We're now looking at some cards in hand. It looks like we've got a Biotic, we have a Hollow Man, and we have a Gatekeeper on HQ.
Yeah.
Mick in hand. So we're going to have tools to score agendas pretty fast, but all of those tools are very expensive. So this Rashida better find us some money.
Yes.
Click 1, Dirty Laundry R&D. See an Ichor project on the top of the deck.
Yeah, I mean, you just have to take that when it's there. That is rough, but these things happen. It's possible to come back from this.
Very much so. We're going to run back.
Just, please no.
We see on the top of the deck, I'm not quite sure what
I believe that was ice, so it's bricked
and last
there
tick install Banha. That seems like a pretty good opening turn for Ish here.
But that Rashida is going to fire. It's going to let us get lots of cards in hand and let us start working out what ice we're going to double up to prevent that Banha coming through.
1, 2, 3. It looks like we get more ice and we get an off-world office. So
there is a Holloman in hand, so
you could definitely set something up.
Yeah, if you want, you can. I mean, you got your Acer Group for a double install, so you can always put Holloman and off-world, and then put an extra ice down. But
how are we going to afford all of that? That's the real question.
Yeah, that is the difficulty here. Because with Holloman, I mean, you'll get. If you're doing it next turn, it's
still 6 to use it the first time round and 4 to use it every subsequent time, which is a lot of money. Whilst Tanzan sat here on 9, so
and also your Acer Group, so you want to try and put things quite wide if you can.
Yeah, and that, I mean, we don't really have assets, but being able to put the Hollow Man on the table, being able to put what I think is
so that's the off-world coming in here.
Yeah.
Then are we going to put an ablative on the outside?
I mean, the ablative already live on turn 2, thanks to that steal.
That's true, yeah.
And so we could recur that Rashida for quite a lot of value, like a res of the...
Yeah, in fact, an ablative and then put a naked ice.
Yeah, ice and Rashida in
for the Rashida to come into. But,
and then if that Rashida finds you a fully on...
instead.
Okay.
Which is interesting because Gatekeeper is not what you want to be hitting
Banha with.
Yeah.
But there's pretty good odds, I think, that Ish just takes an off turn here, gets that Hashiko flipped down. We've only got those 3 cards in hand. We spent 2 clicks running last turn and not drawing up, so we may well just see a bit of a setup turn, a bit of a. I think we saw a Largo in hand, which I would fully expect to see hit the table. So, very much. Tanzan may have a window here.
Yeah.
And if you're Ish here sat across the table, we know that's a Hollow Man, but for all the world that could be a Mana Gun Skunkworks.
That's true.
Yeah. And you have to make a decision about what am I going to contest? When in the turn can I afford to do it?
So we have gone for. I mean, I guess we're hoping here that look, the runner's poor enough. They need to work out what to do.
Yep.
And they're probably going to be looking at setting up. Maybe you can greed it. You can hope that if they don't run, you're going to have enough credits to be able to score that off-world and get your money back.
We see the Banha there on R&D.
Yep. And now we know that server over there is pretty safe.
Now, do we know what card that is?
I have no idea, but it looks like it's a program.
I believe this might be a fermenter.
Ah, yes, because it's got a bar for strength. So it's got 0 strength because it is not an icebreaker.
Although I don't see a counter on it, so it could be anything. running
It could be a
here,
compilation.
which this could be the ablative barrier. If this gets us Arashida on with only 1 click spare, we could be looking at quite the play here for the recovery here for Tanzan.
Yeah. Although I imagine you have to, like, if you have a click left, you're just going to go take down that Rashida. You kind of have no choice.
But, I mean, Tanzan has 8 credits, could defend it, because you get the Acid trigger with the ice.
Oh, yes. Oh, yeah, wow. I completely forgot about that. Yes. I'm just so used to seeing Ablative be doing nothing.
And we see a
earlier.
second Ikua project on the top.
Oh, my goodness. That is rough.
Yeah.
And now every single access matters because a single touch of a card is just game over here.
Yeah.
So if that wasn't ablative, I think Tanzan's going to be kicking themselves that they didn't keep in mind that line.
But what are we going to see here? We can afford to score with the Hollow Man here and bounce back.
And we haven't got too many cards in hand, so we're not going to have.
And we'd be able to do that with a click spare.
That's true. Yeah. Yeah, while we haven't stored anything from HQ. So here comes the Holloman, resing for 2, then using it, so spending 6 total to put 3 advancements, 1 for 1 more advancement.
And that is a off-world office that paid for itself.
Very nice.
And when you end that with a res Hollow Man and a click spare.
And 1 click left to be able to put... haven't got another agenda, but
we just have that Managam, and I think Tanzan might be reticent to just continue pushing in the 1 remote server. Maybe looking to start getting wide, maybe worrying about R&D.
Yeah.
I also wonder, I don't know what it's likely for Acid X, but is losing that second Ikua meaning that Tanzan's going to have to score 4 agendas?
I think it's likely. I think most of them are playing 2 Ikuas, which is nice because then it's like, okay, cool, you get 1. I'll just score the other one for myself.
But we're potentially in a pretty tricky spot now. That Banhar's going on HQ, and we don't have anything particularly tasty in HQ.
Yep. There's a Managon, which would be nice to take out while it's in hand rather than on the table. But it's not too much of a problem. Yeah, it's not the end of the world if it comes down because Hashiko's not really like getting through many cards here.
See, that adds it straight to the score area, which is slightly presumptive. I wouldn't have expected Tanzan to be necessarily sitting on agendas. And it's interesting sometimes, like as the runner here, you can get the sense, like psychologically, that the runner must be flooded, or I can just, if I just run, I can just try and close the game. But realistically, like 3 of the 9 agendas in the deck are gone. You know, there's a lot of time here for Tanzan to turtle up, and Ish hasn't been spending the clicks to flip. It hasn't been flipping down. Hasn't been spending clicks to set up.
I have just seen a Devil Charm in Ish's hand, so that looks like we might be on a crew version here. Which would help a lot, especially with the corp on kind of a little low amount of credits, and also not really set up to get full value from a fully operational here.
So we see a Tranquility home grid. That's wonderful. That's basically the going to start providing the money for the rest of the game. And now you've got some real decisions about where you put that. Do you create a second remote server to try and start getting that fully up value? Click 1 draw, and we see a second off-world office. Now, if we can score this out, it'd be pretty massive.
Yep.
And I think with the Managon, it's going to be it's good odds.
And with the runner showing only a Banhar to get through the outermost, although ideally we need another.
Yeah, the Hashiko's going to start their turn on 4 cards in hand, though. So you know they're.
I guess the other real difficulty here is
4 credits even. Sorry.
Now we've seen both Ikuas go. Your entire threat of what if it's an Ikua and you need an extra click and 2 credits doesn't really apply anymore because there's probably none left in the deck.
Ish can afford to run last click.
Yeah.
But there are still threats like Ablative. We still very well could be having to play around things like Drafter.
Yeah.
And we are looking at this Banharing the remote server. Now, we do have the charm, but we don't have the crew. So we only have half of that combo to get us into the remote. But if you can force 2 ice reses, that may well be enough.
Yeah.
So let's see. 4 credits means that we're pretty constrained. I mean, Ish has a real choice here, right? If you can contest the remote, it's wonderful, but really it looks like you might have to afford an off turn, but drawing that crew is probably going to put some ideas in your head.
Yeah, it puts a lot of threat out on the table.
But yeah, we're just going to take the setup turn.
Just showing like...
Oh no, running last click.
I mean, yeah, you want to get all the stuff down.
And we
so you
still
can
have.
use one with
we don't have
Manhunt.
voice with 1 credit, so you can't use creature trash.
And also, you can't get past the mana gun.
There's nothing you can do to get past the mana gun. Yeah, we don't need to raise anything.
Yeah. The option here is you could choose to res something if it's the thing you would rather they crew it.
No res. Res mana gun.
Okay.
I mean,
but yeah, I
you
guess
don't have
saving
the
the
crew.
credits lets you score.
Yeah. And 6 credits is.
And the powers that be.
Oh, are we going to be able to make use of that here?
You can.
So it's going to be
click the
4,
Holloman
5,
first, then install. Oh,
get a Rashida on the table.
is there enough? And there is enough. Yeah, there is enough to do it.
Yeah.
That is a spicy play.
Yeah. The ordering's important. You have to do the Hollow Man first.
Yeah.
But I don't think that's not something that we couldn't be taken back. Like, if needed, Tanzania should be able to do this here.
Yeah, and also you have your Acer trigger, so you can still protect
The Hollow Man. The powers that be.
The powers that be, yeah.
And you can have that being set up ready for your
for
fully
your Rashida
operational
to
in the
fire,
turn.
find your fully operational, and suddenly you have an infinite incon engine
Yeah.
again.
Okay, so we're doing the install, which now we're reading the
just,
Hollow Man.
just checking how that works. Undoing the install. Now clicking the Holloman.
Yeah, Tanzan's credit perfect here to do all of this, so I is just wanting to make sure.
Yeah. Using the Holloman.
So 5 credits, and we're just scoring.
Okay.
Not going for that powers that be play.
Yeah, there was a great opportunity. I guess there isn't a Tranquility in there. If there was a Tranquility, it would feel even more worth it.
Yeah, and we may potentially just be trying to put something else in this server here. Like if you do get that Trank in the server now, it'd feel pretty good and look quite threatening to the runner.
Yeah. Yeah, potentially just. Trap the powers that be in as a kind of like trap, but we know you're going to have to score 2 more agendas, so
and we need that
probably
Hollow Man to be
do
doing
want
stuff.
to keep it around. But yeah, it definitely feels like the powers that be was a.
Yeah. And last click, install that Trank. So next turn we're going to be able to start putting stuff in there, and we are getting that third
on
ice
the outside.
Yeah,
So that brand probably not going to be res because that's the thing we really don't want to lose to the crew.
Yeah. Realistically, we probably don't want to res anything on this remote server. We just want to. But click 1. We are running the remote. I'm not sure. Actually,
if there's an
we
ablative in
spent 2
here?
clicks. I think it's credit run the remote here. So we're looking to be able to trash that Hollow Man and just click through things. So yeah, you're saying to the corp, are you going to be able to res 2 pieces of ice to keep me out?
Yeah. We have do we know what was the innermost? Is the Gatekeeper on HQ?
No, Gatekeeper is the middle, and yeah, I don't know what the other ones are. But even that, like, this is the thing that happens as Hashiko, right? You're making all of these. You've got this great early tempo, and then in the mid game, you spend all of your money and all of your resources trying to get in, and then suddenly you're broke.
Yeah.
Where you don't necessarily have your recovery.
Yeah, and the difficult thing here, like, you've got all the way through, you've clicked through the Managon, you can't even take it down.
It's 3 credits to trash this Managal. Oh, I think that is a cupulation on the opposite side of the table.
Ah, okay.
And we are cupsing the Hollow Man.
Cool.
And now over to Tanzan, whose top deck here is going to be really important. Wow, okay, I don't know if I could have put that better. Now, you need to draw cards, but you also need money. And drawing into this HQ is potentially very dangerous. So, a lot of difficult decisions for Tanzan here.
Yes, although just anything, like if you find an agenda, if you install it, you get the Trank value, that gives you 8 credits. There's also still the Managam in there. That's probably enough to...
Click once, draw a Chrysium. I don't think that will be doing much this game.
Yeah. I guess we just really want to find a fully operational.
We just need money.
Huge, yeah.
Okay, a Rashida there is very good. I think you can put a Rashida in the remote server, get the free Hollow Man install, get 2 credits, and you can be feeling pretty nice.
I wonder if at this moment you might actually want to put in just like the Chrysium grid, just because you can protect the Hollow Man in hand there. Because if you're installing 2 things in there, the runner's probably going to assume like, oh, there's probably nothing in HQ, otherwise...
Potentially.
If they're going down to 3 cards in HQ and they know you have a cupulation.
But there's no agenda in that server, and the runner may spend a lot of resources going and contesting it, you know? So it's the thing. The runner is spread pretty thin here.
That's my thought of the Chrysium, though, is if you put the Hollow Man in, that's their target.
But can they get in with 2 credits to trash? It would be tough from this board.
That's definitely true. Oh, yeah, because also the crew is... let's bring up the crew. It's
2 to use it.
2 for the trash. and it's a tag to bring down the strength.
Yeah, so it's not the case that with these two credits, if if you want to click through the Managarm and you want to deal with, if you are trying to deal with two pieces of ice, it can be really tough. And if you spend those 2 credits to trash the Hollow Man, it's like fighting Tanzan's win comp, but you are expending quite a lot in the process.
Yeah.
And next turn he's got that Trank Grid, he's going to be able to just put something down.
And also, if there is an ablative here, like putting the Rashida on the table, Ish only has 2 credits. So if they're going to use a credit to go and trash the Rashida...
Interestingly, we didn't use either. We didn't install either. We just did the single install, didn't take the ASA value. Which, again, could be thinking that HQ's more... HQ is safer. I can't fully protect this remote server. I just need to keep dragging him through it whilst I stabilize and put something in there every turn.
Yeah, 1 face down each turn is more opportunities to drag them through and force them to face that Managon without building up enough credits to actually be able to take it down.
And we res a Hagen. Now that's going to get Banhard, so we're just going to take 2 damage.
Yep.
Continue, which means that we're very likely to see a second res here.
Yep. Although we have the option to crew whatever comes up now.
But if they do that, they won't be able to trust the Rashida. So
that's true.
And it's also, I think, a gatekeeper, right? So
if
it'd
it
be
is,
an interesting.
then
It'd also change the
tag.
Devil Charm.
Yeah. And you know that they can't trash.
Okay, so we're not rezzing. They are going to get in. They are going to be able to trash the Rashida, and we're just going to say,
yeah, you have to. As much as you feel like, really spending a credit for this, maybe this credit is more important. Them getting a Rashida Fire is too much of a swing.
But yeah, Tanzan going to be able to put something in the remote server here.
I feel like Tanzan's done a very good job to come back from 2 fortunate finds of Ikawa.
And I find this ASA really, and we see the first fully operational, I find these ASAs really intense to play. It's like it can be really difficult. And trying to figure out exactly how I'm going to get the most value. I actually don't know if we have any ice in hand.
Yeah, we've run out of ice. And like if you draw... Wow.
Smallest fully up, and we're using the draw sub.
Oh,
we see a Spin Doctor and a second Powers That Be. And really, with the runner in the state they are now, you can put a Powers That Be on the table and expect it to stick.
Yeah. And we have to remember that Tanzan probably still has to score 2 more agendas, whereas Ish just needs to touch a single agenda once.
Yeah, I mean, if we see the third Ikawa, then it may well be just that.
Yeah.
I test with Tanzan a little bit.
With a Spin Doctor there.
Hollow Man and the Spin Doctor. And you've got to think as Ish, you've got to see that as like a very likely agenda push. It could even potentially be threatening the game.
And potentially, like, there is enough credits there that you can score out as long as you don't have to res anything. And again, being dragged through, is this just a third, fourth time through this Managarm?
We never got the Managarm, and we're going to the Banhard HQ. We've decided...
Okay.
We've now drawn cards into HQ, and if we use the compilation here, we're not going to find anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we're doing just that.
Anyway, yeah.
It's tough. Ish has, and we're seeing 3 cards that we cannot trash.
Yeah.
Ish has spent this game in that aggressive stance, and the Hashika, and like people complain a little bit. I mean, not to get too off topic, but people complain about Hashika being too value oriented and just like giving you too much. But the thing that I find like really lovely about the design of Hashika is exactly this board state, right, where she has been stealing a credit every single turn since turn 2.
Yeah.
And it's drawn us a lot of cards, but really it has made it really difficult for Ish to stabilize, and we've lost some sure gambles to damage. So like, is our comment? Oh, do you see that light the fire?
I don't.
There is a light the fire.
Okay.
In hand, which is going to could be absolutely massive.
Maybe. Is that what we're just waiting for? Are we just gearing up for that to happen?
Yeah, I mean, it would make a lot of sense. But back down to 0 credits, we're getting the Amakua installed.
Yeah. The Amakua does help because you can always use the Devil Charm just to get something down to the strength of it.
Yep. Right, Tanzan Mancha draws a Drafter. And I think we'll be thinking about Icing Archives. I would be very surprised if we don't see this Hollow Man rest
the
here.
board's so set up to be able
So there's, Spin
to
Doctor
frustrate this Armakua by just locking out all the centrals.
Res Spin Doctor. We see a Nico campaign and a Wage Workers. So we're now finally getting these economy assets that Townsend, I'm sure, would have loved to have seen a long, long while ago.
Yeah, and we also do have a piece of ice, so we can put down the Wage Workers and put Zone Protection in front of it.
Yep.
Obviously, a naked asset right now is pretty bad for this, having this Armakua around.
Yeah, there is that, but there is also the fact that, this Hoshiko doesn't have the means to trash it.
Yeah.
There's like anything you put on the table, they would have to get the credits and then spend the credits.
Yeah, and have to get the credits from zero.
Yeah.
Which is exceptionally difficult.
Like if it's moshing, if it's like credit, play, strike fund, like all of those things are going to be spending resources.
And clicks, which means you can't really contest that mana golem then.
Yeah, and these HB decks will just click tax you,
But yeah, it's very possible that this game is just going to come down to that Light the Fire, and it's just going to be a case of...
The Light the Fire will be pretty big.
Who expects Light the Fire to come out of Hoshiko? Maybe you think there's one in there, but you don't spend too much time thinking about each turn. And knowing that when the runner gets to 6 points, they can always get into any server pretty much.
Yeah, I mean the 3 ice is going to be would be pretty massive, right? If you can put 3 ice down, but like in order to put res of the 3 ice, then you're going to have a lot more money than Tanzan does right now. And so yeah, it looks very firmly like Ish's deck is very, very similar to the deck that Kikai won the London regionals with, and yeah, some of the cards like Light the Fire.
So the Wage Workers coming down there.
Yeah, and I think we'll expect to see this Nico go into the server and get 2 credits.
That's the Lego firing, I believe.
Wow, what an intense game. These games are Netrunner where you lose 6 points early and you've just got to spend the rest of it crawling back. And we see install, and I believe that was the Nico campaign. Yeah, looks like it was.
Surely some credits here,
Yeah, and the Biotic is gonna, has been enhanced since turn 1, but could turn the pace of this game really quickly, especially in the later stages.
And with the Wage Workers on the table.
Yeah.
It doesn't quite let you score a 5-3 from hand.
Yeah, we can get Vitruvius counters.
Yeah.
And yeah, we gonna struggle to score because of the Iqua,
But yeah, the Vitruvius counter would then let you get back the fully operational, which now is a good card, but unfortunately before, not a great card.
And Tanzan got to think here. Where are these agendas? Where do I want them to be? And just putting out, I think that's the powers that be on the table.
Yeah. Which, if we've committed to not icing up archives, then having a naked asset is also fine. There's always something they can run with the Armakua.
Yeah, and I think that even on 10 credits, you're never going to res all this ice, right? Yeah. So, and we're ban hiring R&D.
R&D is completely random, so if you do touch the top, there is a chance.
Click 3 run R&D. So we still have this ablative barrier, which very much could deal some damage on this board state. Could get us a Rashida on the table. And even getting this access could be difficult.
Yeah. And the difficult thing being, if you want to res anything, you kind of have to res both things.
That is true. And Banhar is that's one of the things that makes Banhar so strong.
Yeah.
But if Tanzan can afford to hit, and we're resing the Mick, that's going to be... Yeah, and so we're going to be able to res the ablative barrier, get a Rashida. And we lose that Light the Fire.
Yeah, that's important.
But this access could be the game. Oh no, we have to crew to get the access, so...
Yeah.
We're looking at the hand. We're looking in archives.
And this is crewing for a single.
Rashida is going into the remote. And I think we're thinking about over-installing the Nico campaign to defend this Rashida, because it gets us a trank trigger.
Yeah.
We get 2 credits on that. So if you're...
The other option, of course, we didn't have a mana golem in the bin, so we couldn't... Oh, sorry, Ablative has to be another server, so of course it can't be.
Yeah. And we're thinking about this crew, and we're going to spend the Devil Charm and the crew to delete an ablative barrier.
We could just take a tag and then pay with Armakua, but
and that looks like what we're doing. Yeah.
We have to worry.
So that crew is off the table.
Oh, okay, so we are trying
we're using... Yeah, it looks
I was
like
going to say you could take a tag just to lower the strength to then pay with Armakua, and that still leaves you a click and 2 credits in case there is a third Iqua in the deck. So we're just checking on here.
All of this for a single access. Tanzan, you've got to think. It could all come down to this. It looks like a Bran on the top of the deck. That not being the winning agenda might actually mean that Tanzan now looks favoured in this matchup. It very much depends on how he has to score out, but he's going to get a Rashida Fire.
That did feel like quite an aggressive run.
And that's what we've seen from Ish, right, for most of this game. And you're going to see that and you're not going to be able to do anything about it. Ish has just been in that thing that happens when you steal 6 points early and then you just spend the game on the attack, not sitting back.
But it's how much do you trust that this deck is going to play only 3 5/3s?
Yep, so we fire Rashida. It's going to get us to 7.
Yeah. Plenty of credits, plenty of cards.
Yeah. 1.
And if we draw into fully operational here, we
see a Vitruvius.
Yeah.
We see that Wage Workers, and I think another Mana Gun. So a lot of.
So if you want, you can
decisions.
go broke and have a scored Vitruvius, but unfortunately, didn't find a fully operational, which would have been very nice here.
If we Biotic, we go down to 3. Install, we go up to 2.
Oh yeah, you do get
Triple
the
advance.
Then you can use the.
You can then either powers all Wage Workers.
Yeah.
You would go really broke to do either of those things. It might not be worth it, but.
And unfortunately, powers triggering off. Is it after you score? Can you then say in that remote?
Yeah, you can.
Oh wow! So then, but then you obviously don't get the trank again.
You don't get the trank again. That would be the incredibly aggressive line.
There,
and it would also mean that Tanzan's probably planning on using that Biotic Labor to close out, win the game, right?
Yeah. The problem here is that this MIC is not really stopping anything.
Well,
because as in, Ish can always get in once.
Yeah, but if you're the runner here, does running R&D for singles feels like the way you're going to win the game? I mean, it doesn't.
What if it's the single?
But that's the way you can lose. Really, really tough, I think, for both of these players. Tanzan has a lot to think about. But I mean.
And also, we've seen accumulation come down. We've seen it.
We do have the Hollow Man on the table. I don't know if that makes a difference to how you score this turn, but probably not with your credit.
You'd be left with 1 credit. Well, you'd have 2 from the things. You'd have 3 credits left over afterwards.
Okay, so that could be a powers that be res. That could be a Wage Workers.
Yeah.
Tough.
But it's also, while it's in your hand, it's just a 1 in 5. And the accumulation,
I mean,
there's not much to see it coming back. We haven't got a fermented cookie on the table that could be cashed out with a Simmel chip. So
if you're able to put this Vitruvius on the table and have it survive a turn, you are going to be able to score it, recur something, potentially get Vitruvius counters to recur your fully operationals. It could, scoring a Vitruvius here with a counter will fund. I mean, however you score the Vitruvius, really, it will probably fund you for the rest of this game.
Yeah.
The question is, how on earth do you score it?
Yeah.
Okay. So
we just need fully operational here.
Click
a
1.
Single fully operational solves this for Asa. So you're kind of just waiting for that.
Click 1 install. Gain 2 credits. Thinking. It's looking at the ice. It's really, really tough here. But Hashiko's still on 2 credits there. Going to start the turn on 1 credit. So even if Tanzan leaves himself fairly open, is Hashiko going to be able to capitalize on that?
Yeah. Now,
and we are taking a defensive line. We are icing R&D. We have 1 click left.
I guess seeing A light the fire, be lost to damage.
Yeah, and
you probably assume there's only 1.
Yeah. If Tanzan, very close friend of mine, teammate. I would say of the players I know, one of the less meta, savvy. He's probably not paying attention to the lists that are coming out. He probably doesn't know his opponent's deck card for card. He's just making the best plays that he can on this turn, with the information that he has. And we also do we see a Tread Lightly in hand?
Looks like it.
We're definitely playing Kikai's.
Tread Lightly is a really,
It's I've argued with Kikai about this a lot. I think it's wrong.
It's a very swingy card that in some matchups it's completely irrelevant, and in some matchups it's absolutely devastating. I think particularly against the Asmari lists, where you often have a server which is completely untouched for most of the game.
HQ, Raindrops HQ, and now we know there are no agendas in here. But this is still going to be a tempo forward play for Ish. But without that Banha on another server, we're potentially not getting any other accesses this turn.
Yeah. So wage workers will do nothing
Stays
with that.
in hand. We've got 3 clicks. We've got 4 credits. How are we going to start applying pressure? What else do you see in hand? I see a crew. It's going to come down for 2. Back down to 2 credits, where Ish has been for most of this game. I think we've forgotten Amaku account there.
And here comes the Tread Lightly.
Wow, last click, Tread Lightly R&D.
Which is interesting because there is an MIC on here as well, right?
Yeah.
Which are we trying
Tanzan clearly thinking about his res, which leads me to think that this is almost certainly an ablative barrier.
Yeah.
If it's
a free Rashida, it's magical, but it is a 5 cost.
Yeah,
the money you pay extra, so it's just
but
more
you
cards.
might prevent this access, you know.
Yeah. Although we have an Amakua charged with 3 counters, so
but we've got 3. So yeah, I think we can get in. We can get in whatever happens.
And also the runner is tagged, so they're happy to take tags because 1 tag, 2 tags is all the same against HB.
Oh, it's tough. It's really tough. If that isn't ablative, I would be tempted to trade the mic.
Oh, so we are.
But we're going to crew the mic.
Okay. Yeah, I'm guessing we're crewing it.
Crewing the mic. Yeah, if I was Tanzan there, I mean, this doesn't feel like a bad trade. If this is a whiff, as Tanzan, you do feel all right here. But
yeah, it's a difficult game when you just have to trust your deck sometimes. You have to trust the R&D on the odds.
Okay, they're running it back. Clearly, I think Tanzan's asking, he's thinking about if he's going to just use the mic before we get to the Deltran crew.
Yeah. Taking back the 2 credits.
Thinking. It's really rough here. But Tanzan can get to 6 points. We could have both of these players on game point. And I think this is a judge call about the take back. I think Ish should kind of express the intention to use it, and that's an ablative barrier on the top of the deck. That is not the game. I think that's a fair. I think from the judge's perspective, the information had been revealed. The decision to use, and now we have options how to score this out. We have wage workers. We have the Hollow Man. We have a lot of options here.
Definitely.
You could just score it. Wage workers have a spare click and get this Rashida in the remote. There's all sorts you can do here, and you can get that Vitruvius counter to get you the.
The other thing you have to worry about, though, there is an Amakura on the table, and it does have 4 virus counters on it, which is a problem. They only have 1 credit.
Okay, we are going to use the Hollow Man, so that's 2 to res. So we're getting down to 3 credits. Yep. It looks like Tanzan deciding not to res the powers that be.
Just scoring as is, with no extra counter either.
Yeah.
Which
this might be the sign of somebody who is a little stressed out, and he is putting the Chrysium grid in the remote server, threatening the win. I think it's really tough here for both players. Tanzan,
but I guess when there's a Hagen on it, like we've got a Hagen protecting it, and there is an Amakura on the table, and that means
it's a 5 strength Hagen,
which means the runner does have to run somewhere else first.
Or the Banhard could potentially get us there.
Potentially, yeah.
Looks like we've got another judge call for this table. Take over a missed Largo trigger. Whatever happens here, I think. Ooh, what's the? Oh dear indeed. Cobalt in chat is correct. I believe there are now 2 regions in the remote server.
You can't have 2 regions in a remote server.
I don't know if Tanzan will have noticed this.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
Yes.
Tanzan might need to have this rolled back. We might need. I wonder if the judges can spot this before it goes badly.
Yeah.
I'm assuming as commentators our role here is to not interact, not intervene.
Yes, we are not judges. So
okay, well, it looks like we're taking that back.
Okay.
Oh dear.
Yeah, it's difficult to say, like, if you say...
Oh no, we're taking that back. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know what's
being
rolled back.
Because if you do have that happen, and then you need to be like, oh, I've installed a card and I realise I can't, or shouldn't install that card here.
Wow. Oh my lord.
And I think the Corp revealing that they have an installable card in their hand is not necessarily a game-changing piece of information.
Tamsin cannot make this play. I don't know what happened there.
Yeah, we did take it back, and it's not...
It's not in the server, but it doesn't look like Tamsin got to take an additional click. It's not clear to me what all of that was about.
I think a different card went in, right?
Oh, really? Was that not there already?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
Because we just scored a Vitruvius out of it.
Okay, we're ban hiring R&D. We think that's an ablative barrier. And that is a fully operational top of the deck.
That's going to be very nice to
pick up. And no res, no agendas in HQ. So it looks like Tamsin's safe for a turn.
Yeah.
And could have a way of pulling this out with the Vitruvius.
And I mean, the fully operational coming through is going to be very nice. Although, still, we have a turtle on 5 counters now, which means enough credits can get Ish into any server, pretty much.
Into any server, but...
Except for Gatekeeper, of course, which will be 6 strength.
Yeah. Okay, we are rezzing a Gatekeeper. So that's going to fire. So Tamsin is going to break lock here.
Yep.
And going to draw 3 cards. Hoping, I think, just to top deck the win. Which is going to be difficult because from your low credit total. 1, 2, 3. No agendas. They are deep down in the deck. Running back.
And this game is...
Rashida on top. Last credit trash the Rashida.
This game is particularly important because this is the winner of this might make it into the cup.
Might make it.
And the loser certainly won't make it into the cup. So it's an important game for both of them, and also they're on stream.
Top deck a drafter, still no agenda in hand.
Yeah. But we do have the fully operational now, so we can bounce back that income.
Yeah, and potentially find the thing to jam.
And there is I think that's a Mavirus in hand. That is huge. Installing that Mavirus, putting a piece of ice in front of it, then playing the fully operational.
Click 1 install. I didn't see what that was.
And then we're adding Mavirus with it. We're going to take, I imagine, 2 credits from this for the install.
Would expect so. Okay, that's click 1.
Yeah. And we're just thinking about the Lego, I assume. Yep. Oh, beautiful. 2 credits, but you are going to lose one of them. Yes, but an extra credit could be all the difference here. Although now that we know that there is a Mavirus on the table,
fully operational, yeah.
Like that Omakura is doing nothing whenever it needs to.
Oh my lord!
So
drawing
if
2,
we can find
Nico and another fully operational. Still no agendas for Tamsin here. The thing that the lack of agendas has really kept him in this game since those 2 Equa skills, but now it feels like a real punishment. 6 points for both players.
I mean, we have 12 points on the table, so there's
one click remains.
Another 9 or 10 points.
You're going to want to put another piece of ice on R&D, I think. But he is thinking. There's a lot of cards in hand here.
And the difficulty also, you've got a Gatekeeper on HQ, which is now 0 strength. So if you do make the decision to try and find the agenda so you have it in hand for next turn, that's going to be a problem, because they can get through that even if you use your Mavirus.
Yeah. Wow. It must be so tough here as Tamsin.
Yeah.
What do you do? And it looks like he's thinking Managam on R&D. Just needs it to hold. Knows that he's not going to be able to res enough ice to keep Ish off.
Yeah.
And is just going to have to fork him. Say, look, if you want to challenge this remote, which I think Ish will.
And remembering there's still a Banhor on the table, so any server can be gotten into. Any of these one-eye servers can comfortably be gotten into when needed.
On 7 credits, Tamsin can just top deck the win from this point.
Yeah.
Vitruvius, Hollow Man, we just have it. So keeping R&D locked, which is what Ish has been doing, very important. Click 1, we're just going to run it.
Range up through.
Tamsin thinking. Just
so
going to res the Managam.
3 clicks on a run to
3
see
clicks on a single.
but it could be the single that matters.
We're doing it. It's a Tattoo Bowler.
Yes.
Wow. How do you think emotionally is Ish you're feeling here, right? Your first 2 accesses, amazing. Everything since then.
It's very difficult. I feel like there's also a line where you feel regret for going for singles, but then it gets to the point where you've put so much opportunities into those that you're like, but what if it's the next one? What if it's the next one? It's like when you gamble and you're like, well, I've already spent all this. Surely the next time I'll hit big. Whereas taking a little bit of time, taking a step back, building up some economy and some board.
But Tanzan still hasn't spent that Biotic Labour. I don't know if it's gone in the bin, but there's a very real possibility that with some combination of that fully operational and the cards in hand, that we are going to be...
That is time in the round. So it's tied at the moment.
Tanzan just needs to find an agenda on this turn. And we are somehow managing to run an access. We're going to see it past the B, and we're seeing a Mavirus. Are you trashing that? Yep. You don't get your...
Yeah, I mean, when it's time in the round, I don't think it really matters now.
Yeah.
So the main thing is you need to do anything that can get the corpse credits down.
So
which I don't think there is anything. And I don't know if there is a line that the corpse can score out.
I think there is. I think with the Biotic and the fully operational, and the wage works on the table, there's like a world where you can definitely get it.
But you have to... Surely you have to fully up and find in the first 2 cards.
Probably.
I think because you need the rest of the credits to be able to do all of that.
You get 2 from the Trent Grid when you do the install.
Yeah.
So I know that in round 6, Tanzan ended the game in a very similar position, having to just have this puzzle, this final turn after time's been called. How do I win the game? If you're watching at home, think what would you do in this board state?
Yeah. So I mean,
I think it starts with fully operational.
The maximum best economy here is what we play fully operational. We draw 2 cards. One of them, let's assume, is an agenda. We then take 4 credits for the rest. That means we've net gained 3 credits. We're going to gain 2 from the Trank. That gets us to 10 credits, which then we can Biotic,
we can
install. You could Holloman or you could use Wage Workers.
Yeah, there's
which
a lot of...
I think you can score a 2-4 if it's in the first 2 cards. You might be able to score a 2-3
if it's in the top 4.
in the top 4
so
cards.
Tanzan very, very realistically has it here. He is just absolutely petrified, I think. Solomon in chat, I agree with that one.
All right, here it is.
Can we go to the pub, come back, play the last turn,
comes down,
draw 2. 1, it's a Trent Grid. 2, it's a fully operational. We have to continue drawing.
Now there is a no wait there.
Yeah, you can get a Wage Workers on playing 3, and we see
3 operations. Yeah,
we see a off-world office. On that second one. So now Tanzan has to think to himself: 4 credits, potentially 6 credits. Can I score an off-world?
So if you off-world Biotic, that gives you a click. So that's all your 3 clicks spent, but you get a click from the Biotic. You get 2 clicks from the Biotic, 1 click from the...
Hollow Man Advance isn't going to get you there, though.
Yeah.
You're just
if it was a 2-3, you could do it. So...
I think
you have to...
install Biotic Advance, does that get you there?
I think you just calculate that, you can't score this off-world. You have to draw 2 more.
Tough.
I think because if you can find a Vitruvius, then with Wage Workers and Biotic, there is a line where you can score it.
And we don't get it. Don't get the Vitruvius.
No, yeah.
So it looks like that might be... that looks like it might be a game, but Tanzan knows he's got Wage Workers here. There's I think actually a draw for both these players is really unfortunate.
Yeah, it's really tragic because I think that puts them both out of contention for the cut. There was no way they could ID through this. Yeah, just thinking through all the maths. If we had a second Biotic...
Yeah, second Biotic could maybe.
But I think earlier on there was a line where we could have installed the Mavirus in a new remote, putting down a piece of ice.
Second Biotic just came into hand.
Okay.
You can gain 4 now. That is an Iqua.
Okay, there was another Iqua.
There was another Iqua.
Which, with us not knowing that, may have changed a lot the lines that Tanzan was considering.
Okay, so res wage workers biotic here.
Yeah, but the
And
thing
but
is
you-
here, if
You've only
there
got
was
2 clicks left after that, right?
if there was one more turn, Tanzan would have this.
If you res
comfortably,
wage, if you res wage workers biotic, you have 3 clicks, which isn't enough. It looks like he might be continuing to draw for the.
I think we're just hoping that
Vitruvius?
there's a way that somehow. Yeah, I guess if you do grab
I don't
the
know.
next one, you get a Vitruvius in the first 2 cards. Then you'll have 7 credits, 8, 9 credits with the Trank. You play Biotic, which is 4, so you've got 5 left.
But it's just
which means install Holloman Advance, which might just be it still.
Yeah.
But yeah, an extra server here for these fully operationals would have probably cemented it.
Okay, so we have resolved to gain more money, which is going to fund our biotic labour, our first one.
We're just too short on credits to be able to
just
pay
slightly.
2 biotics,
Just slightly.
especially if we also need to reg the wage workers to get a click. There is also there is a line where if you play 2 biotics, you'll have 5 clicks, which means that you could then. Oh no, you wouldn't be able to double use wage workers because one of yours is an install.
And then triple advance, would you have it? No,
Yeah,
not quite,
you'd still be short. So you'd have to have it already advanced, but yeah.
Tanzan like a click or a credit short here.
Yeah.
Like 8 different ways. And he's just taking time to think.
doing all the
I just
maths.
don't think he has it. It's so tough.
Looking at every card, seeing if there is just an option somewhere. Now, while we're waiting for I think for Tanzan to come to the same conclusion that we have, I have a very interesting philosophical question for you.
Go on.
What if Tanzan intentionally game lost at this point, so that they didn't both draw and one of them won?
Yeah.
No idea what happens. No idea about the ethics of that either.
Yeah, I don't think as either player you couldn't really be super willing to concede, but just send it. Yeah, like both of these players will get some of the exclusive pricing for this tournament. There's prize for the top 16.
Yeah, that's true.
And yeah, it looks like Tanzan is going to come up just shy. He's resing the wage workers.
Which had it's a very interesting layout for an Acer board, do you think? I would usually expect to see a little wider, but I guess when you see Banhar, you have to start stacking your server, so
Yeah,
you don't really have a choice.
Banhar is very, very good against you.
Just doing lots of counting of clicks here.
Yeah, I think Tanzan, just rerunning the numbers again and again and again. This is the second time today that Tanzan has been just shy of doing it on the final turn, as when time was called. Okay, he's resing the wage workers, or he's just talking it all
Yeah,
through?
to be honest, at this point, you could just be like, hey Ish, here's all my cards. Can I actually score this? Help me figure out the maths. You know, everyone likes to see an impressive final win, so...
I don't think there are any greasing the palm in Tanzan's deck. I think that would obviously help, but...
Greasing the Palm is unfortunately just a card that... It's such good value, but it's always one of the first things to get cut.
Yeah, it's tough.
It's just a mere shadow compared to fully operational, and that's kind of the only operation you want to be playing.
Yeah, it would be nice for the wage workers and for everything else, but yeah, we're just going to come up shy. We have...
I don't believe there is a turn after this.
Yeah, I don't believe
it's difficult to say because the table that's playing is a few seconds, like a second or two behind us. I think it's 600 milliseconds, which is 6-second delay.
Yeah.
So when time is called, it could be that Ish does actually have one last turn.
Yeah, my assumption is that he doesn't here, but...
Yeah. I think the fact that Tanzan is kind of saying, here, look, this is a wage workers here. Well, actually, Ish knows it's a wage workers. But also, when you've drawn in this way, it's because you think that you could have the win here.
Yeah.
And it's like, if you don't, then it's accepted.
Yeah. And are we going to see a handshake?
Biotic?
No, Cobalt. I think that Tanzan can wear wage workers here and then play the biotic. I don't think he's taken his third click yet, so I think he'd be fine.
As long as it sees the third click. It has to be ready for the third click, so it can't be your third install and then you res it. That's not possible.
Yeah, so I think you can res before you take the third click, it'd be totally fine.
Yeah. Maybe I'm wrong.
You're being
on the
corrected on your timings.
It might be that it is actually just 0.6 seconds.
If it were me here, I would install triple advance an agenda and then offer a handshake. But
and then immediately take your cards and shuffle them and be like, oh, I just thought we'd draw instead. It's more friendly.
No, I don't mean as in like that think that I won.
Really desperately trying to find
I
maths to work
know.
here. I understand it because, like, you know, no one wants to find out later that they did have it.
You had
especially
it,
knowing it's on stream,
and it's the difference
knowing
in
that
making the card.
Us two here are talking about all the maps, and then you're going to be able to go back and see, like, did I have it in there?
Right, and he is.
Look, there's the handshake. That's it.
Okay. Wonderful.
Handshake has happened.
Congratulations.
That
I mean,
is a
commiserations to both players.
Yeah.
But yeah, like incredibly well played. That was the top card of the deck.
That's rough. Yeah.
Feel rough.
Just the agendas bubbled up to the top when you didn't want them, and then sunk to the bottom later on, and there was just an unfortunate way out of that.
Yeah, really tight game. Really interesting.
But very well played by Tanzan. Like early on, losing 2 Iquas, especially the first access of the game. Just now, the runner is always almost halfway to winning. Is very rough indeed, and managing to hold the fort so well, and really force the runner to think every single thing I feel like I need to contest, and can't quite get up to speed. Well, that has been 7 rounds of Swiss.
3 rounds with the top card still to go.
Yes, very exciting stuff. We'll have a little bit of a break now because there'll be some prizing going out. People getting some rewards and so on, and then we'll be back to show those top cut games. And we'll find out who's joining me.
Right, thank you very much. It's been wonderful.
Thank you for joining.
I'll see you all later.
You can plug your YouTube channel.
TMKF Netrunner.
Planning to do a...
I don't know if I'll do a tournament report for this. I've done so many for regionals that it kind of like, I don't know if I have anything new to say, but I'll get one. There'll be one out soon, maybe after Nottingham next weekend.
Nice. And yeah, we'll see you guys back later for the Excellent. Welcome back, everyone. We are now ready for the top 8. I'm joined by Cobra Bubbles.
Hello.
This time 16th.
16th, yes.
How are you feeling?
Yeah, feeling good. I won all my runner games today and lost all but one of my corp games. So probably be changing my corp for the next district.
I would prioritise someone
next week
if they get knocked
playing in
out.
Nottingham.
Okay.
Gonna
But
be a
if
good time.
neither of those are available, I would be very happy to have you join. That's right. Sorry, I did not hear anything
That's
you
okay.
said.
Just that my corp was not good, and I'll probably change it for next week in Nottingham.
What were you playing?
I Confusion. It's like solid, but it's slow.
Yeah.
And I played it in an online
Did you go
tournament
to
last
time a
weekend.
bunch,
I
or?
went to time in every game, and I did my best to not play slowly. But I'm a thoughtful player, shall we say?
Yeah.
And you forget that like it's difficult for runners to like play those games quickly, like without them being any fault. It's just a lot of decisions to make that are high stakes. So
Yeah.
the games tend to be slow, even if you play fast as the court player, especially in paper. When you've got all the other stuff to manage as well. So
Yeah.
it was a bit of a tough tour. Probably I need more reps in it if I'm going to play it in more tournaments.
So what we have here is we have Mr. Velis on Hashiko, gone 3 and with 1 draw, but that was an ID. And then we've also got an undefeated, a PE that had 1 draw.
One loss,
No,
I
sorry,
believe.
1 loss.
They were on the table. He was
Yeah.
on the table next to me in round 1. I lost to Not Yet Tea. But seems to have won all its other court games, which
And
is cool.
there is a crocodile. Again.
There is a crocodile.
The crocodile
Do
is
we know
here.
the story of the crocodile? I missed this.
Was it V playing before he had the crocodile? I'm not sure. But apparently the crocodile is a
Okay.
health and safety inspector.
Oh.
So,
okay.
but earlier on
Just
was
keeping
being
an eye,
used
making sure-
for Steve cards to gobble them up and make sure they never saw the table again.
That's very good. Yeah, just keeping an eye. Make sure this Juteki deck is all above the board.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nothing. No hazards at work for the runner here. We hope.
Now, is there a crocodile-related card?
Mm-hmm. There's Gabali.
Cavalli.
It's GB, I think. Weirdly.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, that is a crocodile. There we go. That is the one crocodile card we have
I think
to
that's
enjoy
the
for
only
now.
one.
I can't think of any
I
others.
can't think of any others.
Some
Yeah.
shameless sticker promotion here.
Oh, look at this.
Look at this, yeah.
Wow. Wow. Play a theatre tournament and you too can win one of these cool cyber stickers.
I assume
nice.
this is, so we're not quite started yet. They're just doing the final preparation checks for the round.
Nice.
And this will be Mr. Velis, as second place from Swiss, has chosen this as their matchup here.
Okay, great.
The other way around, let's just have a little check what they have.
I guess that makes some
is,
sense.
of course, an Ob deck by
Yeah.
Mr. Velis against a Lat deck.
Sure. That's time started, sounds like, so we're off.
Yep.
And this is, I believe this is pretty straightforward loud PE,
Yep.
as we've come to
Loud
understand.
PE. Now, everyone says what that is.
Yeah, yeah.
But no one says what that is.
Yeah,
Is
yeah.
this just prana condenser? Is that...
So it's kind of just Prana Condenser. It's Prana Condenser, it's also Regenesis.
okay. And it is trying to score.
It can score. It's a fork, essentially. It's gonna set up positions where the runner is discouraged to run because it's PE and they might take a bunch of damage and die.
Yeah.
And ideally in those windows, score a Regenesis and score 4 points, and then make it very difficult for the runner to not interact because they risk losing on points. And then they start interacting and are more likely to die. But yeah, it can make a bunch of money with Prana. Sometimes the deck has Hollow Man in it as another way to score a Genesis or otherwise surprise score things. And obviously it has all the usual PE stuff, stings, and usually 1 snare, but sometimes more.
Okay.
And some nasty ice.
Yeah, and
just
it
a lot of things
keep,
that make
keep the
life
runner on their
difficult.
toes.
Basically, yeah.
And if they make a slip up, there's a way to kill them. And if they don't, and they're not interacting, then there's a way to score out.
Exactly. It's kind of the classic kind of deck that plays. You play with the cards you're dealt. You do what you can. And,
There is
you try and put the runner
A
in the spot.
prana condenser on the table. So we've got the cards that kind of pulls it all together, but that's instantly getting trashed.
And a little Hashiko flip for a refund there. But missing the Rashida. So
Yeah, that's
nice
unfortunate.
refuel. Oh, we see the moon pool in hand there as well. That's a nice little tool for this deck.
This is
Again, to score Regenesis or to otherwise surprise.
yes, that looks like a
runner.
hybrid release there. So
Hybrid
we've got
release,
the
yeah.
option of if we do use that moon pool, we could then put something back on the table.
Yeah.
Obviously, at this point, pretty Not what we're looking for. Okay, we're putting down the Fuji.
Interesting. Yeah, Hybrid released the card that ended the Worlds final. I've seen this deck up close and personal because when Deer was playing it in the Worlds final, I was table judging.
Yeah.
So I had the privilege of seeing it played by a master.
We have a protected Fuji.
Yeah.
And then one last click is going to be, is this a new remote?
So I think we're kind of considering over the next couple of turns the possibility of overdrawing here with the Spin Doctor, pitching a couple of agendas and using the Moonpool to score the Fuji is my guess over the line.
Yep.
We've seen a Largo installed here and Armakua in the bin, so that suggests that this is a crew Hosh of some kind. Yep, we're playing Anakam as well, so Anakam Largo, powerful little draw engine, which is particularly nice in this matchup because you get to draw, between Hashiko, Anakam and Largo, you get to draw like 3 cards a turn cycle, clicklessly.
Yeah.
Which really helps when you're bleeding cards to all the P damage.
And is this deck going to be on things like Ashen Epilogue to be able to get through that all again, or have we got a kind of finite set of hit points here?
So the sort of canonical build of this, which is the deck, Kikai's deck from London Regionals and other places, is on Ashen. There's an interesting question about when you're playing Ashen against a damage deck is like, how long do you wait before playing the Ashen?
Yeah, definitely.
Because you're at risk of losing it to damage and potentially being in an irrevocable situation. Crocodile moves over.
Romping around, yeah.
Yeah, protecting archives.
Just a casual 5/5 moshing, yeah, that is the best way to see moshing.
Even better, because it was Anakam as well, so it was a 5/6 moshing. Compilation, that's nice way to diffuse some of the threats on the corp side.
Yeah. And down comes the Memu, which is going to be some nice income to be able to help us keep afloat with the number of assets that we're going to have to go through and trash over the course of the game.
That's right. So
now, were we expecting this PE to have Bladdle as well? Probably not, right? Because it's a bit of a no-bo with Prana Condenser.
Yeah, I don't believe that the list usually does. The kind of key assets, apart from Prana, are Cohort, mostly, Cohort Guidance Program, which is another way to score in sort of non-obvious ways, turn a board state like the one we see here, which seems fairly unassuming, into potentially 3 or 4 points scored, with flipping those cards, getting extra advancements on your Regenesis all 5/3s, and just again really trying to fork the runner.
Yeah, and just some good some good income and filtering to get you to the cards you need.
Exactly, yeah.
So when you lose a Prana Condenser, you can go find a second one sooner.
Yep. And we've got a couple of installs here. So we haven't res this Spin Doctor straight away, so we're just cooking this Spin Doctor and this Fuji. This is one of the things that this deck does really well, that I think is where a lot of the skill is in piloting it, is in just not making it obvious what you're doing, right? You put cards on the table and just leave them there. Maybe they're agendas, maybe they're just things you've decided not to res. And the runner, after a while, is going to have some amount of mental load, right? About, okay, well, I've left this card on the table for a while, and the core hasn't done anything with it. Am I supposed to go after it, or am I not? Right?
Yeah.
Is it a snare just sitting there? Is it an agenda that they want me to steal?
You'd hate to finish a game and know that the points you needed to finish and win were just sitting there the entire time. Because once a card sits on the table long enough, you get to the point where you're like, well, maybe it's just a failed trap. Maybe it's just a card that doesn't have relevant text, and therefore, if I ran it would just be a waste of a click.
And that's, I think, the really skilled players of this deck do something that I find quite difficult, which is just be really patient. Just know when to like use your cards and when not to bother, and just leave them on the table. Where
is this dirty laundry run here? Are we dirty laundering the card in the middle? Because it
feels
very risky with basically every deck having 3 Spin Doctors in it. I always feel incredibly uncertain running a unprotected face down. Yeah,
but again, it's a card that's sat there for a whole turn cycle, so maybe you start to think, oh, it's the Moonpool. Interesting.
Are we?
So either we've dirty laundry around the remote, or possibly we've dirty laundry on archives, which has forced the Moonpool out.
I see, yes.
Because there was a Fuji face down archives.
Yeah, so there we go. 2 click tracker advancement tokens on that card there.
Very nice, yeah. And those 2 agendas get shuffled back in. So So with still 3 clicks for the runner here, so now the runner has to sort of make a call about, okay, what do I think this advanced card is, and do I want to try and go and get it, risk this ice giving me some trouble? This corpse sat on, looks like 10 credits.
Looks like it, yeah.
So it could be an Anansi, but there's a data loop in there. Could be a data loop. If it's an Anansi on the remote, then the corp can't afford to score.
I think we'd expect here that it's going to be an Ender on ice, because when you're putting down a Fuji on the table, you know that you can't just let someone walk in. But I guess there's also the chance you just kill the runner. If it's a size and tan and it manages to fire,
right,
it's devastating.
If you have a crew to put down here, you're insured against size and tan, but not against an Nancy.
Yeah.
It's tricky. And yeah, it was a runner HQ there.
Okay.
That's which explains again, didn't want to get the hybrid release stolen out of hand to prevent the Moonpool play. But we have crew and charm coming down, so we're just running this last click. We're running it last click with quite a few cards in hand.
Oh yeah, so the Moonpool was because the agendas were in hand, we wanted to
exactly.
make there be no opportunity. There is also a very interesting Moonpool line, which I haven't seen and I haven't played much, but where you just use it just to throw away some cards so that you guarantee they hit the snare. Which is certainly a fun one, especially if they're multi-accessing and you've got 2 snares in hand.
Yeah, that's a nice line. It's a delightful, really versatile card, really fun. But now Fee has to decide here whether it's willing to trade this ice for this crew charm. The crew charm's going to get some ice eventually, unless you res no ice for the whole game. But if you don't res here, you're just letting this Fuji go with no reward.
Yeah.
And it looks like 5 cards in hand for the runner there. That looks like an Anansi to me.
Looks scary enough.
Oh, I hear
We
you from
overheard.
across the room confirming. And away it goes with the crew and the charm painted.
Yep. Then an access through, and that's
Access
stolen.
Fuji.
That is very rough.
This is
exactly what Hashiko would like to see.
Yeah.
Although we do still get the damage,
We
because
get
we do
3
encounter
damage,
it.
and we're going down to 2 cards at the end of turn here. But Fee, by paying for the Anansi there, I think is kind of saying, look, I'm not likely to be able to punish this 2-card turn very soon. I need to just get this crew charm out of here so that I can make more plays in the future.
Yeah.
We do draw the Sting. Now that's
Spin give us more options.
So now we kind of see how these loud games tend to go, is that the board, the number of face-down cards in remote servers on the board goes up and down over time. And so now we've gone back to 0, right? There's no unknowns, and it's on Fee to set up some more situations for the runner to have to worry about, which it does immediately.
Yeah. But here down on just 2 credits by the looks of it, which is not too scary with ice, but we do know that there is a Tatibola there, which is either going to end the run or is either going to give us some income back if it does get broken through.
Yeah.
So we can protect the things that we care about protecting, which is important.
Potentially, yeah. I mean, you've seen the data loop in hand as the runner, so not unreasonable to guess that the new ice might be data loop. But there are at least 2 more cards in HQ, so it's not a certain thing by any means. The thing is, if you run these in their Tatibolas and they just fire, then Fee's sat on 0 credits, unless the new card is a Rashida, or one of the new cards is a Rashida, then we're going nowhere fast. Can't even res Cole from 0 credits, so... But Velis taking a think about this after drawing some cards here. Yeah, we are going to run a remote.
Now, this remote, I don't know what is it. Okay.
And there is
it is a cohort.
Yeah. That should go, I should think.
Yeah.
Oh, it's Cup, Stephen.
Even worse. Because, we want to keep their econ down. Well, they've only got 2 credits.
For sure. Yeah. Same
We're
with
going to run
the
here. I
other one.
believe this will be a res of a Tatibola here. I don't think you want to let them have this sting.
There we go, yeah. Well, that's going to sit, and we have Fee starting on 0 credits. Which was all wage workers, I think. So it might be the old Juteki economy here, click with 3 credits. Classic. Been doing that since the core set days. Mystic mainly taking up to 3, I think, here. So we're going to be wanting to play
Yeah.
about this turn, or maybe he's going to start dealing you damage, which not a matchup. Not a matchup that you want to be taking random damage from your own cards in if you can avoid it. Looks like we're spending on a steel skin. Okay, so just playing the steel skin manually is interesting. We have to draw forward then again, but that's not going to be there to ensure us later.
Yeah, it suggests that that's the only event we had available to us.
Yeah, could be. And there's only 1 steel skin left, the 2 down already, which is good for Fee to keep track of.
Here comes the dirty laundry. Where is it going?
Looks like R&D.
Yep.
Looks like a Prana, I think. And that's 4 credits spent.
That would check out. Yep. That's Prana down.
Get the 5 back from Laundry. So this is another interesting thing about this Loud deck is it is one of the PE decks that can make credits matter. You know, a lot of the time you're playing against a PE that has relatively little ice, for example, and is doing mitosis things. Your cards matter a lot, your clicks matter a lot, but your credits don't matter that much. But against the Loud deck, because it actually has like relevant large ice and high cost trashables in it, it does tax your credits.
Yeah.
But if you can keep them off of resing the big ice ever, which you're kind of in a good position to do here as Mr. Velis, then those assets, you have the money to trash those assets much more easily.
Oh, we are
We've
using
gone for
the compilation very
yeah,
well.
interesting. And we're below snare credits, so that's quite a good time to do it in some ways. See a wage workers, we're going to think about trashing that.
Yeah, now is it a card you trash now or do you wait till it's on the
I
table?
think you have to leave it, yeah. Going fully broke to trash that is hard, and it's the loop and the pool. Could consider trashing the pool, but I think leaving them both is probably fine. At least you have full information here, which you feel pretty good about. Apart from that one card on the table, you know everything in play, pretty much.
Now I do wonder about that.
Oh, twinning.
That use of compilation, whether it's the kind of card that you want to keep around a little bit longer, because it doesn't look like we're going to see lots of agendas in hand at this time.
It's interesting, right? Also, if Velis has been keeping track, he knows that one of those cards was Data Loop, because we saw it already, and the only ice has been installed since has been Rezzed and
Yeah.
Ebola, so yeah, so you're seeing 2 new cards, you're exchanging your cups of 2 new cards there.
It feels good because you know you're seeing everything,
You're seeing everything, right?
but falling into a trap as well of like just, oh well, they got 3 cards in hand, so this must be the perfect time.
Yeah, sometimes it's not. Yeah, it's a hard call. The deck might be on more than one compilation. I actually don't remember. There certainly have been versions of
Yeah.
Crew Hush that have played more than one. But maybe with the Anacam splash, you don't have the room and the influence anymore. So it looks like we lose our last credit to Hashiko there. Never a place you particularly want to be.
And then down on 0 credits, but definitely going to flush up with credits again after this moshing.
Yeah. And there's the 3rd steel skin going as well.
Okay, this might
So
suggest that we're thinking about a reasonably early Ashen if we want to get those back. Although,
Potentially.
at the end of the day, I think often against the loud PE decks, it's more your hit points are a source that you need to keep up, rather than you need to worry specifically about having over 5 cards
The
in
deck is
hand.
kind of built to kind of fork you into a spot where you die or they score,
Yeah.
rather than grinding you out over time. So yeah, as you said, the action's not quite as important. But for you knowing that there are 3 steel skins in the heap here, it just could like
Yeah,
reduces a lot of the
excellent knowledge,
uncertainty
yeah.
about when your kill lines are going to stick or when they're not. But
Yeah.
for Mr. Velis here, I think we see the twinning charging here. We've got 3 points already. I think we're just saying let's just try and end this game before Fee recovers from the Anansi that got destroyed, which is definitely possible.
And yeah, with the corporation on, is that 5 credits here by the looks of it?
Yeah, looks like it.
And knowing that in their hand they have not got anything that is economic except for the wage workers, which is, could be a pad campaign a turn later. You can kind of take your time a little bit. You can sit back a little bit, wait some time, let some agendas bubble up.
And go looking for them, right? Because there's nothing in hand that can really threaten you.
Yeah. And while you're Hoshiko, you want to touch a card every now and again, so you can just do a little check. And meanwhile, you can just be ticking up your twinning and just putting more pressure. Because if there's a data loop, that data loop certainly wants to be on the remote, not on a central. It wants to be protecting a Fuji or a Sting that could be fatal.
Yeah. But I mean, again, the nice thing about this loud deck is your cards are like really quite versatile. Again, you kind of just do what you play with, what you draw, and try and make it work. And as we've seen, I mean, this deck has won a lot of games today. We've seen it be very successful in hands of a lot of players in the past.
Yeah.
And part of that is its versatility, right?
And this leech is going to be very nice, just to allow you to kind of take a little bit slow, just check a little occasionally. check R&D, check HQ, but also be building those counts on the twinning.
Yeah, and it gives you a nice sort of pivot point where you've got this crew in play. And there's a Hansei, nice recovery.
Now we have money again, and we have a card in archives in case we want to do something with it.
We're going to take that R&D ice, that's a smart move I think. And the second ice on the remote here.
Now, I believe this was just one... Yeah, so we drew for turn, which means that at that point, Mr. Velis knows every single card in hand and the top of R&D, and you've installed 2 pieces of ice, one of which is certainly going on the remote. Unfortunately means that now Mr. Velis just knows exactly where every single piece of ice is.
Yeah, although...
And knows what they are facing.
Doesn't know which is which of the 2 that we just installed, necessarily. I mean, as you say, it's a pretty reasonable assumption that it's the data loop on the remote. I haven't kept perfect track of it myself, so it's possible that between the R&D card that was seen and the other cards there was 3 ice total, and that one of them got discarded to Hansei. So maybe the data loop's in there. So there's a little bit of uncertainty, but you're right. We're pretty confident.
No, we had Wage Workers, Moon Pool, and then Data Loop. And then we saw the top of the deck was, right. I believe it's an anemone.
But there were 5 cards in hand on that turn, so I feel like maybe there's been one more court turn between the now, and there's another card that's been drawn. Because the Hansei had to be drawn from somewhere as well, right?
Yeah.
At any rate, we've...
yeah,
there we go.
I'm completely wrong.
I mean, the core of the analysis is correct, right? Which is that Mr. Velis knows with pretty high confidence that there are no really threatening cards available.
And now this is very difficult because with 2 Tattoo Builders in one place, and also assuming there is an ice left in hand to make this Tattoo Builder do something. There we go.
Look at that.
You have to question, like, when you see 2 Tattoo Builders, do you just leave it for now to keep their credits low,
or do you crew one of them? Rather than let this double swap happen. And also, Velis deciding, look, this card's been on the table for a while. Maybe I don't have a read on what it is, but I still need to check it, which kind of tells you something as the PE player about what the runner's going to check and what they're not.
It is a sting.
And it is a sting, so it's points. Puts us within 1 Fuji of winning the game, but it's also damage. Not the agenda you want to steal the most, necessarily.
And in this case, it's 2 damage.
Yeah. Just
1 and
checking
then 1.
that we've got an Anicam trigger from earlier. And there's no steel skins, so it's...
and our twinning is up to 2 counters,
these
so...
are just going to be real damage. We do get the strike fund, though. That was last click, and we're only on 2 cards, so... again, a little bit of a bold move. There are... Oh, and that's a Blood and Water draw.
Yeah.
So we can just score that from our hand here, if we want to. Get some points on the board, and get another little damage. Looks like that's a 5 sitting there, so still on 10 credits from PE. Take another damage, and it's not an event, so you don't get the Anicam draw on the corpse turn, which is what you like.
So, do we think that using Blood in the Water there, is that because we just want to get it out of the way because it's a risk, or
that seems to be most likely? Yeah.
I guess it's a difficult card to score.
Yeah.
So when you have that window, you kind of have you just have to go with it. Yeah.
Equally, you could have just put it in the remote here behind 2 ice and just left it there.
Yeah.
For and at
with
some
the amount
point
of money
later in the
you
game,
got from all the Tattoo Bowlers.
Yeah, and then maybe you score a sting later, put the runner down to 1 or 0 cards, and finish them off with the Blood and Water.
And it's very possible that where we did have 2 Tattoo Bowlers. Maybe the first Tattoo Bowler became the second Tattoo Bowler.
Right.
To switch itself back in.
The other thing about Blood in the Water, though, in my experience in PE, is like anytime you steal a Blood in the Water as runner, it feels really good because it's 2 points for your 1 damage.
Yeah.
Whereas compared to Fuji, where you're taking 3 damage for the 3 points, or something like a Sting,
yeah,
or even a Hybrid Release where it's only 1 damage, but it's also only 1 point. 2 just clean points that are easy to steal feels really good as a runner. And just taking it out of the game when the runner's already, up 4 points is like potentially a pretty good defensive line, just to make sure that Velis has to work for the rest of these steals, unless they're Fuji, of course.
So that's up to 3 counters on the 20 now.
And we are raindropsing
we're just doing it.
So we're going to go for it, it looks like.
Now, I think this is an anemone. Which is this a problem?
You're right. It's an anemone. We're trashing here.
It only does 1 damage. Okay, but this could
be. Only does 1,
yeah, but this is potentially lose the whole hand, and then gain 1 card back. However, in the knowledge that as long as you steal a Fuji,
Yeah, but if you steal Sting, you die.
Yeah.
So it might have to be a jack out here. We're hitting 2. We do get the Anacam draw though. Okay.
Yes.
So you can steal Sting safely with the
Yeah.
Anacam draw, assuming you deal with this subroutine, which would require crew here. So if the crew trades for this anemone, you feel pretty good about that as from B's position.
Yeah.
Assuming the runner doesn't win on this R&D dig. Yeah, we are.
There it is.
We are making the trade. Need to make some
Paying
change.
2 and taking a tag, I believe. Or did we have some leech counters?
we do need to take a tag.
Yeah.
So, looks like we're looking for one. There we go.
There we go.
We have left to clear it, but we might prefer to draw up potentially.
And here, how do you feel about using the twinning? I guess you probably want to reconsider how much you use the twinning.
I don't know if you can, right? Because if you just hit like a Sting and another 1 point, you're dead. And it looks like a jack out. We didn't access at all. And it was an agenda on top. I didn't quite see which one.
Oh, that is interesting.
We cleared the tag last click to keep the twinning around.
I guess because also, you've seen a Blood in the Water scored. That means there is some Blood in the Water in here. You have the deck list.
Yeah, you can check
but there is
how
a
many.
risk that if they have another Blood in the Water in hand, then they just put it down on the table and they can do that final damage if you manage to steal something, like a Sting.
From memory, the kind of canonical loud deck only plays 1 Blood in the Water.
I believe so. I think I overheard that earlier, that there's just 1 Blood in the Water.
Yeah. So you know that like you're looking to find Fujis here, and everything else is just going to punish you and be a bit mean for you. Notably, the Largo trigger on that turn milled the 3rd crew, which is a bit of an unfortunate mill here. So we're going to need some labour rights or something like that to get these crews back.
Yeah.
If we're going to be contesting ice, or we're going to need to try and establish this the Amakua at some point. Yeah, also looks like we missed... oh no, because we jacked out in the last run. So we've actually not had a successful run since the leech came down, interestingly, on Centrals. And now you sort of have to decide, okay, I've got 4 clicks here. Do I just draw on C3 and R&D? No, we're going for the labour rights, so we're just going to immediately refresh these crews, I assume. Draw for Anacan.
Is it just going to be all 3 crews?
I don't know, how much is that what you want? We're considering it, the steel skins that we talked about earlier.
Yeah.
We're getting an Amakua back, so we're recognising that Amakua is one of the things we're going to need to get through the rest of this game.
Yeah, and I don't think we don't expect this loud PE to have enough ice to really lock out comfortably.
No, it shouldn't be able to, yeah, especially when this leech is running and there's a double charm. So we're going Gamble and Steel Skin as well as the Amakua here. And not very many cards left, so pretty good odds of drawing one of the cards you just shuffle back. It's always interesting when you choose 3 different cards with labour rights, when you could have chosen multiples of the same.
Yeah.
Suggests that Velis's needs are kind of multifarious here. And that,
Just doing a check of the list here.
That removes from the game. We're checking the list now. Yeah, we're going to do the classic. Let me figure out what cards you have left in your small stack and grip. Oh, we're doing a labour rights count. That's smart. Because if you can keep track of where all of those are, then you know whether or not the runner's going to be able to ash him in this game. Yeah, definitely a way for these Jideki decks to win in the Anarch matchups at the moment, when almost all of the Anarch decks are relying on going small deck with labour rights. Is if you snipe a labour rights at the wrong time with that damage, you can really
there is
just
an
put an
action.
end to the game. No, we're taking no risks. We're just playing it right now. Yeah, makes sense.
Do you think that we drew that off the labour rights?
I would assume so.
And therefore we were like, well, we haven't really got a choice now.
Exactly,
Yeah.
feels pretty awkward to play labour rights and then play Ashen.
You'd quite like to know it's in the deck, make a run and kind of lose some cards. That's fine.
Yeah, and then
Hopefully draw into it
Yeah,
with,
exactly.
Lego Paranoia or Anacam. Although actually the Lego is a real risk, because if the top card is that,
you might have to just decline your Lego trigger.
And with the labour rights, getting rid of the buffer drive meant that you also lost another way to get back a very specific card if you needed it.
That's true, yeah. But now we've gone for the full shuffle, so even though we've gone pretty broke here, we get these 5 cards and get the 5 removed from the game off the top as well. So see how these go.
A moshing, a twinning, a moshing.
Logo, Steel Skin. Steel Skin's relevant.
A good amount of card draw gone.
But those are cards you just don't. Those are cards you're not too worried about. I mean, moshing is kind of the best card to ashen into, because it pays you back for your Ashen.
Yeah.
To an extent.
And you've got all 3 crew in there. That's what you're looking for, really.
Yeah, but money might start to become an issue now as well. It's something to think about, even though there's not really ice on centrals. That card is in HQ, yeah, so no ice on centrals.
But yeah, losing the steel skin is going to be rough.
Just taking an R&D run here.
Looks like we're seeing 3 here.
That's a snare, baby. Let's go. Sorry,
and we've already committed with the twinning, which looks like it's 3.
Oh, have we?
We're seeing 3. So
we're seeing at least 2, I think. Yeah, might be 3.
This could be fatal. But again, if we see a Fuji first, then
Fuji'll
it was all worth it.
Yeah. So it's, the steel skins are back in now, and we see one hit.
There comes steel skin. And the Banhar has gone too.
We're actually seeing a second card.
That's the Tatibola.
Tatibola, nice and safe. And the third card
is a Prana, which we cannot trash. But now, hopefully, Mr. Bellis paying attention, knowing the top 2, knowing that we've got that twinning when we need to run in and get 3 cards. Just need to wait for those to come up.
And importantly, assuming it is on the usual 1 copy of Snare, you know where that snare is now, which is always a good thing to know.
But there is a Spin Doctor on the table, ready to
there is. It's
ready
been there
to
for so long,
spice it
I've
up.
forgotten.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, perfect. Okay, never mind. Snare can be anywhere, anytime. I mean, impressively, after that Ashen, we thought putting back all the steel skins, 2 of them have gone before the end of the very same turn. So, yeah, just 1 left now, which again is good to know for Fee. Yeah, and really interesting exchanges. I really like this loud deck for the kind of gameplay it creates, where the games are not all. We see punishing for the snare tag here, trashing, twinning, and Largo.
That definitely
really
makes sense. Yeah.
And again, loud deck. Sometimes your deck gives you a tag, and you play with what you're given.
Also, top tier play as a corp to recognise there is a tag, and the tag does have the ability to trash the resources. There were games earlier we saw today where. We saw someone they missed out on trashing a Banhar that was running amok everywhere because they just forgot. There was a tag they didn't expect to come up, and it was there.
It's easy to do, yeah. I was playing Cheeky Cloud Eater in my Ag Infusion today, which sadly didn't come up, didn't manage to get it rezzed all day, but sometimes you stick tags against the runner and then you take a deck, and they're just like, I guess, what, you're playing Ag Infusion, Glacier, you're not going to kill me? And then you say, okay, I'll trash 3 resources, go ahead. Feels pretty good. So
we went back there, we saw the Prana Condenser that we already knew was there. I wonder if maybe we hoped that there might be like if you're checking the list, maybe you're worried about the number of agendas in there and you want to check the Spin Doctor or something.
It could be you get a leech counter and it's a safe access.
Yep.
And you get to keep your Ajik on the drawing side, which is pretty relevant. But it could also be, forgetting that you knew the top card. It's been a long day of Netrunner, and that's the kind of detail that's easy to lose track of when you're trying to attach to the more critical ones.
Looks like running Arcos here. Oh, just showing. There's Wage Workers and Moonpool in there.
Yeah, so those some of the cards we saw on that compilation earlier got thrown out to Hansei and other effects. So we think this is... so there's 2 Tatibola in hand we see now, and 1 on the table. And so that means that the agenda we saw earlier is in the server here. And Fee hasn't scored it. He's too busy trashing the runner stuff. But we could definitely see that scored imminently.
Is this 2 Tatibolas being shuffled?
Yeah, but you have to play,
you have to
play kayfabe and make them randomise. Do you belong to a particular school of thought about whether you should make any sort of bluffs or signs as corp when you're... the thing I tend to do if my opponent steals an agenda from my hand is say, that's the good one, implying that it's the only one. I have no idea if that works or helps in any way. Just an instinct I've developed.
I mean, you can also do like, the 1 in 5 when
you
actually
really
you're
flooded
and you're full of agendas.
But that's for the double bluff, right? That's when you say that you do that when it is the 1 in 5 to make them go back.
But yeah, this is why I love the in-person Netrunner, because you can have those interesting conversations. Like it's never the same on Jinteki Net where you're typing away in the chat like, oh, this one's I've just installed a card. It could be an agenda.
By the time you finish their messages, your messages have already taken 2 more clicks. We've got some R&D ice here and a credit, but and another face down in the remote, so still not scoring. That ice is Tatibola, we know, and the face down is whatever was drawn. Oh, we know it's a Prana that was drawn off of R&D. Both players know.
Yep, so that's going to be 3 credits in the card here. Oh, actually, no, we can.
And now this
we
is
can just
really
break
fun
it.
because as runner you get to break this Tattoo Bowler. Feeling like surely there's not the other one, but there it is. Yeah, they did have the extra ice, so we're going to make some money here as Corp and get access. Ooh, that's an agenda. It's a hybrid. Take that one. Players expressing some heightened emotion on the table. Cost them room from us here. Hit a Hannah on the damage. And Raindrops is going to draw some creds.
So yeah, the just so people know, the runner is now on 5 points of 3, 1, and 1.
We've got them all stuck under the Ashika there.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's a Fuji, a Sting, and a hybrid being
But that's
scored.
now just even more narrowing the pool of
but again,
of cards that can be the winner. Although actually,
if it is only one blood in the water, then there's no 2-pointers in the deck. So the extra point doesn't really matter until you find another 1-pointer.
It's a free damage to take something out. In this case, Hannah, which is probably not too relevant. Apart from you could threaten that Spin Doctor, which could be important.
We've got this crew down, and we're running the new server here. So Velis knows this is a Prano. He's been paying attention, which maybe he hasn't because he doesn't have enough credits.
Yep, just letting him in.
And this is where I'm always a big advocate for note-taking in Tournament Netrunner. It's really easy to forget things like, I've seen all these cards over the course of the game, and some of them you feel like, I know that there's a Tattoo Bowler in hand, that's not the most relevant thing. But if Velis has been tracking...
Then we have a House of Knives coming down.
Oh, here we go.
And I believe we're preventing... Are we
looks
preventing
like
one?
We're preventing for the refund. Getting a counter... House of Knives just a really, really powerful combo with Prana here, letting you just turn, just any time the runner runs, you could decide, I'll take 3 credits.
Although also, it is unfortunate, like this House of Knives being scored so late means its text may be less relevant. The threat is less because the runner knows, they just have to account for Sting.
Yeah, that's true, yeah.
They don't have to worry about 3 net damage from Fuji plus 1 from the House of Knives.
We can still shuffle that snare back in to
that is very
make
true.
things a bit dicey. We're going for
Tattoo
the
Bowler.
Tattoo.
Tattoo Bowler's all the way down.
And we're just blowing it up this time. Makes sense. Getting a clean access. We're not shuffling the snare, it looks like. Don't know what that is, but it's staying. It's an interesting altar.
It looks like an overclock, but that would be the wrong type of deck for this card.
I assume we'd be seeing a judge call around now. That was an overclock. So now, we have seen it as kind of we talked about earlier. Paying to trash a couple of Pranas in the early game has really hurt their owner's economy. Which is not to say it was the wrong thing to do at the time, but this is what makes the Lad deck so good, I think, is it's really hard to formulate a game plan over the whole game because there's so many things that the deck can do.
Yeah.
So many problems it can give you.
Mindscaping, we expect.
Okay. A Brindle Mold Mindscaping. I'd love to see it. That's a rare one. I don't have one of those. I need to get on to Toby about that. Mindscaping, delightful card. What a lovely design.
Yeah.
I really like it.
I like cards that have multiple uses.
Yeah, modal cards are just fun, and particularly those two, like, one of them is like very normal mode, and the other one is like, oh my god, you're dead mode. Really fun to see those two stapled together. Having a little look in HQ here. Likely to find a Tattoo Bowler. No,
It's an anemone.
Good to know.
Definitely. Just reminds you as the runner, like, there are threats that can kill me here.
Yeah. Enemy's very real. We draw the Mindscaping and snap play. Love to see it. Mix things up a little bit.
Of course, Mindscaping here, being draw 2. It's like I like to think it's the perfect blend of a hedge fund and it's like
it's a nice one, isn't it? It's
the Jinteki hedge funds, which lets you draw cards and make the deck safe or nasty, depending on how you want to play. Yeah. Or you can bluff and just stick an agenda on there. Generally you're just going to lock it out and put, especially while you've trashed the twinning when that snare came through.
Yeah, that's true. You just leave that on top.
That's the power of a single snare.
Yeah.
I always think when you're building a deck, you have to plan for the cut and plan for they will know your deck list, and a single snare in there completely reevaluates some of the decisions they make as a player.
I've often been an advocate for one snare gaming. I think it's the right number in a lot of decks for exactly that reason. It's like it's enough that they have to worry about it. In closed deck lists, they see the first one, they start to worry about the other copies that don't exist, which is good for you. And in open deck lists, it's harder to play around it because there's only one.
Yeah.
But it will still get them in some spots, like we've seen.
Yeah, I do wonder if there is a line of shuffling back, as Cobalt mentioned, getting the snare back in.
Yeah, but we're going for the R&D, so we're saying, is this a Tatuola or is it an anemone?
Yep. And with the credits that the Corp is on, it's hard to say which they would.
Yeah, I mean, in the face of a crew, it's a bit. You don't really want to put your tattoo down in front of a crew. But again, if you're trading your crews, those for crews, and then we get to Reza Data Loop later, we don't feel too bad about that.
Although an anemone on the remote, if we can get a sting in there with the data loop, that could be
also be nice. And we know there's a Tatuola on the remote, so the anemone, if the anemone has stayed in hand, then that can pop up wherever Tatuola's fire. Well, we're gambling here. Okay, packing some money for Velis, potentially enough to threaten this Prana. Between this leech and the crew, you'd feel pretty good about. Oh, on the Amco.
Here comes the Amco.
Okay, so this is going to start solving our ice problems here pretty quick, you should think. In fact, with 6 credits and 5 leech cannons, you can break any ice in your opponent's deck here very comfortably. But really interesting whether we decide to run last click here, having established this threat. Always a risk, and particularly with this House of Knives on the table, if you could choose to hit you for damage or charge the Prana on this last click run.
Yeah, I guess the good thing is we know that worst case scenario we do have the Devil Charm, which means that Omakua can get through anything if we need to.
Immediately hitting for Prana money and rezzing the data loop. Look at that. This is nice. So this is going to put 2 cards
down to 4
on top out of the 4 in hand. But we see
I'm not sure if there is. This could be a Tatubola behind it. But I feel like we've seen a lot of Tatubolas, so it's very difficult to say and keep track of them.
I'm pretty sure it was the Tatubola from earlier that was behind there.
Yeah.
Looks like, we're Devil Charming it on the encounter.
So we had to remove.
So we're removing Devil Charm from play. We're putting 2 cards on top of the deck because we still have to do that before we can use the crew.
This does, it definitely does feel like a crew thing here.
Yeah. Although you have a cleaver and a charged leech, so that data loop does only break for a couple, but you don't want to be running through it multiple times and having to put the cards back every time. So
are you not able to use the leech to reduce the strength instead of using the Devil Charm?
You can, yeah.
Okay.
We've chosen to go for the Devil Charm here. Just keep those leech cannons around to make Gamakua function, essentially.
Okay, yeah.
And it looks like Velis forgetting that he has a cleaver in play here, because he's paid a leech counter to break with Amakua on this tattoo, when we could have... see Rashida trashed.
Yep. That's going to be important, because I think spending on the data loop, quite expensive, although we cancelled one of the damage to get Prana value there. I think that was from the House of Knives. We just turned it into 3 credits.
Which is just a really nice effect of the card. We drawn Fuji into hybrid.
Yeah.
So interesting spot. But if we've swapped to the anemone, it was we think the anemone's not in hand here. I don't see it.
Yeah, I think
so
it's going to be on R&D.
So the anemone's been swapped into. No, it would have been.
Oof.
Oh yeah.
So time has just been called.
Time has just been called. Wow.
Gosh,
the game was so engrossing.
I think that was time called, and as it was being called, rapidly passed.
Yeah, looks like it.
So that Fee will get one last turn here.
Right, but needs to score a Fuji somehow, or get a kill. If we're going to contest this.
Yeah.
Oh, that's unfortunate. That's a shame. I was really interested to see how this... It felt like Fee was turning this game around. But yeah, you only have so much time to do it, and players have been playing at a pretty quick pace.
Yep.
To be honest, it's just a lot of thinking to do. Again, the Loud deck just creates unique sets of decisions in every game, really.
You have been called out by the stream.
How you, Warlock? How you doing? I don't have any of these. No hugely eternal playable cards on display here at the moment. I don't think, but we're having fun nonetheless. And yes, I will be baited into shouting out the Eternal Super League if anyone wants to watch some high-powered Netrunner gameplay on a Sunday night.
Okay, so we're just... there is a line that this works. And also, the Moonpool could let us score...
Shuffle Moonpool.
Is there any way we can score a 3-point? I don't think so.
I don't know.
And if the Fuji's already on the table...
And the Moonpool isn't. It's pretty tough. I can't think of a way offhand. We see a steal there.
That matters, potentially, because that could be a counter.
Yeah, it's a Prana counter. money's good.
Which means we could see 3.
But also it's
net
6
damage,
points,
yeah.
Rob. So now
Now it has
if
to be a
he
Fuji,
scores,
yeah.
and Mr. Velis with the higher seed, so even if he scores a Fuji, they're tied on 6-6, and Velis wins for seed on time. So I don't think you have a way out here. Just click for credit
there
and scoop.
Throwing the hand down.
And it was
It's
a
only
hybrid. Yeah.
Unfortunately,
Oh.
didn't quite have the time to turn it around.
Yeah, it's a shame. What an interesting game.
So Mr. Velis will go through to then be playing Ob, I believe. You always play the other side after?
It depends who you play against.
Okay.
If you're playing, if Velis plays against somebody else who also won as runner, then it'll be a coin flip for who plays.
Okay.
But yeah,
but it is randomised from there.
But yeah, it tries to balance to whatever side you played the least in the cut.
Yeah. Well, I will go over to the stream table and sort out the person that keeps kicking the thing. And we'll see you guys back for the next round, which will take us to the top 4. And we'll see who we're up against. There is one last person who we haven't seen on stream yet of these top 8, which is Goechi, I believe it is.
Yeah.
So if they're still in, they will be up.
Yeah.
And hopefully we'll be finding a player who didn't quite make it through this round to come and join for the next round of co-commentary, which is my favourite way to do it. So see you all in a bit. We'll put you on pause and switch over to
Let's go.
Welcome back, everyone. We are now into not the top 8, but in fact the top 4. Mr. Velis on stream again. They have both self-selected to be on stream because everyone apparently wants sports, of which I reminded them, if there's one thing Netrunner players hate, it's sports.
Sports ball.
But here we are playing some sports metal.
Do you know what the sports metal is?
I know it goes wide.
Yeah.
And that's about all it. Yeah.
I'm actually curious.
It's a
I'm not
fully
sure.
op sports medal with working prototype as a really powerful card that is underplayed, underappreciated. It can really mess people up. Although, there is also the question of, is this deck best in sports metal? I'm not sure.
It's interesting.
It could just be in ASA, but that's because they're both just good value IDs. And if you're playing fully op, yeah. But this one goes a little bit more heavy on naked remotes.
I know that Declan is playing fully operational, so I'm certainly expecting... Oh, hang on, we got a chance to have a look at the deck. Yeah, so it's playing fully operational. It's trying to do like ASA-like things where it's scoring with wage workers and cohort guidance program.
Yeah.
But then Declan really showing off the Nisei approved proxy template.
And we have some London wage workers in there.
Oh yeah, London all wage workers.
Love that.
But
oh no, the Ica was upside down. Oh, it's tragic.
I'll be interested. Yeah, who do you think is favoured in this kind of sports metal against the Crew, Anakam, Hashiko?
Yeah, so where we were discussing it just before, obviously Crew is annoying, and you're playing. I don't know if there is Bran in this list. We're mostly looking at things like Ablative, Drafter, all things which are pretty in space for being crude, and also we're playing a lot of assets, and we do want that ice to be able to protect it. So I think, and I do know there is one Miss Bones in the Mr. Velis deck, so they were both laughing and joking about just draw the Miss Bones, and then
we see a Rashida in the hand. This is a really good opening from the sports metal.
Oh yeah, moving the idea that this, yeah, cool. So
I think what we're looking for is
goes down a wage workers. Yeah, we're just like spamming loads of assets on the table. A lot of them give us money, give us value.
Oh, and we're going to ice the wage workers as well. That's interesting.
Oh,
we changed the ice. I think the Hashiko deck has only like a finite amount of real money. So I feel like they could really struggle to keep trashing the wage workers and the.
It is, however, on Amakua, as we've now seen, which into asset heavy decks is gonna terrible.
Yeah, the ice is not going to do very much. But
I don't know if there's any more virus in this sports metal.
There's no more virus. I know in Declan's sports metal, which I think is going to possibly be a real
down
weakness.
Comes the Lego. Like this is a very good opening hand.
We lose. Okay, we lose the turtle. We lose the. Oh, okay, we're firing the Rashida. We're firing the Rashida. Yeah.
Yeah, we just you just need the Miss Bones, and then you're pretty good right now. But there is a 50% chance that any Lego trigger hits the.
Yeah, we're going to have to watch for those Lego triggers and see which cards.
Yeah.
Mr. Velis loses, which cards Dolbulb is able to know are not in the runner's hand.
Because here, losing breakers is kind of fine. Losing a Crew, pretty annoying.
Okay.
Yeah, we're definitely going to get into some trouble here where we are already reaching the edge of the mat.
And this is like, if the Hashiko deck doesn't have a lot of money in hand, then like having to run again, you might want to take a turn off, but horrible things can happen to you if you do that.
Yeah, particularly this deck is on 3 working prototype. It will punish you hard and put that Lego back on your deck, which is a click you lose to draw it, a click you lose to play it, and 2.
Yeah, it looks like we're running for 2. A Drafter Fire could be ruinous here. I wonder why we wanted that second Namakura counter.
Yeah. What are we particularly scared of? Because also there's open deck lists. So that is a unspecified card. Is that?
Oh, I think it's a Hyperloop extension.
Okay. I was going to say there might be a couple of Amani Sanais in this deck as well. Just to, like when you get the tempo of scoring and you get some credits, you just use them to punish the runner even more. And when you're using Working Prototype, like Working Prototype sets the runner back so much.
We're installing the twinning. Wow, that's
yeah, that's going to be the main target to get back on top of the deck. That's for sure. But open deck lists, Mr. Veles being well aware of knowing that we've got a bunch of Working Prototypes in there, one of which we've seen in hand now.
Yeah, Mr. Veles cheating the Hashiko, installing the twinning in order to be on 0 credits so that you don't have a credit to lose to Hashiko at the start of his next turn.
Oh, and there is a fully operational, which is going to help.
I really wonder.
Here. That's 8 credits you could earn with that fully operational.
I really wonder if going so low on credits is going to bite Mr. Veles here. If with this wage workers running, the assets are going to come down, and it's going to be very, very difficult for him to contest anything.
I think we're going to see. In fact, we don't need to fully up right now. But yeah, might as well.
We're just going to take
probably just taking all credits here. Drawing cards as last click seems a little risky.
Yeah, you quite often get into these spots where you would really like to draw with your fully operational, but you need to do it last click, and you're not sure that your assets will stay on the board long enough.
And then taking 6 credits after that, and then having to discard 1 at the end of turn. We have got all 3 wage workers, so that's probably a wage workers going in the bin there.
Yeah, we see the Ikawa in the open HQ, but it's very difficult for this Hashiko deck that needs to keep drawing and finding its pieces to actually run the open centrals.
Yeah, and also that board state has probably got a Working Prototype on it. So as soon as you're on a piece of ice, that's going to flip up. It's going to start accruing counters. So will all the other assets that get rezzed. And then suddenly you're going to find you're twinning on top of your deck, and now you're down 2 clicks and 3 credits as you have to draw it, play it, and spend 3 credits on it.
Playing a Strike Fund, and we can see the laundry in the hand, so we do have some money to play with. This twinning line suggests that Mr. Veles is going to be very, very aggressive and try and win the game by scoring points. And we run and hit... Gatekeeper?
Yes.
It looks like we're drawing cards, yeah.
Now, are you putting... Oh, is that 2 Ikawas now? Certainly one's going back, but probably just both. If we make the game go long enough, we can deny the runner enough credits that they just won't have any left in their deck. Even with an Ashen Epilogue coming up at some point late in the game, if you keep their credits low enough by just keep on Working Prototype them, they lose clicks and credits when you do that. It's going to really slow them down. And like once that thing fires once, it's horrifying. And we've also got the asset in hand lets you derez a card.
Warm Reception.
Yes. This card.
Stealing an Ikawa. That's huge.
And we just shuffled it back as well. So this is I thought this was an immediate twinning use. I thought it was run and use.
No, I think it was just a laundry and R&D.
Yeah.
It is a twinning use. We're going to see another card. Okay.
Yeah. So then there's a fully operational underneath there. Yeah. That's rough.
Yeah.
It happens. You have to trust your deck, and sometimes your deck is not on your side. But if there is Working Prototype here, there's not. Okay.
All right. So we're firing a Rashida. We're going to try and get an ice on R&D. And then, possibly there's an agenda in the remote, but in this situation you don't really want to score it. The runner has really committed to this line where they're just trying to win on centrals. So I think what you want to do is take advantage of that by installing assets that they...
I was wrong, we didn't have a Working Prototype earlier, but if we can survive 1 turn, if we install... We've still got the wage workers, so we can
I think we're going to see
3
triple
times.
install here. Ice and R&D.
In fact, let me remind myself, I think there is a line where we can Working Prototype last click here, just to really, res
Oh, right,
5
because
things,
we have an
including
upgrade.
itself.
Yeah, but so it's an agenda in the remote.
Yeah, okay, we've gone
so-
way off the table here. Okay, this is a new remote. Okay, all the way over there.
I haven't seen in front of archives as a method of putting your new remotes
Yeah.
before. That's a new one for me. But
Yeah, so we've gone for 4 installs here, just flooding the board with cards.
you at home, be grateful to Declan for putting his keeping his stuff on the map. Well aware that the stream is only showing a certain area. But yeah, just remember that card in front of archives is a newly installed asset.
So there's like a little window here where if Declan can keep these assets on the board, this working prototype is going to be devastating.
I feel has Alex been missing some Lego shelter triggers?
Possibly.
'Cause I can see the dirty laundry he played us on top of archives.
Yeah. Unless actually there's like another archives off the board that we're not noticing, but I believe this is a safe run here. Is that a hyperloop? Oof.
Oh, so we do have hyperloops. We go to
Wow.
5 points.
Yeah. That's going to be
And
very rough because now any
now-
agenda is just a little. There's going to be Vitruvius in here, and if you just touch one, that's it. But this is a potential turnaround. It's just like you just need to just get to the point where you cause enough devastation with working prototype, and then you can just about lock out the runner for just a turn or two, and then you can start scoring, and then you're having a great time, especially with sports metal firing each time.
Yeah, we might be taking a damage from Mystic Mamie here.
But I definitely think...
Yeah, we are taking damage from Mystic
okay.
Mamie here.
Going with the heart of the cards here. To Lego duplicate.
An Amani Sinai on that Mamie could be really, really crushing.
Well, in fact, here, working prototype is the best target.
Oh,
it's the most credits.
Oh,
lost.
we're gonna get the.
So we res that. We res a. That's gonna let us install another asset for
and then
free.
the
And there's a power. Okay.
So we're going to de-res both
Yeah.
of those with the.
Choosing. I guess this is where you need to know. Okay.
I think that's an Amani Sinai.
Is that 2 credits there? Yeah, I think that's the Money Sinai. And then we're thinking about. We can just install a new asset and res it.
Yeah. I think
Which
that. Oh,
is
so
going up here.
this is our
Our new remote area.
this is our warm reception install.
Yes.
And now we're thinking about whether we want to flip down, and we will. Yeah.
You can flip down 2 things?
It flips on itself and one other thing.
Oh my goodness, that is...
So yeah, so that's two extra counters for the working prototype.
You de-res this asset to de-res it, as if it's a cost, but in here it's just pure value.
So we're going to lose the Mamie.
And also we're on
credits. 0 credits.
Yeah. But we do have a reasonably charged up turtle.
There's an interesting... I wonder if you're Hashiko, do you want to redraw the Mamie, or...
So we're doing 3 advance, hopefully scoring a Vitruvius here, which we can use the powers that be, and then we can, with our extra wage workers click, we can click the working prototype. Okay, that's a...
Okay, we score a Mega Pre-Qualifier.
But then, yeah, we can use the 5 counters on working prototype to then put something back on top of the deck and earn a bunch of money. And we also get a free install, which can be a Rashida just into that server where it
Yeah,
just,
what have we got in the bin to install
emptied.
with Mega Pre? So we're going to install with powers that be. I'm not sure you would necessarily want a Rashida Fire here because...
using
so we
shelter, trashing a second crew. There's 2 crews gone now.
I think you're pretty happy to see the crew go because you don't have the money to install
triggering
it.
too. So we're going to trigger Money Tonight, and then we're also going to use...
Oh, bouncing the Omakua. That's
excellent.
Oh, because we're going to prototype
Yeah.
bounce the Mamie, yeah.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah, this is a huge turn here.
Yeah, the runner is up 5 points to 1, but I'm not sure
It's got to be the Mamie, because the Mamie is 4 credits lost.
Yeah.
Whereas the twinning is just 3. And also the twinning is doing nothing while it's got nothing to fire off. So you can safely put it back. And that working prototype, I mean, next turn, you're going to res and then de-res 2 cards. So that's 3 reses total with that warm reception.
Yeah, if you can't trash the assets, you're going to lose your twinning and your Largo.
Yeah.
But
and also you can't get into that working prototype server because we don't know what's in front of it. Oh,
it's a gatekeeper. So,
and also you have no credits to install the Armakua to do it anyway.
Would you trash the warm reception here? Click for credits and trash the warm reception?
You have to. It's such a toxic fuel for this deck.
You're in a really difficult spot though, because if you click the 3 credits and trash the warm reception, you're going to lose one of those credits to Hashiko, and you're going to be back on 0 again.
Yeah, this is what I mean though. Like it looks like the runner was in a great position, but a wild warm reception turn can really flip the table.
The runner took this very aggressive line to try and win on centrals, and reinstalling the Mamie is really going to make your life difficult because the warm reception is 2 free working prototype counters.
Yeah, and it is a res itself.
So 3 free working prototype counters still to go.
And then you've got an asset there. You've got a card that was installed in there, which you could also res the Managom if you need to. You've got plenty of credits for everything. That's a Spin Doctor. Straight from the prize support into. Actually, no. I think Declan has it from previous tournaments as well. But yeah, then look, we're just doing it again, and like that protected working prototype is devastating.
I think Mr. Velas is about to realise that he's going to lose the Mamie that he just spent 2 clicks installing, and
well, I think at this point you bounce the twinning. It's more cost. Yeah.
That's a really interesting line from Dullbulb, is choosing to de-res the powers that be instead of the Spin Doctor, even though it costs a credit.
Yeah,
to re-res.
He's got 20,
precisely
22
because
credits.
He doesn't want to draw any more cards.
Yeah.
He knows the only way that he can lose is.
We are fully operational here.
Are we fully operational for draw?
This is an absurd amount of credits, but
we're scoring with we're scoring on a Mani Sanai.
Oh no, we're playing 3 operations. That's what we're doing, so we can get our
Ikawa in the remote.
No, I think this is a 2/4.
We need to res our powers that be.
Oh.
Okay, so we have a Vitruvius counter.
Just narrowly avoiding the game lost there by advancing.
Declan's about to realise that. Res the powers that be.
Yeah.
No information gained. So I think.
And there's nothing on the runner side that could have interrupted this. So. And now we can powers that be to get something resable on the table, and potentially we have a spare click.
We do have a click left, right?
To put something back on top of the deck again, and then not only are you putting money back on, taking money away, putting the card back on top of the deck, you also mean the next card they draw is not a money card, and you're keeping them down and down again.
Okay, so if you're the runner here, you're in this horrible position where you're on 5 points. You know that if you touch a Vitruvius or if you touch an Ikawa project, you can win the game, but you have no credits.
And you know it's never going to be an HQ. Because the Corp has infinite credits here, and also for you to get through to find a card that will help you solve this problem, you have to.
We've lost our leech as well to.
With a Mani Sanai.
To a Mani Sanai.
But yeah, with this Mani Sanai, we can just get to the point. And then the Managom coming up. Yeah, it's fine to reveal it because we're getting that working prototype counter, giving us the last click to again. I think this time put the twinning on top because it's the most.
I would be putting the Mamie on top here. I think. Declan's thinking about it.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Because you know that the way that the runner can claw their way back into this is suddenly like have a dirty laundry and be able to recover on credits and do something else in the same turn.
And it must be very difficult sitting on the side of the table with Mr. Villas is right now and just thinking, how do I get out of this hole?
I was about to say the card that he needs to top deck is Moshing.
That's a strike fund. So that's where putting the Mamie back was good.
Yeah, so we're going to be back up on 5 credits. And
and then we can install an Amakua, and we can run the Gatekeeper. That's 5 to do that though. So
you might want to consider keeping your Amakua in hand and just playing like the sure gamble and trying to say, well, if you score an agenda next turn, you're still going to have to worry about me installing Amakua and Devil Charm and running your remote.
It looks like the line we're taking. I guess we also have to remember Corp's only on 3 points. They are more than one agenda away from winning, but they do have a Vitruvius counter, which is going to be very powerful here.
What is the Vitruvius counter recurring? I believe Declan's deck is not on any fast advance at all. And
yeah, it's just on Wage Workers there's no score from hand. But if you keep their credits down enough, which you can do with things like a Marnie Snipe, if you get to the point where they just got, anytime they put a card on the table, it goes back.
Okay, so we've actually managed to trash the
yes.
We've managed to trash the warm reception, and so that Banhar might stick.
Yeah.
And we see an Ico in hand.
But with technically having infinite credit, it's another agenda. Just a perfect flow of agendas coming up here.
I wonder if our plan is to try and bounce the Banhar here. Okay, so we're on 5 points.
I feel like that was a very worried flipping over the card of, this is an agenda, right? Yeah, we're on 5.
We can maybe bounce the Banhar to turn it off for a turn.
Yeah.
And try and install the Icoa onto the Managon.
Yeah, depending on what we know is in there, because you can get back the seamless launch.
Yeah, and then with our last click, we can install Cohort Guidance Program somewhere else.
No, because we did 3 to advance, triggering Wage Workers for an install.
Yeah, so we've got 1 click after this.
So we're going for Ice here.
Did we get our Powers the B trigger? Oh, the Powers the B trigger for the Ice for free, and then we're going to put the agenda behind the Ice.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. And I mean 2 Ice on there.
There's even a line where if you don't top deck the Seamless, you could try and play fully operational. To draw the other Seamless, you could draw 8 cards and then pick the other one up from Archives and get your Wage Workers click to score the Icoa.
Yes,
but I don't think we're quite at the point where we can guarantee
a very sealed and signed deal here for Dolbol.
Oh, it's never over.
It's not. But also, crucially, has made sure that there isn't an option of the agenda being in hand. So you have to take down the Wage Workers here. That's the most critical piece.
Installing the crew is interesting.
I guess you can... Well, it could be that one of them is a drafter, and you can just run through it. And there is also, you can...
Oh, there's a draft of fire.
Here. Like, if this is a 2-point...
that actually is going to end the game, because it's going to install the Cohort Guidance Program from hand. But there's no face in Archives.
If there's an agenda on the top of the deck, like, that's it. I think with Spin Doctrine, because we just have to max out the odds.
We don't have a Managarm available, so we are going to allow... are there twinning counters? There's, I think, 1 counter on twinning, so this is going to be 2 accesses.
Wage Workers on...
2 accesses, and we can steal Icoa Project, so... there's...
Oh, does the twinning have a counter? I don't think it does. It shouldn't do. Yeah, no, it doesn't. It should be just 1 access here. So yeah, it's just... Now we see. Yep, use the spin, put back 2... we've got 2 clicks left, so we have to put back non-trashables as much as possible. So hopefully if there is something that cannot be trashed on top of the deck, then I believe it is game.
Yeah, I think there's 4 agendas that could be stolen here to win the game.
It's not.
But it's not one of them.
And with 25 credits, Declan can res anything.
So there was something like a 20% chance that was just the end of the game.
Yeah, it would be good to rush over there at the end and be like, no, don't touch the deck. We need to know the odds. I mean, how many points have we seen? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 points on the table.
I think the agenda suite is...
I think it's 2 Icoas.
Oh, I've actually miscounted.
So there's 12 in play. and so there's
12 in play, eight left in the deck, of which
8 or 9 in the deck.
There's at least
it's probably like 15 to 20 cards there. So you're looking at like a third to a half chance, which like a 20 counter would have made that a lot more reassured. And here, we have to run.
We're running them right to see what the ice
just
is.
anything,
But this ablative fire.
Yeah. And at this point, it just doesn't matter. Yeah.
It's interesting. Do we know what we picked up off the drafter? Oh, we did get a seamless. Okay. So, all right, we're going to crew. We're going to make sure that this is actually an in the run ice.
Yeah. And I think
this is a heads up line from Alex. Actually, he understands that the game is slipping away. And he was just checking that there wasn't a drafter on that remote, in which case he would have been able to pay the mana gum.
And finally the Mistbones turns up. That was a huge game changer there.
Yeah, so we see... Yeah.
So losing a mana gum early is always rough.
What a game. The runner taking a very aggressive line and getting that chance to finish the game even after losing complete control and doing well to maximise their accesses. But... I wonder if
it was the working prototype is such a. It looks so friendly. It's just a person in a robot suit. How harmful can it be? But when it puts a card on top of your deck, you forget that a card on top of your deck is so annoying.
Right, it's like you bounce the Mamie, and not only have you lost your Mamie, but now you are
You've
one
lost
card
all the
further
credits on
down to
Mamie.
get the bones of a Shogamble.
Yeah. And also it's the turn delay, like when you can bounce the Banhar, like it's pointless paying Banhar, because when this deck needs to, it can choose to make that working prototype fire. So, and that means if you're relying, basically you have to play a deck that's tag me and has no resources in it, is the only way to take down this working prototype. But you have to find a way. Pinhole would have been useful here. Taking down the working prototype turns off a lot of the money income. And this was just one working prototype. This deck, working prototype is not unique. When two of them are down and they're rezzing off each other, you can even de-res a working prototype with one reception to just keep flipping it back and forth and stuff. It can get incredibly oppressive. So it was just that he just needed to get to that window.
Yeah.
And so it is the early aggression. That's how you take down this deck. If you're playing something like Esser, I think that's a really good deck to run against this, because you can keep that aggression on, which forces the Corp to make those choices and then not have all those opportunities in front of them. Well, there we go. That's Declan through to the finals again.
Through to the finals. Single elimination, remember. So this is the finals of our Reading District Championship.
Yeah, and London Regionals got to the final. Didn't quite win in the final, but this time we'll see what happens. He might be up against Jonald in the exact same matchup they played earlier of Steve Cambridge versus Ob. We'll have to find out how that other game went, but it will be interesting to see that replayed again after they played it a bunch of times in the pub together. They played it earlier today, and maybe they'll be playing it in the final. And let's see if that is a close game again.
Unsurprising to see. No matter the amount of luck involved in this game, that we've got two of the strongest players in the final once again. So we'll see how that goes.
Cool. Thank you all for tuning in, and we'll be back. I'm sure there'll be a bit of a break to give the players time to review the deck lists, have a little breather, because we like to keep our Netrunners nice and healthy so they can focus and hopefully not install Icarus's Ice and advanced Managarms and so on. But there we go, and we'll see you in the final round of the bit. Thank you for joining. Hello everyone and welcome back. We will be trying to speak a little bit quieter here because the room is a little quiet, a little empty, and we've got some people playing some extra Netrunner just to keep things quiet and distracted. We are now into the final, and hopefully in a bit I will have Jonald joining me, who unfortunately didn't make it through the final round because in fact Hemra managed to score out in their outfit deck, but in the final it's been randomly selected that we have these two decks playing. So it's a Corp on Declan's side and then Freedom up against it, to which let's just say Dolbold was not like, this is a great matchup for me, when they found out that Freedom was on the other side of the table. The Freedom list has Aracera's crew in it as well, so the opportunity to trash some of those critical ice and keep open access to lots of places so that Freedom can keep on that Freedom pressure. So here we have a price coming down. It's going to get us 2 cards from the Steelskin and 2 credits from the Strike Front, and then we're going to install a Botchless, which is certainly going to go on that piece of ice because that's the only place it can go. And we might as well install something because it's free. So Botchless comes down. And here is a little Trap-Inch Botchless counter just to mark it there. It should come with a virus counter too. I think they're just getting that now. Very important for Freedom. Not just because you can use it to break the ice, but also you can use it to trash things. Let's just bring up Freedom, as it's a card that people might not be so familiar with. Eventually at some point, rotating out. And it allows you to trash pretty much any card. And there's Hermes as well. So now when an agenda is scored or stolen, that is going to put on a lot of pressure. So Dolbob definitely hoping that that is a Rashida in that remote, because that's going to help a lot, but the Botchless coming down means it might just be walking through. Welcome along, welcome to the table.
Having what's occurred so far?
So far this is a gatekeeper. So we got the golden price of getting 2 credits and 2 cards out of it.
Oh, value.
And getting a Botchless, which went straight on the gatekeeper, which I assume we're breaking the end of run, so we can just rush into that. Breaking the end of run, then that's going to let us through.
I just noticed that's got to be Hermes as well.
Yes.
Which is very good against Sportsman.
Yeah. And I mean, it's definitely not a favourable setup for Declan here. Like, this Sports Medal deck, it's playing fully operational, it's icing a bunch of things. That's Gatekeeper, yep. It's playing a bunch of things, but it also wants to install things naked, and that's not good. We did have to go and check the card called Yusuf. Let's go bring that up, because this is always in Freedom decks, pretty much, because it's just a great way to get money, because it is ways to trash cards. And not only that, Freedom can also conveniently trade by paying the res cost instead of the trash cost. So things like Wage Workers is just 2 virus counters rather than 4 credits.
Yeah, and a lot of the assets are going to be much lower res costs, like Armani Sanaya's 2 to res, 4 to trash.
Yeah.
Wage Workers 2 to res, 4 to trash.
And then the other ones, which are just 1 and 2, you're just going to trash those with credits. So yeah,
much cheaper to res.
And I believe also this deck is, I believe, on Armakua, which also just really tears up this deck. So
I know there was a Tag Me Freedom playing God of War today.
Okay, I don't think we saw that in the list. It's on, this one's on Aracera's crew as well, so it's also going to keep up pressure by threatening some of the ice, but it seems to have no recursion. So there's 2 options: is try and rush out and get ahead, but now there's a Hermes, which is going to make that difficult, or the option of trying to outlast and win that way.
Do you know if Declan's on any amount of Mavirus?
No, I don't believe so. I believe there is. Yeah, that feels like the struggle, and knowing that Armakua exists, and Armakua is something that can do well against this deck, and especially with the upsurge in Hashiko since Trickshot has gone.
Well, that's the thing, the crew Hashiko that plays Amakua relies on viruses.
Yeah.
The Mulch Hashiko that relies on Audrey relies on viruses. Like, it feels like every deck needs to be playing at least 2 virus right now.
So this is either Gatekeeper, Hyperloop, or Amani Sinai.
Doesn't look like it's being stolen, so I'm going to guess Amani. Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you again, Judge Team.
Yeah. And this is an untimed final, just so people know.
Roughly.
Well, we've got up to an hour, which is a very generous amount for a single-sided game. And with 2 decks that, neither of them are trying to stall out and wait ages, so...
No, but as Sports Metal in this position, you may want to try and delay a little bit to glacier up almost.
Yep.
But
like, there is a finite amount of money in this Freedom deck, and there will come a point where potentially, well, with Yusuf being able to spend viruses from other cards, it can be a challenge to ever keep them fully out, especially as a barrier breaker. And I guess we've got Gatekeeper is the best option here.
Yeah, I mean, if there's no efficient way to purge virus counters as well.
Yeah.
I mean, if there isn't a virus, it makes a much different story. But I suppose the other thing that Declan could be doing here is trying to waste Emra's time, keep installing things on the table, especially with wage workers. Install 3, ice something, whatever.
Yeah, if you go the long game, I feel like there is well, if it's on Amakua, then the Gatekeepers aren't doing anything, the Ablatives aren't doing anything, any brands aren't doing anything.
Brand's probably going to get
crude, yeah. So three things can get crude. There's no recursion.
Is it Devil Charm?
I would assume there is also Devil Charm. The other difficult thing, we saw the game just before. Dolbob had a great time with just one working prototype, absolutely tearing up the opponent's board. But it's quite a resource-heavy deck. The Hashikos, they like their resources, whereas this one's only on, I think, 8 resources. So it's on daily casts, crew, and that's about it. So working prototype mostly going to be for generating lots of money. Potentially there's a way that you can focus on getting lots of money from it. You can build a particularly horrible server to have to run through and try and score behind that.
There's definitely ways that the combination of warm reception, working prototype, and especially Spin Doctor can produce 5 power counters sort of very immediately, even clicklessly.
Yeah.
So there's a chance that you can use that to put crews back on top, really slow down the runner. If the runner's smart, though, they might keep the crews and only install them on turns when they want to go and use them to challenge a push.
So here we have a Raindrops going to see a Powers That Be, and then again taking advantage of Freedom's power to use just 1 virus counter instead to trash that card based on the res cost of Powers That Be.
It is interesting that I don't know how much ice is in hand. We've only seen an ice on 2 remote servers. There's nothing on HQ, there's nothing on R&D. If Freedom decides to just plow through centrals, they might find the points they need and especially disrupt things with that Hermes.
So here's the working prototype. We're resing a warm reception, putting a counter on it for some reason.
I'm guessing that's the second counter that,
Yes, there we go.
This is what I was saying, that as long as the working prototype has something to de-res, I suppose it could de-res the ice. I don't know what that's a Gatekeeper, isn't it?
Yes, it is, which is important if it is Amakua. However, what you can do here as well, yes, it's currently botchless. We didn't use the warm reception. We did have the option of flipping them both before the runner's turn ended, then triggering warm reception, which lets you de-res 2 cards because it de-reses itself and another card, which sounds like a cost, but actually in this deck it is a benefit that it de-reses even more stuff. And I believe that's a Amani Sinai on there. Yep. Thank you, judges, for their help.
Counter on the prototype.
Yep.
I don't think it's been placed.
Let's see if that's going to get remembered. Maybe not. So we're pushing for scoring.
Seamless score here with.
That is probably a Hyperloop extension.
Right? So you're going to gain 3 credits.
And also then we're going to have the opportunity to bounce, which we can bounce the Hermes before, but in this case, with the credit differential, probably just costing them 4 credits.
Yeah, because it's the Corp's turn. The Corp will have the priority of using Amani Sanai to initiate a trace and bounce before Hermes gets a chance. The interesting thing, I think, about Hermes is I believe Hermes is a must, it's not a may. So if there's only one unraised card, that's the only one that can get bounced. So there is a chance here that Declan doesn't particularly...
Yes, you must do it.
So there is a chance here that Declan doesn't particularly mind if that ice gets bounced because there's nothing in that server anymore. Might even want to reposition it somewhere. So there might be a chance that he says, okay, I want to bounce your Solidarity badge so that you can't all draw, or I want to bounce your Fermenter so that you have no econ and no constantly ticking.
So back it comes, and we see there's a drafter. So
looks like we took 2 draws from the...
Oh, and we've installed... Oh, I guess, it was Botulist, so makes sense. It's just ticking up, giving them value.
Was anything bounced with Amani Sanai?
No, I think we just spent credits.
Okay.
Yeah. Because Declan didn't have the money to be able to force through Amani Sanai triggering, and also it wouldn't be worth it.
Would have got 3 credits back from the Hyperloop, but I think he chose the 2 draw instead of the 2 credits from the Sports Metal trigger. Scoring that agenda.
And by using the Seamless, that gave us an extra click, because we saved a click on the... As in, we advanced once, Seamless to place 2 counters, scoring, giving us 1 left click to install that piece of ice, to reapply that drafter to where we want it, which is to overwrite that card and get rid of the ever-growing Botulus that's on the table that is just providing freedom to counter a turn.
Yeah.
And also just making that ice completely redundant.
Padre, I think that's an Arco Mushroom asking in the chat. No, this is single elimination.
Yes.
It's just a single elim top 8. So both of these players have won their first 2 games in the top cut, and this is the finals.
I definitely feel like... I think we're right in saying that there's definitely an advantage to freedom here, and it's most of the difficult decision making in this game is definitely going to be on Declan to work out if there is a way that he can make this work and claw back some percentage chance of winning here.
Yeah, and scoring a single agenda point this early may not make a big amount of difference, but I think destroying that Botulus in quite a clever play, especially if there's not a lot of ice in hand, I think really put Declan ahead. We do see the Amakua there is in hand, so depending on what this ice is, it may actually go down quite quickly to the turtle.
Just having a check of working prototype here.
Again, I think there should be a 3rd power counter
yes,
on that,
although I think it's
like there's only 2
too far gone now.
Yeah, but
yeah, there should have been one from the Amani Sanai.
All it takes is the warm reception installing something at the start of the turn, derezzing it itself and the working prototype, and you've probably got your 5th power counter there.
Yeah.
No resource on the board currently. It is still a click for 5 credits button, 6 credits I think.
Yes,
6 on the board.
Yeah. Yeah, just for those in chat, this is a extended time final, so we have to get out of the venue at 10 or something. So yeah, we've been extended to an hour to let us see the real outcome of who wins this matchup. This was decided before sides were chosen, so it was a fair assessment. Although I guess if you have 2 aggressive decks, then maybe there's a line where you're like, I'd quite like it to go.
Looks like Freedom here choosing to repeatedly run HQ. I think saw the powers that be in hand twice there and decided not to use Freedom. I may have missed if Freedom was used previously, but I think there's a good chance. Yeah, there we go. Using the Freedom ability, taking a power counter that was received from Amakua off, and trashing the warm reception. Yeah. Ikoa top deck there is not exactly what you want to see from deck position.
I mean, there is a Spin Doctor which could help us put it in the bin if we need to.
Yeah, drawing another agenda.
And there is a Wage Workers, that's going to help, because that's something we can trigger this turn. And also, and again, it's giving us another install, which is another working prototype trigger, and having spoken to Dolbold, one of his favourite things to do is you use your wage workers, install 3 cards, and then and res them all, and then the last one is to use that working prototype. Although in this case, there is no resource to bounce, and I hope that Dolbold has acknowledged that already.
We can see that there is a daily casts in hand, and I think the Freedom probably here saying, you've got a threatening working prototype, I'm not going to bother spending money and time installing this, at least until if Declan clears this, there's a good chance that Hemorrhoid goes, okay, well, I'll install cast Nectar after.
Oh, so we're popping on the Spin Doctor already. I guess maybe we want to put down another Spin Doctor and then res it?
2 fully up.
Yeah.
There might be another Spin Doctor in hand.
Which, fully up is not going to be doing much right now.
I don't believe there's a whole lot, if any, fast advance in this Sports Metal deck.
Yeah, it's a lot of no advance. So we've got Cohort Guidance, Wage Workers, there is Seamless. Yeah.
I don't think there's even a Biotic, or there might be one Biotic.
I don't believe so. Generally, the deck relies on enough working prototype triggers to get to a position where you can just put a card down and know that they're not going to run it. And with Money Sanai, you can bounce back the Breaker, and you can just deplete their credits.
But I think we're seeing here the issue of cards in hand not drawing ice.
Yeah.
Looks like a second Spin Doctor was installed, but
and also the difficulty here with Botulus effectively, we have Aracero's Crew, of course, but Botulus also being effectively a trash and ice card. When you see Freedom and you know it's ticking up, it's something that you go, maybe I should get rid of that ice, but then you're running low on ice and then your fully operationals are less good, you have less options to protect yourself.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what was, maybe even a draw was used for the Wage Workers click, because it wasn't clicking that prototype. That is obviously threatening, don't install a resource or else, but...
And so the overinstall was to put a drafter in front. And I guess,
sorry,
I believe so, yeah. And actually, that's it's good if we think that the runner is going to run aggressively into it, because it gives us the option of being able to get ice back that we didn't have. In fact, I wonder if fully operational is obviously great, but we do have a maxed out working prototype that we could, on a future turn, if it survives, just spend 3 clicks in fact, spend all 4 clicks to get 12 money. Which could help a lot, and then maybe we want to put some ice back, because that's the bit that's the problem here, is having so many exposed remotes like that Wage Workers, just 2 virus counters.
Yeah, we did see though that Hemorrhoid choosing to pop the Fermenter on 3 to get 6 credits.
Yeah.
Running R&D with a Raindrops and seeing a piece of ice. I think that was MIC. So
yes.
Conrad would Declan would love to draw that.
Getting the credits from Raindrops there, still keeping very flush and very afloat on credits, avoiding installing resources, which I think is smart. Working prototype is a hell of a card, but if it's not targeting resources, it's not doing much.
You can see the Devil Charm there in hand. I think that might also be a Snore Chip, perhaps?
Possibly.
Which would make sense with a Botulus engine.
Yeah.
Installing Devil Charm.
And also to be able to get things like Fermenter back, so you can use it for some credits, and then you can later on, if you're okay with credits, use it as just a virus source.
Last click running this working prototype.
Into drafter.
Has to let the drafter fire or use a Devil Charm just to get it down to strength.
We can't
be.
Wow.
We're using a Devil
Charm to reduce the strength. I effectively won.
It is last click, so if there's a Rashida in Archives, and I think the fully ups will both shuffle back. I don't think
and what's important now, also the Corp's gone down to 0 credits. They do have a Wage Workers, which is kind of like a pad campaign in some cases.
Trip install, take a credit.
Oh,
quad install. That does sort of
so
telegraph that one of them is probably a Rashida.
Yeah, but with an Amakura on 2 counters, like, it can get through that draft if it needs to. Although, again, the
becomes
whole
a credit
game.
issue. Although the benefit of freedom being able to trash stuff using virus counters instead.
Yeah.
The weakness of this current port state, at least, is that you're going to have to use credits to break ice.
Yeah.
And then you'll
And yeah,
not flush with cash, and the daily casts, you're obviously afraid to put it down. Now maybe feels more comfortable.
this is where you really want a Hermes trigger to pop off, just to clean up one of these installs and give you something less to check.
That's just it. I wonder if the reach should be no more ice has been installed. Charge HQ. I don't know if there's any multi-access in here, like a compilation or twinning.
I'm not too sure if there is. So we're spending 2 counters to take down Amani Sinai. Oh yeah, because Amani Sinai is also on steel.
Yes,
I forget that.
It will trigger after the Hermes because it only steel because Hermes goes first on the stack, or not really a stack, but Hermes would trigger first on a runner turn steel.
Yeah, and even if it's for a 1-point agenda, it's valuable. Now I think we've just installed. Yeah, we've installed a bunch of things, including Mega Prees, because the first one you want the runner to have.
Yeah, that is probably going to be 2 credits here for Declan.
That would make sense. Yeah, reaching for 2 credits.
Yeah. Will be a Hermes bounce. Gotta guess right which one's the Rashida.
I wonder if we're
Maybe
thinking
there's 2
about
Rashidas.
reconsidering the credits. Okay. We're worried that one of these could be an agenda that comes back to hand. Okay.
Choosing to, because this was a last click run, choosing to res the Rashida before the steel so that it cannot be bounced by Hermes.
Accidentally flipping over the powers that be there, but that's just information for the runner, so it's a course mistake they have to accept.
Yeah, didn't have the credits.
And then, because it was last click, we can pop that Rashida, which is going to help get the economy back up. We do have a spare Mega Pre in there, which now is worth 2 points, which is nice. Which currently we're 1-1 on points. And again, that Armakura is just...
Installing the second Mega Pre. I think it's a reasonable read here that unless Emerald wants to run 2 remotes or central servers without trashing anything, and then run the drafter remote, he not be choosing to go this and challenge at this turn.
And yeah, the good thing about Sports Medal is you're not really spending credits to advance, you're usually getting those back.
It's another daily casts drawn here for the Freedom. I wonder if...
Now is maybe the window.
Yeah, accidentally what one of those cards that was installed last time was. That's not a working prototype. The other one might be, but less. It's really the double threat of prototype and warm reception that makes you fearful for suddenly losing your resource that was installed last time.
And it's also knowing that if there is a working prototype in hand or on the table, it could be, you could very quickly get it to 5. If you install 3 cards, of which 1 is a working prototype and 2 are things you can res, that's 3 of your counters. Then you've got 3 cards face down on the table which can be resed, and suddenly that wage workers click can be putting that daily cast back on top, which would be pretty devastating to spend 3 credits on a card for absolutely nothing except to lose a card draw.
We saw an HQ run there, accessing wage workers, but only having 1 Amaku counter because the access hadn't been finished. That is the warm reception.
Yeah.
And it does look like the trash here won't be.
Choosing to use freedom, it's once a turn, and it does save you 2 credits. Which, when you're on 3 credits, that can matter a lot.
It does look here like we're going to get that Mega Pre-scored with a spare click, thanks to wage workers.
Yeah.
What we're going to do with that is...
But also, we have a powers that be.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's very valuable. Although the powers that be triggers first, Do you then
powers
get
that be
to
will install a card, and the card is installed face down. You don't have a window to res that card before it gets bounced by
Yes,
enemies.
but at least it goes from your archives into your hand then.
Yes.
So there is the Mega Pre, this time worth 2 points.
Yeah, up to
Should
3
come
points.
with a counter. Yep.
I don't believe there's any threat cards. Ability Barrier is relevant.
Yes. Yeah, and taking 2 credits there for the Sports Metal score.
Yeah, looks like there's 2 pieces of ice, one on the wage workers and one on R&D, so one of those will need to be bounced by enemies.
And I mean, putting a piece of ice over the Spin Doctor here could be good, just so that you have some lines later for playing fully operational and suddenly bouncing from this mere 3 credits into a seemingly infinite amount of money.
Yeah, that's a good point. It's not something you usually expect to play around or against from Sports Metal, is that fully operational, but ice on remote servers is valuable, even if it's just protecting something very simple.
So that is a Gatekeeper, by the looks of it, going on R&D.
Yep, that Powers That Be does install without paying res cost.
Yep.
Install costs. So if it's being installed as the second piece of ice, you wouldn't pay any credits. But it looks like we changed our minds there and put it on HQ.
All costs,
imagine the handwritten agenda is a hyperloop.
Yes. So it's it should have a counter on the Mega Pre as well. So it's 3 points on the Corp side and then 1 point on the runner side.
Bouncing the ice in front of the wage workers. We do, pointed to there, we have the wage workers click. Installing behind the draft, it does say...
Yeah, that's
come get
interesting.
this.
Choosing not to re-protect the wage workers. I mean, we know there's a wage workers in hand, I believe. So there's always a backup wage workers if you need it.
I think there's a good chance Declan doesn't mind here if his opponent spends a run getting a getting a virus counter on Amakur, then spends another run trashing the wage workers, because that means that they're not going to go and challenge whatever's in that remote. So
Yeah.
at this point, that may be a better trade for them.
So Botchless comes down. We know that HQ is a gatekeeper. We're choosing to put it on the drafter here. Which would suggest that we're planning to go up against the drafter?
I think letting the add a card to hand subroutine fire isn't the end of the world at this point.
Yeah.
So
with the Powers That Be having already had many options to go and get a card from archives and do something with it.
Interesting. So instead, what the Freedom is doing is running a asset without trashing it twice. In this case, the wage workers to get 2 turtle counters, using the last remaining credit to break one of the drafts to subroutines, and
That's
then
Rashida. Yeah.
using the botches counter to break the other. Freedom able to trash that Rashida without paying any virus counters there, because it's a 0 cost asset. Does put the corp down to 0 credits. There will be
The
virus. Does put the virus count will be constantly ticking up, and there's that daily cast that's taking trashing.
There we go.
Yeah, again trashing the drafter, because we want to get rid of the free virus engine of waiting botchless, as it were.
There's an incredible tension going on at this table here, more than we would be expecting early on.
Yeah, I'm assuming there's no diversion of funds in this deck, but it's almost as if both Corp and Runner are scrounging for cash. They are playing with ones and twos.
So 2 credits coming in from Daily Cast, 1 card from the something chip. What's it called?
Sorry, the card draw.
Yeah.
It's Solidarity Badge.
That's the one. It's a badge, not a chip. I think it's also a chip.
It is a chip type. I believe,
Chip type badge. Is this going to be warm reception? That is a spare wage workers.
The wage workers. I don't know if that was seen in hand previously.
I believe so. The difficult thing Yeah, when a wage worker is rezzed on the table and you run a card and you find out it's another wage workers, suddenly your interest in trashing the wage workers just drops. But you have to recognise that the wage workers is a pretty critical piece here. Having those extra installs lets you play fully operational Adonis. Here we go on ablative, so we can go get something. We've got 2 clicks left, so we could just protect something, which would mean if we just like get that drafter back or another piece of ice.
I think with only 1 credit, you'd obviously want to install something that will make money for the corp here, but that Mice and I that we're offering.
Cool.
I believe that was a Mice and I.
And it's a significant cost for the runner to go and get that later.
Yeah, but it's also not money that the corp can pay to res and 1 costs.
Yeah.
Only 1 credit on their side.
Oh.
Accessing another spin. Are we using the other copy of spin?
Then that one will just have to be trashed. Yeah.
Yeah, I do like that here. I think you commonly see if there's multiple spins on the table, they feel pressured to pop the first spin, shuffle 2 cards back, then res the second one.
Yeah.
Quite often, if there's nothing you actually care about in archives, it's fine to just res the second spin, overwriting the first one, letting it be trashed, and then that spin might be one of the 2 things you shuffle back if you need to. So that's been being trashed with Freedom's ability, paying no credits. We are running remotes now with a single credit remaining. That may have actually just been verifying, I think that was pointing at the card to say which card was installed previously and which card was the ablative barrier install.
Okay. Because I believe the ablative would be a known install.
Yeah. Very wisely here, Freedom choosing to apply pressure when there's only 1 credit on the corp side. There's no. We have used Freedom's ability.
In hand.
That should tick up. But we have used Freedom's ability this turn, so we can't trash anything that we see unless we see another sheet or somewhere or something. But looking for agendas, hunting when there's, I believe, no 1-cost ice in this deck. There's no HB 1-cost ice that we can play.
There's another draft on top.
I believe Freedom's already been used.
Yeah,
that was to
that was to get a counter for it. Which, Amaku are just very good in this deck because once it gets to a certain strength, it's great. And once it keeps getting counters past that, and you can just start using them. And then the corp has to keep considering, do I purge now? But then it could just get up to strength again, and then those credits, they can be used for anything.
That's the thing, that golden number is 6 because 6 virus counters will break a gatekeeper, will break up a hand. It's nothing more threatening than those. And
we've managed to get almost everything off of this daily cast now, which is nice because it's certainly a worrying thing to install when you know that there's 3 working prototype and a bunch of cards that work around it on the other side of the table.
It looks like Declan chose to click for 3 and use the WageWorks click to reinstall something in that ablative remote. Accessing the known Armani scenario using Freedom's ability to trash. Looks like we haven't added a Solidarity Badge counter, but we should may remember to afterwards. Running R&D here.
That looks like another ablative,
I wonder if it's going to put the...
I think the Armani Sonai is going straight back out.
I guess the Armani Sonai, it's probably the best way for Double Bob here to effectively purge the Amakua, right? If you can bounce the turtle, not only is it back down to 0 strength, you have to spend 3 credits and then click reinstall.
And with Freedom basically always hanging around this kind of 3 or 4 credit mark, it means that then they're not going to have anything to really threaten. And also it's the click to install it, which matters a lot when you can score something and still install something with the Wage Workers click.
We did see there that one chose to res the Armani on the R&D access. I think it was a fully operational though, which is actually going to be pretty beneficial here. Possible to click for a credit.
Yeah, just trying to get a fully operational Defier is huge here. There's not really a great way to make it work with the Wage Workers here, but credit, install ice, fully operational is just good.
Yeah, there you go.
That's 4 whole triggers.
Plus 7 if you just take credits.
And I think you just got all credits here. because that's been the hardest part for the Corp right now, is just sitting in the hole of having just 2 or 3 credits each turn and everything always being threatened of getting trashed and no way to protect these assets.
Yeah. With that being said, with Amakura on 4 virus counters and 2 daily casts sticking out,
Here comes the Stargate.
I think one of those, yeah, I was going to say one of those data casts is done.
That Stargate can very easily get through to the Freedom should be ready as well.
Looks like we are using that Stargate after clicking for a credit. It's a known piece of ice on
Yes,
R&D.
it's just an ablative. So then we reveal the top 3 face up.
This will be
Did they get? They don't.
Cohort guidance program, a fully operational, and I'm guessing that's another copy of Hyperloop.
Hyperloop, Gatekeeper, or Amani. All of those are possible. I think it's got to be the fully operational here. And then we need to make sure these other cards. Oh no, it was. So
the Gatekeeper trashing the ice means that you don't have to use your crews on it later.
Yes, that's true.
Very sensible here from Freedom.
And those cards are also revealed, so it does give you some information about what's coming up. You know that there's a fully operational coming, which is probably quite scary.
Yeah, there's a copy of Spin Doctor.
Oh, okay, so that is the Vitruvius, I believe. There's a Hyperloop. So
because they resed Amani and more credits, this is probably going to be a turtle bounce.
We gain 3, yep, and 2. Yeah, that's an easy.
Yep.
Yeah, and it's definitely the turtle here because, I mean, the Stargate is more money lost for them, but the turtle is more time for them to get out of the power again, and also stops Freedom being so relevant.
That being said, they can already they'll be getting 2 credits from datacasts. They have a credit, so click 1, install Amakua, click 2, run somewhere that you can already get in.
Yeah.
There's an unrisked card, and I don't think there's an ice on archives.
I mean, it could actually have been.
We saw the powers that be reinstalling a piece of ice on R&D.
It could actually be a Mani Sinai on the daily casts here.
We do bounce the Amakua. I think that makes the most sense because, as we said, that's without access to copies of the virus. The best way to effectively purge and reset the strength of that AI breaker. Choosing to reposition that ice here onto the remote server. Did we see a Helm's bounce?
I don't think we did.
It's a little bit hard to see archives here. I wonder if there was like an archives ice.
I don't believe so. I think it's always just been 1 card. But we had Wage Workers click. No, yeah, it should be.
Wage Workers click was reinstalling a card in that remote.
Yeah,
so
and then the powers that be was the other card. So.
It may have been a mistrigger at this point. We've been playing Netrunner for 10
yes,
hours
it's been
or so.
A day of Netrunner.
Yeah, my semi-final against Hemera was,
So now we've
fatigue.
got the Corporation on 2, 3, 4 points against 1 point.
So at this point, probably
an Icarus
actually
is the
threatening
win.
game
Yeah.
with Wage Workers triple advance and seamless launch.
Yep, and we have the we don't have Vitruvius counter. That's a Mega Pre bonus point.
We did see. We saw cohort. I'm trying to remember cohort
on the top of the deck.
That was the managed to draw. So that might be the card that was installed.
Oh, okay.
Why you double ice a cohort program though? I think it's much less likely to be.
Yeah, I mean there is a line here. If there is a seamless in hand, it could just be there's an Icar in there. You know that they don't have enough time to get down that turtle, get enough counters to run through.
That is the I think the known, possibly forgotten, but the second copy of Wage Workers is there. Running it mostly just for the Amakua counter, I think, and then running and trashing the powers that be. This
could be. I mean, if that's an Icar in there, but that's quite a brave.
Yeah, we need the Icar and seamless. I don't
Although
think we've seen seamless yet.
If it's a Gatekeeper that's protecting that, I believe it's Drafter, but if it was Gatekeeper, that's a pretty safe.
We are seeing advances here. I think it's the Vitruvius though. I think we're debating whether to go for a Vitruvius counter.
Yeah. I think so. We have the fully op to be able to bounce back next turn comfortably. There it is, a Vitruvius with a counter.
What's so beneficial in Archives in a deck without fast advance that's worth the Vitruvius counter? Because you have a fully op in hand there.
Yeah, well, I think it's to get back the Seamless, so that. But I mean,
we did use the Seamless. I don't know how many times we used it.
We did use the Seamless. Although we're on mostly 3 or 5 advancement. I think almost exclusively 3 and 5 advancement cards. So the Seamless is not really doing much for you.
With the runner on such a low credit total, there's a chance that putting Nikwa in that remote is just unstealable because you don't have the credits to break the ice and then pay the 2 to steal Nikwa. So if there is Nikwa, you may not even need the Seamless, you may be able to slow roll it. Bouncing the turtle again is brutal though.
Yeah. It's once this deck is set up and has the pieces it needs to bounce the things it wants, either with working prototype on the resources or with the Mani Sanai on the programs, when you're already so low on credits from having to trash things like wage workers and Mani Sanai and just an endless barrage of other assets.
We were, almost doomsayering how rough a matchup this might be for Declan, but he is 6-1 up at the moment.
Yes. Yeah, he's definitely been able to play it very carefully and work out a way through to worm his way through this tiny narrow window.
I think again it all rests on the threat of that working prototype, because this game looks very different. I think if Hemra is able to install those daily casts earlier, and get some econ rolling, but just completely unable to get a foothold in this game because of the threat of having those resources bounce back to hand. There's also just so many things to trash in this asset-based sports deck that even though you're getting freedom value basically every turn and getting free draws from the Solidarity Badge, there's just more things to trash.
And I think also the turn to throw down the Mega Breeze and then managing to score one to get yourself to threat 3 has meant these ablatives have been very relevant. With those 2 installs missing, and also in a situation where the Powers That Be could sit on the table, even though it was accidentally flipped over and shown, that being allowed to sit around. And to be honest, whenever I've seen an agenda get scored, I've been like, oh my gosh, there was an agenda there? So very craftily placing.
Yeah, I think we saw a triple install there, and then wage worker click for another 8 credit fully up, which is 10 credits here on the corp side. Potentially, we know that the other ice remote is the second copy of wage workers, but potentially the game-winning agenda in this remote, and no breakers.
Yeah.
We don't know about Archives here, but we can see there's 2 ice on R&D and ice on HQ. There's no longer a free place to run and get your turtle counters.
Yeah.
And even if there was, you'd still need to pay at least 1 credit to break the ablative barrier.
I do wonder how different this game would be if there was an early use of, because that was the really scary card, is whenever they make a run that's successful, they get a counter. And that alongside...
That's an Archives run, and there was a Vitruvius in Archives.
There is a counter. Oh.
There's 2 agendas in Archives. There's no money to steal the...
You can take... Oh, okay. Because you could take... You could use the Vitruvius counter.
I think there was a point when Declan was flooded there, and there were 2 spin doctors on the table, and I think maybe...
He wished he had the opportunity to put 2 back,
Got confused about what was being spun back, or things at that point were more relevant.
Oh, that Malagom is going to be punishing.
There are 2 agendas in hand.
Yeah, that's like is that a...
I think one's a Mega Pre. I'm not sure what the other one was, but all we need to do is get that down, get the Malagom down, and hold.
Yeah.
But now...
And we have plenty of credits for it as well.
This is the thing, we know that there's 2... We know that there's Nikwa in Archives, and I think Freedom's last 2 clicks were credit, threatening to go and get it again next turn if there's no ice or no way to protect it.
But we have the Vitruvius for that.
That's true.
We can pull it into hand. We can install the agenda, install the defenses with Managom, and then we can play fully op to boost our credit total through the roof again.
It's a good point. I was questioning the Vitruvius counter earlier, but I think it was probably knowing that there's agendas in Archives and they need to be protected.
Yeah.
We are seeing what looks like a Amalgam Skunk
And in that moment last turn, when you see they can't steal the Iqua, of course you just leave it there, and you leave the Vitruvius because you need that counter later. And if there's a, if there's a third install, which could be a piece of ice, okay. Okay, we're going all installs. Because there was an option there to, if we still have the fully op in hand, to just make sure we have all the credits to be able to res the Archives ice, the HQ ice, and the remote ice, and the cards in it. That's a comfortable amount of credits to be able to produce with that fully operational, that then we can feel pretty confident about getting that win by scoring out that last card and just pulling back the
Carl project.
Yeah.
Archives. Does give a single virus counter to the Amakur, which threatens to go and get whatever's in that double ice server, but only if the second piece of ice is another 1 strength.
Okay, I'm really panicking. I'm like, what if there's just a naked agenda on the table? What if we just... But even then, just finding an Iqua is not enough right now.
I think this is going to be game. I think if this isn't an agenda, it's not. That's the cohort lightning program. I'm pretty sure that has to be game.
Trash or no trash here just doesn't. Just doesn't make a difference at this point.
Paying credits. Installing Fermento. Are we revealing the agenda there? We are.
There we have it. Wow, that was an impressive comeback. I don't know. What would you estimate was the percentage, knowing the matchup of the kind of decks?
Not having seen the deck lists, just like freedom into a asset sports, I would say 30% chance that the sports wins this, but 7 points to 3 in the end. But it was very nearly 7-1.
That infinite Amani Sinai, and the turtle getting bounced once or twice out.
Freedom here, showing the Yusuf that was desperate to find earlier. Just incredibly well played, and obviously Declan featuring on stream last time at London Regionals.
Yeah.
Heartbreaking way to go out that time.
Unfortunately,
nearly made the finals, but
he's managed to fix the tiredness issue of walking into an accidental game last earlier.
Yeah, and just playing the same decks as well, as far as I'm aware. Not a single card change.
Yep, no change at all.
Or the court.
I pressured him a lot. I said, stick a Gaslight in that deck and you'll find that fully operational more, but he was like, nope, more of the same. He'll make it work. And it's a very unique deck. I've not seen... It is a custom build, I believe?
There was the working prototype warm reception sports metal isn't new. That's something that, and especially the Mani Sinai, that Koga played at a Italian CO last year, I think, I believe, and won with it.
Yeah.
And then it was taken by other players, and it did quite well at a couple of tournaments. It is a deck, when it relies heavily on the reception working prototype, that's quite onerous to play in person, because there's actually a lot of fiddliness with turning cards over and back under.
And remembering that when you res a card, you have to put a counter on this card and that card.
Yeah, I think we saw like a mistrigger with it previously, but especially when you're like de-resing a card that has counters on and you want to re-res it, trying to actually move the counters around.
Yes.
So I think that maybe that's part of why it faded away. I think the advent of decks like Mulch and Loom that are big on trashing also.
Yeah, let me just take a brief set. I think we're getting kicked out of 10, so there will be no opportunity this time to do a little chat to our winners. In this case, Declan winning, and for Hemera to do a little debrief of what it was like getting to this point in the final.
Declan's local to you, though? You get
Declan's in London. Declan's going to be along for some tabletop streams that will come up eventually. I think we're going to do one towards the end of March. Because I've been enjoying seeing a lot of more tabletop Netrunner streaming. Because for me, it's all about the in-person experience. Some decks are just awful to play online.
Some decks are awful to play in person too,
but having the option to, talk more about the cards. Like, I'm installing this card. It could be an agenda, I don't know. Things like that. You can have that little kind of...
The rapport that you get, it's what we're all here for, I think.
And also then you get to see deep dive one card at a time, which people have said one of the most demanded features is we need deep dive on Jinteki Net, where it does it a card at a time.
I did win a game today by stealing an SDS, and it was the 7th card reveal.
Oof.
And the 8th card wasn't an agenda, and none of the other ones were an agenda, so it was just like getting more and more just the tension building, and yes.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much. Thanks for joining, Jonald. Unfortunate today, but I'm sure we'll see you in a top cut and in a final sometime soon.
Thank you. It was a lovely day. Thank you, streaming.
Yeah, and thank you all for coming along, watching the final. They're going to be clips, and I'll put them up as individual videos later on. But it's time to head off because I feel like I'm being ushered out, perhaps.
Just checking we're all good for time.
Oh, cool. In which case, we'll all see you another time. And thank you all for stopping by and watching the stream.